Terminé, on se retrouve pour regarder la conférence Guerrilla. C'est parti, aujourd'hui, c'est le jour 1 officiellement de l'E3, même si c'est le 3e jour. Parce qu'il y a eu tous les pré-shows. Ça commence dans 40 secondes. Je vais essayer d'être un peu plus attentif qu'hier, etc. Donc, Guerrilla, Wholesome, Ubisoft, Devolver, Gearbox. Tout ça, c'est ce soir. Et puis, très hâte de voir ce qu'ils vont nous proposer de beau, en espérant que ce soit un peu moins de blabla qu'hier, et que ce soit vraiment du lourd. J'ai quelques jeux que j'attends, on les trouvera sûrement pas ici, mais on verra. Ça démarre dans 9 secondes. J'ai speedé. C'est parti.
What is poppin', everyone? Welcome to day 2 of the Guerrilla Collective 2. I'm so happy to be here. I'm your host, Justin Woodward, co-founder of The Mix, Media Indie Exchange, an indie game team in Terabang Entertainment. I am with my co-host and beautiful friend, Alex Wilmer.
Oh, you're beautiful, Justin.
What's happening?
I'm thrilled to be back for day 2 of the Guerrilla Collective. So many great games on day 1. I'm very excited to see what we have in store for day 2.
So much good stuff. Last week we flexed on you with some dope games from Neon Doctrine, saved some cuties in the Eternal Cylinder, and showcased some up-and-coming games from Bit Summit, as well as brought diversity to the mix, pun intended, with black voices in gaming. The Guerrilla Collective is a grassroots movement, funded and supported by devs and close partners down for the cause. It was initially started as a global coalition of leading game studios, publishers, and industry leaders coming together to help bring new announcements, gameplay, and reveals from studios of all sizes direct to game enthusiasts, all of you guys worldwide. We will continue the movement today, starting with a few announcements, exclusives, and premieres, and then connect with our friends at Wholesome Direct to share the latest and greatest cozy games that will give you the warm and fuzzies all over your body. Before we get started, though, we have to give a huge shout out to our sponsors, and this is quite a mouthful.
Donc en gros là c'est le deuxième jour de la Guerrilla Collective, et il va y avoir plein d'annonces, des exclusivités, des world premières, des annonces, etc. pour cette petite soirée. Je ne sais pas combien de temps elle va durer. La première va durer 4 heures environ, je crois. Là je pense qu'elle va durer un peu moins longtemps, et de toute façon à 19h c'est l'E3, l'opening de l'E3, suivi à 20h de Ubisoft, de Ubisoft. Donc voilà, on verra tout ça. On a ensuite le Wholesome, ensuite le Ubisoft, Devolver, Gearbox. Ubisoft et Devolver, surtout Devolver, ça m'intéresse beaucoup. Ce qu'ils ont à nous proposer. Alors ça sert à rien d'espérer un Saints Row 5. Parce qu'ils l'ont annoncé. Le Saints Row 5 ne sera pas présenté lors de cette E3, malgré toutes les rumeurs qui étaient plutôt fondées en vrai, suite au procès Epic Apple et tout, avec des vrais dossiers et tout qui parlaient de Saints Row 5. Malheureusement, c'est un non, et il ne sera pas présenté lors de l'E3. Les développeurs ont dit un gros stop face à la hype qui montait. Donc on ne peut pas s'attendre à ce jeu-là. Il y a plein d'éditeurs qui malheureusement ont fait des tweets pour qu'on s'attende à rien au niveau de tel et tel jeu, de telle et telle chose. Voilà. On commence avec le premier jeu.
Hi everyone, I'm Gina, Community Manager at Lintheworks. We are so excited to be able to show you this gameplay sneak peek of Aragami 2, our second game, arriving September 17th on PC, Xbox One and Series, PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5. Aragami 2 is a third-person stealth game where you play as an assassin with the power to control the shadows. As part of your clan, you'll have to fight the invader armies to protect your people and to find a cure to the evil that afflicts you. The main pillars of Aragami 2 are stealth in its core, all new combat mechanics, and a robust co-op multiplayer system. This goes along with a newly designed character progression, customization, and a wide variety of abilities and shadow powers, so each player can live this new story in their own way. Stealth is the heart of Aragami 2, and we wanted the player to actually feel like a ninja, to be fast and agile, to use the environment in its favor, and the shadow powers to feel more organic. Now you can navigate through the map in a more fast and responsive way. You can double jump, you can use dash and shadow leap while in the air, you can hold onto walls and ledges. The whole experience of character movement is fun and gratifying. We also introduced special stealth covers, so now the character can interact with the special props, like tall grass, bushes and other vision occluding areas, in order to acquire special stealth behaviors and permitting contextual kills and KOs. As for the shadow powers, we maintained some of the original ones and added a bunch more, as well as abilities and items. Let's now check out some combat. Since Aragami 2 is a stealth game, we challenge ourselves to create a combat system based on supernatural ninja skills, which also encourages stealth over brute force. We thought the best way to achieve this was to give our character agile and skillful movement, which empowers subterfuge and stealth assault instead of a lot of strength, and also reinforcing the feeling of being outnumbered by the enemy. And that's all for now. Thanks for watching, and we hope to have you embarking on this journey on September 17th.
Donc en gros c'est un jeu Aragami 2 qui sort le 17. Et en gros c'est un jeu où on contrôle quelqu'un qui peut contrôler les ombres, se dédoubler, etc. Qui a des super pouvoirs entre guillemets. Il peut contrôler les ombres, se dédoubler, faire des doubles, des clones de lui-même, etc. Donc un jeu axé vraiment pas mal au niveau de ce gameplay là. Donc à découvrir le 17 septembre. Je vais être honnête, j'ai pas tout compris. J'ai pas tout compris, mais oui, d'accord. Is okay.
Hello, my name's Josh Sullivan and I'm a designer on BPM Bullets Per Minute. BPM is a roguelike rhythm first-person shooter game where all of your actions and the actions of your enemies are tied to the beat of our epic rock opera soundtrack. Everything you do in BPM is tied to the beat of the music. This includes shooting and reloading your weapon. See how satisfying that sounds? Your goal is to reach the end of our procedurally generated dungeons, collecting different weapons, abilities, and items each time you play. These weapons and abilities can radically alter the way you play, making each playthrough unique. As the enemies are also tied to the beat of the music, fighting them can become an epic rhythm battle, making you, the player, feel like you're taking part in the soundtrack itself through your actions. Clearing each room will reward you with loot. The better you handled clearing the room, the better the reward. Each floor has either an armory or a library, where you can buy cool new weapons or find exciting, game-changing abilities that make slaying enemies to the beat even more satisfying. You can also find shops to purchase useful items for your run. Unfortunately, you cannot pet the bird. Maybe next time though. Each floor has its own boss and attacks in a unique way that you must learn to exploit if you want to succeed. Finishing off a boss is a dramatic musical crescendo that you, the player, are in full control of executing. BPM is out now on PC, but is coming to PlayStation 4 and Xbox One this summer. We can't wait to see you slay the hordes of Helheim to the beat.
En vrai, c'est pas mal. Donc BPM, donc c'est un jeu où en gros, toutes les actions que tu fais vont être répertoriées sur la musique in-game. Donc les tirs, etc. On pourra débloquer des armes, des habilités, comme un FPS classique, donc combat de boss, etc. Plus du coup, en fait la musique a eu un énorme impact dans le gameplay. Et donc je trouve ça vachement stylé en vrai. Très très stylé. Alors là, c'est le son du truc qui est pas très fort. Je suis au même son que pour les autres trucs, c'est juste que là, ils l'ont pas mis très fort. C'est très mignon. En tout cas, enfin très mignon. Le style graphique du jeu est très mignon, mais bon, après, moi.
I'm Sel Davison.
And I'm Hannah Lee, and we are Humble Grove.
No Longer Home is a story
Très
game
sympa, tous ces
about
petits jeux
graduating
indés là, mais oui,
university
j'adore.
and anticipating what comes next, while struggling with borders, self-identity, and longing for domesticity.
In No Longer Home, you play as non-binary protagonists Bo and Zhao, who are based off Sel and myself. You'll explore an intimate flat filled with everyday objects, delve into Bo and Zhao's thoughts and insights, and mold your interpretation of the characters through branching, multiple-choice dialogue.
The events in this game are based off our own experiences, and many of the characters and stories are based off people we know in real life. At the time, we were feeling disillusioned with education. Disoriented and not sure what to do next, Bo and Al try to figure out their place in the world.
Making this project, we wanted to celebrate the magic of everyday domestic mundanity, like having barbecues, playing video games, and staying up late just talking in bed.
Hannah and I started work on No Longer Home 6 years ago, after we graduated university. We met on the same course, and during the last year, we moved in together.
After graduation, I unfortunately had to go back to Japan. How do you say goodbye to a place? We started making No Longer Home as a way to stay in touch, but it rapidly grew as we realized how much we had to talk about and all the feelings we had to process. Thanks so much for watching, everyone. No Longer Home will be launching later this year, so please don't forget to wishlist on Steam.
Man, Origami 2 is looking so fantastic. I need some of that stealth action in my life.
Yep, and Fire Girl, that looks pretty unique too. Up next, we have some magic and swordplay popping off in the next segment with an update from a bona fide classic and a new entry in the hybrid puzzle and strategy realm. Guard your loot and upgrade your boots, because we're about to slap you in the face with a spike ball mace.
Bars.
Une ambiance un peu plus lugubre qu'avant nous d'autres. World Premiere. Je fais la voix parce que sinon c'est chiant. Demon Mirror, un jeu un peu à la sauce Hearthstone, mais qui m'a l'air toutefois pas très sympa et quand même différent.
Greetings, friends. Senior game designer Slim Grant here to talk about the Bard. Stylish and flamboyant, the Bard uses the magic of music to defeat their enemies and cure their allies. This twisting of song and magic created a versatile gameplay opportunity we felt was compelling enough to make this our next class. Whether dazzling their enemies with dancing lights, weaving in and out of the fray, or conducting a frenzied symphony of combat, the Bard never shies away from pulling out their instruments to string a few notes together. No matter what is needed, a Bard is always ready to take center stage and perform. And when the day is done, their enemies defeated, and their allies safe, the Bard becomes a source of entertaining ballads and jingles that recount their tales of triumph. With that, we have reached the last crescendo. But fret not, for we are not at the finale just yet. There is more to this ballad that will be revealed over the next few months, so please, stay tuned.
Hey everyone, I'm Miro, a developer from Straka Studio, a small Slovakian-based company that is working on a game called Loot River. Loot River is essentially an action roguelike which is about shifting dungeons around coming to Xbox and PC. And I would like to show you a new gameplay video which shows you the controls of the game, a procedural generation used in the game, shows you some areas, bit of combat, and perhaps a new thing or two that you didn't see in the trailer.
Okay, let's actually take it a bit slower. Let's start. I'll show you some controls. You can move your hero around with the left stick, responding to your pressure, and you can also dash and dodge on controller with the A button. And you attack with the right bumper. That's your standard attack. It now chains into combos. It used to be just like one attack before, but now it's like 1, 2, 3, fluidly changing into one another for a better feel of combat. You can also do a heavy attack, or what you could do is charge your heavy attack for special damage. Cool, right? And there are many different weapons in Loot River, and each is useful in different scenarios and has different properties, and you can do different stuff with. Let's go to the first combat area now, the Sunken Village. It's the first area where you already need to navigate these platforms that we saw before, and you do it by standing on the platform and dragging it with the right stick, upwards, downwards, or in any direction you want.
D'accord, donc en gros c'est un jeu de platforming, de PVP, platforming en caméra vue du haut, un style pixel graphique. Donc voilà un peu le gameplay du jeu. Le son est pas très fort par contre.
Go for the big guy here instead. It's very dangerous, so what I'm gonna do instead is charge my attack and slam the platform into it, right, for special damage. You see, the levels of Loot River are procedural, but they are handcrafted at the same time. What we do is design lots of smaller areas with possible connections and then let the computer assemble them and look for logical relations in between them. So even from small pool of objects, we're already getting some interesting variations in the levels. Enemies evolve for combat on the platforms. Some can even lock platforms together, preventing you from sliding away until you defeat them, gaining your ability back. Others might wield long-range weapons, able to jump platforms or cause devastating damage. However, most of them have a weakness. Hairy enemies burn really well. You will visit many interesting places, obtain legendary weapons, meet unimaginable characters, fight them, and ultimately die by your hand. But those who persist can get even further, explore places never seen before, face horrors, and perish again.
Loot River really has me intrigued. I really like what they're doing with the combat and the Tetris-like platforming elements. So cool.
Yeah, and Demon Mirror has really great sound.
You're just, dude, you're just saying that because you worked on that game.
Yeah.
So what do we got coming up next?
Up next, we have some dark and sinister titles, starting with a physical release trailer of a gorgeous and deadly first-person action runner. Then we're jumping into a spoof on a beloved stealth classic and ending it with an exclusive trailer from our friends at Raw Fury.
Let's go.
Enough! I'll handle things from here on.
Ghost Runner, un jeu du coup un peu de plateforme à la première personne.
Ontaio de Daver. Ukrautari abridi e res.
Exclusivité bien évidemment Nintendo Switch.
Uzul adi oscaridue. Os mesmos existem como absurda adimuterusura. Muda em despres res astarpi. Uzul adi oscaridue. Orco tescro. Veco homo borigi grenda dineas rapado aximes euc veco centunio oxistinde.
Oh no! An evil fog is corrupting every living creature! There is one that is immune. Who is this mighty hero? A slime? How can an adorable little slime fight against this? This? Or that? Wait, where did it get that sword? Is that a meteor shower? How? Ice breath? When did you get that? Now there are two of them? Alright, slimes can be heroes. Grab a friend and save the world from oozy monsters and formidable bosses. Discover different weapons and create your own magical abilities to express the way you want to adventure in Slime Heroes.
Ooh.
enter.
Yep.
I'm so excited we could finally announce PS4 and PS5.
There's a lot of platforms.
Oh yeah, PS4, PS5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, Nintendo Switch, Steam, Epic Game Store. Oh.
Basically, you'll be able to play Demon Turf anywhere.
Yep. But what is Demon Turf exactly? Well, Lucy, take it away.
Sure. So her goal is to take on the Demon King, who pretty much owns his place. Tall order, right? And apparently he's been challenging her for a while now. Her best friend Midgie is also part of this epic quest. But enough of all that. Let's check out some gameplay, yo! Sizzle real time.
Beavis' moveset in Demon Turf has a lot of depth.
Yeah, for sure. It's all about combined moves to feel badass.
One of my favorite examples is this tower climb. The different ways you can skip so many parts of it.
Things really heat up though once you unlock the turf moves.
Oh yeah, yanking enemies around, rolling down highways,
soaring through the skies.
Combine it all and you get to see runs like these from our incredible speedrunning community.
It still blows my mind every time.
Mm-hmm. Beginner or pro, we hope to see you pull off some of these moves when Demon Turf releases sometime later this year.
Bring it on.
Une exclusivité.
In 1972, a crack commando unit threw me in a prison for a crime I didn't commit.
You're under arrest for a crime you didn't commit!
Hey, a coin! Hey, buddy, I have no paper.
Here you are.
You saved my ass, literally.
You stole a one-eyed man's patch? That patch turned out to be handy to create.
Le problème étant que tous ces jeux me font un petit peu penser à Broforce. Donc du coup, à chaque fois que je vois un jeu avec ce style-là, baston, graphique, pixel, etc., je peux pas m'empêcher de me dire que c'est un Broforce. Voilà. Le gameplay se ressemble beaucoup, militaire, etc. d'explosions partout. Manquerait plus qu'un mode duo à plusieurs.
Who's there? Damn cat. Who's there? Another cat. Fuck! The landmine! Wait!
It's kill or be killed.
Hey, this is Matt, developer of Severed Steel, and I'm here to talk about some cool ways players have been playing the demo I released. So this level, you're typically supposed to kick that door open and deal with all the guys in the hallway. But players found a way to use the arm cannon to carve a hole to the left of the door like you saw, which gets you into this hallway. It's a little bit safer, and there's some nice weapons to find in there.
Ça sent le jeu qui doit être incroyable à speedrunner.
And then fight through the hallway. By the time we're at the end of the hallway, you're low on ammo or you're out of ammo, and you have a loaded weapon ready to go. When I first saw that, it blew my mind. I thought it was a super cool move. Players have been doing cool stuff with manipulating the AI. So you saw I just got wrecked kicking down that door. But if I use the audio perception of the AI to kick a wall, lure them over, you can set up ambushes. That's really useful in the harder difficulties where, in the hardest difficulty, one shot kills you. So that's been a really useful technique. There's one stunt in the game that I didn't actually include in the tutorial, and that's the ability to jump and kick off walls. And on my Discord, players have been sharing really crazy footage where in rooms like this with a really high ceiling, they are jumping and kicking off enemies to get loads of airtime they can use to get really stylish kills. In the arcade mode, you get points for stylish kills, and getting that airtime and killing enemies upside down really can rack up your score. I didn't expect players would figure out more advanced stunts like this, but there's a lot of really cool footage of players doing stuff like that. I've been really thrilled with how players figured that out. And in one last clip, you could see some content that wasn't featured in the demo. A lot of players asked for enemy outlines to help discern them, so you can see I've added them here. And players asked for a double shotgun, which you see I'm rocking right now. I hope you enjoyed this preview of Severed Steel. It's slated for PC release late summer of this year. And if you like what you saw, definitely give it a wishlist on Steam. If you are a console player, there are also PlayStation 4 and Xbox One releases planned for shortly after PC. Thanks again.
Happens every day. Whether not to part, no matter if you wait, but if you're
Thank you so much, Raw Fury, for that special exclusive footage. Up next, we have an exclusive reveal for one of the most bloodiest sprite-based action platformers I have ever seen. We will check in on a dark and beautiful pixel art RPG, help clean up a forensic nightmare, and then we are heading to an update from a mystical masterpiece from one of our Best of the Mix 2020 award winners. Grab your hazmat suit, Alex.
Oh, why?
Because we're about to go in and get grimy.
Let's do it.
World premiere. Tout ce que j'aurais à dire, c'est un jeu un peu à la sauce Hotline Miami. Hotline Miami.
Hello, my name is Jacek Głowacki and I'm the head of company development at Broad Distance. We're established by Bluebird team and we've just celebrated our 12th birthday. Our goal right now is to become a fully realized AA studio.
My name is Krzysztof Zięba. I'm a writer and game designer at Broad Distance. We make games with unique stories and visual styles, excellent soundtracks and captivating gameplay. We are known for our Vampire the Masquerade titles and Serial Cleaner. Our next game is its sequel, Serial Cleaners, a stealth action crime story set in 90s NYC.
My name is Miki Maika and I lead a team of 30 amazing game developers currently working on 3 different projects. Serial Cleaners is our biggest one so far and is set to launch later this year. We've got a good vibe and we're expanding, so come join us on our adventure to the 90s.
Hello, we are Monaco, and we're a small, very small studio from Cologne in Germany. And what you see before you is our very first game, a cinematic platformer called White Shadows.
So White Shadows is basically a modern Fable. It drops you off in this huge, weird, vertical world that is called the White City, even though it's really, really dark. And in this White City, there are the rats and the wolves, and they're in charge. And then there's the pigs and the sheep who do all the work. And then there's the birds who are, or at least so they say, to blame for a deadly pandemic.
And then there's you, little raven girl, trying to change all that. So basically, this game is not really a puzzle platformer, it's more of a trip.
It kind of drops you off in this really weird world, and if you imagine inside in Tim Burton having a really mean, weird little baby born in 1984, then you'd have this game.
It's black and white, it's dark, it has to do with a lot of stuff that is in our world today, and it's also really entertaining.
We, as the developers, think that it's really funny, but people who've played it tell us that it's really, really dark. So you be the judge of that.
माँ दुर्गा, मुझे आपकी जरूरत है।
अपने दिल की सुनो राजी, तुम्हें शक्ति मिल जाएगी। लड़ो राजी, योद्धा बनो।
Shout out to Raji. Congrats on winning Best of the Mix 2020. Such an awesome studio out of India, you know. Also, Bats is looking mad slick, if I don't say so myself. You know what I mean? But yeah, before we move on to the next segment, we want to say thanks to our broadcasting partners, Twitch, Steam, IGN, and of course, GameSpot. Thank you guys for all your help in hosting the stream.
Yep. And also, don't forget to check out the Guerrilla Collective event page on Steam to wishlist the games, play the demos from this event, as well as from Wholesome Direct, which is coming up next. We have a link on the Guerrilla Collective website, guerrillacollective.com.
Up next, we're going to connect with our friends at Tiny Build. We're doing gargantuan things with really creative indie developers. Let's creep around the corner and say hello to our neighbor devs working with Tiny Build to peep what they have cooking up. Word.
Hello, Meatbag! This is my game, Despot's Game. I will give you a group of puny humans, and you will lead them to the end of the dungeon. If you can get past my cute little robots, zombie wombies, and flesh-eating cabbage wabbages. Despot's Game is a roguelike auto-battler. That means that all the fighting happens auto automatically. It also means permadeath and randomly generated dungeons. In order to win, your humans will need weapons, or whatever you can find to use as a weapon. Combine different kinds of dumb items to create your own dumb army. Your army needs to be positioned, fed, and genetically modified. Just don't get too attached to your little humans. They'll be dropping like flies. Let me tell you a little secret. If you make it far enough in the dungeon, you'll get the chance to fight other players! You probably think I came up with all this in order to raise a perfect army of mutated humans capable of conquering the universe, right? Wrong. I simply enjoy watching pathetic humans hit each other with refrigerators. You're in Despot's game now!
Config Games bears no responsibility for salty tears, broken keyboards, busted screens, or therapy expenses due to the effects of extended gaming sessions. Not recommended for use by children, pregnant women, or people who have loud conversations on their phones in public.
This is Dustin.
And this is Eric from Animal.
And we're the creators of Ramen.
Along with our extremely small team of passionate individuals, we're really excited to get this out to you.
Ramen's a food fighting arena game with a bunch of quirks and twists.
And today we're going to show you one of our favorite game modes, along with a new work in progress mode that we've been working on.
So let's start with the meatball mode.
Yeah, and meatball mode, it's all about putting the meat in the hole, the goal hole. You got to jump in and take control.
Like, what does that mean? It sounds good, but what does that mean?
Well, it's basically kind of like Katamari, where the objective is to jump into a giant meatball, take control of it, roll around, charge it up, and shoot it into various goal locations throughout the map. All while basically avoiding enemies and the onslaught of food that they throw at you. Next up, Bobo Ball.
Well, Bobo Ball is one of our newest work-in-progress game modes, but still a ton of fun. Players are now packing a Bobo Blaster that shoots Bobo Balls at a giant Bobo Ball.
Work together with your taste buds to blast the giant Bobo Ball into the opposing team's goal. But look, kills don't count in this mode, so prioritize getting the giant ball from A to B. But a few balls to the face never hurt anyone, so blast your foes to keep them from gaining control of the ball.
Blast your toes?
Foes.
Okay, bros, I guess. Wait, what's this written down about meat chassis?
We wrote that?
Yeah, it says, say something about meat chassis.
Oh, yeah, the old bag of meat and bones. You know, the players, the soup saviors. Players can customize their character almost however they want within our high-fashion, highly polished configurator zone.
Alright, well, within this configurator zone thing, when it comes to fashion, we got you covered with a trunk full of different culinary styles, vibes, and drips. Your soup slinger is yours to design and decorate. Honestly, the world is your oyster. Decorate to your heart's content.
Oh, and don't forget your old pop pal. I think it's time we wrap it up here.
Yeah, good idea. Thanks for tuning in to watch our video and giving us the opportunity to talk your ears off about ramen. Pretty excited about it.
Oh, and that being said, be sure to hop into our Discord so you can be part of the playtest and help us perfect the recipe of ramen.
Yeah, we hope you get a chance to play. We really appreciate all the support y'all have shown over the course of development. It really means a lot and motivates us. Bye. Thanks for stopping by.
appreciate. Have a happy humble day.
Meet the creepy, AI-driven Mr. Peterson.
Hello, neighbor.
This character has one mission, keeping you from discovering his secrets. Hello, and welcome to Hello Neighbor 2. In this game, you'll be playing as a local journalist named Quentin, who is suspicious of his creepy neighbor, Mr. Peterson. For those new to the Hello Neighbor franchise, this is Raven Brooks, the sort of town where everyone keeps to themselves and goes about their lives. Normally, you would too, except a bunch of people have gone missing. And there's just something strange about your neighbor, Mr. Peterson. Everyone is afraid of him. There have been rumors of children going to his house and never being heard from again. Some people say he likes to lock people up in his basement. But no one has any proof. So people just try to avoid Mr. Peterson, his odd house, and ignore the strange sounds coming from his basement at night. You have a feeling that Mr. Peterson is behind all of the neighborhood disappearances, but no one believes in your ideas and theories. And while you normally wouldn't break into someone's house, you're the only one who believes something is wrong and has the guts to uncover the truth. When you break into Mr. Peterson's house, you'll be going against an AI that is constantly evolving. Our goal for Hello Neighbor 2 is to provide unique player experiences. This is an experience that is driven by the community. Mr. Peterson's behavior is a combination of a neural network and algorithms that allow him to constantly learn from his experiences with everyone who plays our game. It begins with the collection of player activity. Mr. Peterson takes note of player behavior, whether or not most players are likely to hide in a closet, use a certain escape route, or certain objects. As time progresses and he learns, Mr. Peterson's behavior may change and surprise you. How Mr. Peterson plays in one encounter with you might be different from the next, all due to his encounters with the game's community as a whole. In this way, the community's experience with Mr. Peterson changes over time, allowing for an AI that is developed through community actions, replayability, and great stories of neighborhood shenanigans. But these new experiences go beyond Mr. Peterson. In Hello Neighbor 2, players can interact with all characters in Raven Brooks, and these characters share the same AI core, but behave differently and have their own stories for you to discover. So while you might think you're just playing the game, you're really contributing to the development and improvement of Mr. Peterson's AI. We hope this presentation of our AI and development gives you an idea of what to expect in Hello Neighbor 2. If you'd like to try an early access version of Hello Neighbor 2, you can wishlist the game on Steam and check out our alphas on the Microsoft Store. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the neighborhood.
Ahoy, sailors! Not this again. Trash Sailors Pirate Guide. Every pirate knows that the real treasure is friendship.
Minecraft 2.
Just kidding. It's trash. I love you, trash. It's everything. Fuel, building materials, and weapons. Seriously, just stuff in as much trash as you can and let her rip. Just remember, this raft is your only home. Take good care of it, and if anyone dares set foot here, hit them with all you got. Too many greedy lovers want to get their hands on our marvelous, beautiful trash. Defend it to your last breath and steer carefully. Oh, and don't forget to fix anything that breaks. Ah, scurvy bilge-sucking son of a seagull! If your enemies get close and the good old ship's cannons aren't enough, try the newfangled trash technology. You have countless aces up your sleeve. Use anything you get your hands on. They want to steal our trash? Let them try. We'll hit them with everything we got.
shout out to Tiny Build. They are producing and publishing some of the most amazing indie titles coming out. Ramen is looking real fantastic.
Yep. And for our Guerrilla Collective 2 finale, we're going to head out with an exclusive, humbling conversation that we had with Innersloth, the team behind Among Us, and check in on some fun and upbeat games, as well as take a trip back to the arcade with some fun retro throwback games.
And before we finish everything up, we are also going to go to an exclusive interview with our friends at Limited Run Games. Let's rock. Welcome back to the Guerrilla Collective. We have Marcus Bromander and Adria Wallach from the Innersloth dev team. Super happy to have you guys hopping on the Guerrilla Collective for an interview. Tell us about yourselves.
I'm Marcus, also known as Puffballs United. I'm one of the co-founders of Innersloth. I worked on a lot of the art, the sound design, game design, and miscellaneous other spots in the game, but no coding.
Hi, I am Adriel. I'm the lead programmer at Innersloth, which means I live in the code, I make a bunch of lists, I tell the other programmers what to do, and I fix bugs.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the team and go into what you have in store for the game. But first, I want to ask you a couple of questions about the team and how you're moving forward. So first of all, for people who don't know, where did your studio name Innersloth come from, and who is repping the team?
So when we first formed our company, me and Forrest, we were trying to come up with a name and we were kind of just stuck. So we went on a random name generation site and just like click through, and Innersloth just kind of felt, for me, it was like, I have the motivation to make stuff, but like the inside of me is kind of lazy, it's hard to get motivated sometimes. So that the sloth really stuck to me there.
You know, some people think that success is overnight, but you have all been grinding to make things happen with such a small team. What have some of the challenges been during the growth and iterative development of the game been?
I would say, just in general, going from 3 people to we're at 8 now, I think, is such a different work environment completely. Like getting everyone on the same page is something we're still learning how to do. Meetings have to start happening. You can't just tell. I'm used to telling one person and then things go from there. And now I have to make sure to tell everyone, and I have to learn how to write design docs. I can't just have it in my head and tell people.
That's dope. And you've been like an integral part of the indie community with helping out early on, with the Mega Booth, and then really orchestrating Train Jam and been involved in so many projects. How has it, like, I understand how you kind of joined the team. How has it been on the opposite end of like, communicating with Marcus and everybody on the team?
It's been fun. It's been fun to be sort of in that transition from the small team to what is quote unquote the larger team now. Not that 8 is huge or anything, but I was the 5th person. So I was like right at that tipping point from it being small enough where you could just tell one person one thing and then everybody knows everything, to now it's like we have to make sure we're tagging all the right people in our work channels and like getting information out. And yeah, I came on towards the end of last year through a mutual friend who was like, hey, Innersloth needs more programmers, because at that point it was just Forrest as the programmer, and I was like, all right, I'm in. And then yeah, rest is history. But it's been really fun getting to sort of grow the programming team as well and take at least some of the pressure off of Forrest to be the only person doing that kind of stuff and being able to do more output and get things out there faster.
So you've had notable celebrities. You've had AOC, just mad people streaming it, and now it's really ingrained into pop culture. What are some of the most surreal, defining moments that have been heartwarming or have left an impact on the team since its original release until now?
Just all of the fan art that comes in and all the fan animations, fan like music videos, remixes, just so much amazing stuff. We have a channel in our Discord that we just post all this stuff, and it's just like empowering, gives us motivation to keep going.
You know, you've really been maintaining the life of the game with really interesting updates and drops. What can you share with everyone on Twitch watching during the Guerrilla Collective that is next for Among Us?
Yeah, we do have 15 players coming, which means we do need more colors because there's only 12 in the game. And so we're going to add 6 new colors. I don't know if that's been announced, but
I feel like we could say that we did at one point have a color named Barf that is not going to be released. So
what is that? Like, it's like a speckled yellow or something?
Like a greenish yellow.
Yeah, imagine mashed up peas, like mashed up peas that you would feed a baby.
Wow.
Or like the barf emoji, just that color.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I for one am disappointed that we don't have Barf in the game, but
Me too. I was a big champion for barf.
yeah, bring back Barf.
So no Barf?
No barf.
How do you come up with, like, because it seems interesting that you're just talking about, you know, having the barf colors. How do you come up, you know, with these different designs and ideas?
The colors are super hard. We're trying to move away from having colors be the main identifier for each character. Cool. So we want to lean more into cosmetics and names. So, but we still want to make them, at least to begin with, make them as distinct as possible. So I have to like pull up all the colors we have and then think about, like, look at the color wheel and go, okay, maybe we don't have anything in this little zone. I'll try something here. And I compare them together, and it's like, this one does look really similar to blue, or like I could see this one getting mixed up with purple or something. But eventually we're just going to have to kind of move away from that and not worry about it as much.
It's awesome to have you guys. Thank you guys for, you know, joining us for this. Is there anything that you want to tell the fans? Because there's going to be a lot of people probably watching this who want to know about, something straight from the team.
I mean, just thank you. That's the one that's just always there. Thank you for playing. Thank you for liking the game.
Yeah, that's the same sentiment here. It's great. It's mind-boggling to be working on a game that this many people play and get like such an enjoyment out. Like, I get texts from friends who are like, "Oh, my 12-year-old was playing with his friends and was bragging about knowing that his mom knows you," and I'm just like, "Oh."
That is awesome. But yeah, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. It's been amazing, and we'll talk to you later.
Thank you.
Alors juste là, le site de l'E3 est déglingué comme jamais, on ne peut quasiment pas naviguer dessus, c'est terrible.
And now for the moment you've all been waiting for. King of the Hat is coming to Steam. King of the Hat is coming to the moment you've all been waiting for. Which means that you can wishlist the game. If you wishlist the game right now, you can win. You can win a washing machine.
Success.
And if you wishlist the game right now, you can win a sticker.
Damn.
Oh my god! Wow! Which is the game? You might be entered into a contest. You might be able to spin every wheel. Which is the game? Which is the game? Open up Steam, hit the button, do it for yourself. Do it to get back at your enemy. Hit the button and win! King of the Hat, which is the game right now? Hats on.
crime is illegal.
Well, not anymore, thanks to Whitewater Wipeout by Chuhai Labs.
Thanks to Whitewater Wipeout, I can finally commit the cool crime of surfing, featuring pure NAR style and conviction. What does that even mean?
It's a playdate game.
Yeah, Jeff? Yeah, I'm on set. I have no idea what the script is. No, I'm not gonna hold.
I'm Mihoko. I play Whitewater Wipeout.
At King Wash Laundry, we pride ourselves on providing years of garment cleaning excellence. Our customers come for the top-of-the-line deluxe washing machines, but they stay for our professional service. Now pick up the clothes and load them into an empty machine. Wait a few minutes, then transfer to a dryer. While you're waiting, make sure to pick up discarded coffee cups and throw them in the trash.
Thank you for choosing Arcade Mania. If you want to level up your takings and grow your arcade, just follow our simple 3-step plan. 1. Play your new game and set a killer high score. 2. Now watch as customers drop quarters trying to beat your score while you sit back and make fat profits. 3. Use your takings to buy a brand new cabinet from Arcade Mania. Just use your personal computer to surf the internet, and you can order online. Now just wait for your new purchase to arrive and do it all again. Play, profit, purchase. Play, profit, purchase. Play, profit, pest control, purchase! With these steps, your arcade is guaranteed to grow and expand into a glorious arcade paradise full of our biggest hits. Good luck, and always choose Arcade Mania.
Always use the brush for particularly stubborn waste matter. All that remains to be said is, welcome to King Wash Laundry.
I am here with Douglas Bogart from Limited Run Games. What is happening, Doug?
Not much, man. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, for sure, man. Like, it's so awesome that Limited Run, you know, has reached its 5-year anniversary. Can you tell the people about Limited Run Games? If you know, folks that aren't familiar with it.
Yeah, so Limited Run Games, I started the company with my co-founder Josh Fairhurst. We started in October 2015 as a response to his dev company, Mighty Rabbit Studios, having trouble staying in business. We were off a big project and we didn't have a whole lot of work to do, so we were like, how do we stay in business? And then his biggest thing was we had one game on Vita called Breach and Clear, and he was like, you know, it'd be cool to at least preserve this game even if nobody wants it, so that way I have some proof that I did something and it's not all digital. So we did that, and we sold the game in October, and it sold out in 108 minutes, and kind of blossomed from there. You know, got contacted by Epic, Oddworld, WayForward, started really pulling in the partners, and we've done like over, I think, like close to 700, 800 individual releases now.
That is super crazy, man. Like, what is like one of the highlights of your career at Limited Run Games, or what you've done?
Yeah, there's a lot. So we had like a wish list of things we wanted to do originally, and we ended up doing all of those. But like, I'd probably say one of our biggest things is Scott Pilgrim, because that was like one of the founding pillars of what we wanted to do. And then for personally, like working with Suda on No More Heroes was a huge deal for me. Working with John Romero on Sigil, doing Command and Conquer with EA. We've just done a whole lot of cool stuff that I never thought we'd be able to. And I've talked to a lot of heroes I've always had, and it's like, I don't know, the Jay and Silent Bob game is a huge deal for me. Like, you know, without Kevin Smith, Josh and I would never have mended a friendship that we had briefly broken up when we were young. So,
you know, what I think is really interesting is just your idea of doing things in that, you know, in a limited quantity. Can you kind of talk about like how like what kind of different packages that you guys put together?
Yeah, so when Limited Run started off, we were definitely very limited, and the reasoning for that was, one, it costs a lot of money and resources to do it, and we didn't want to be stuck with overstock because we can't afford to just sit on a product that takes years to sell out.
Yeah, for sure.
We started off with limited stuff, and as we got bigger, we decided with Switch, like, hey, we have no idea what the audience is here. Why don't we try open pre-orders? And that worked out really well. And then with the pandemic hitting, we were like, you know what, let's just do this for most of our stuff going forward. And I think the reception's been a lot better. So we're limited in like the amount of time basically now versus the amount of units, which I think is a better approach because it gives people a chance to get it, and it's not so much that like, oh, I missed out. I mean, people still miss out, but now we work with places like Best Buy, Amazon, and GameStop, and some of our games are available at retail, which is another cool thing for our developers because, you know, as when you're younger, you're like, man, I wish one day my games could be on the store shelf, and now they can.
That's so cool.
And yeah, then we offer vinyl, we do collector's editions, we do press kits for companies, we do a whole lot of stuff now that's pretty amazing. We're always looking to expand. We're doing the retro stuff like we did for Jay and Silent Bob. Yeah, it's awesome. I'm really happy with the stuff we've been able to do. Pretty much any idea here, you know, if an employee or coworker has an idea, it's like, why don't we run with it and see what happens and just test it out? Because you know what, if you like it, maybe there's an audience for it.
You guys have an event coming up. Can you plug it real quick? I think everybody should watch it. Talk about your upcoming releases and stuff.
We're doing our own E3 presentation called LRG3. It's going to be on June 14th at 4 p.m. Eastern. And we got a whole bunch of cool games in the lineup that we're excited about. The show's being produced by one of the gentlemen from Mega 64 on his own. So it's got the same similar humor. And I don't know, we just watched actually the draft of the video and it's really funny. And I'm kind of shocked actually that it came together so well.
That is so awesome. I hope everybody could check that out, you know. Where can we find you, more information about Limited Run Games and everything that you guys are doing?
Yeah, go to our website, limitedrungames.com. There's a mailing list option. Our Twitter, we update frequently at Limited Run Games. We have a Twitch channel, which is twitch.tv/limitedrungames. Pretty much any website you go to, just add /Limited Run Games. You might find us. I think at one point we even had like a Tumblr account, so we were everywhere.
Yeah.
Maybe a Pinterest account. I don't know.
Dope. Well, thank you so much, Doug. It's awesome to see you guys flourish. Happy 5th anniversary, and everybody go check out LRG3, right?
Yep. Thank you so much.
For sure. Talk to you later.
Later, man.
The Inner Sloth team was so humble, and they've had such a great journey. You know, congrats to them. Also, Limited Run Games coming up on their 6th year. They've been 5 years strong, working with indie developers to get their games out in a limited capacity in a physical kind of space, you know? So many great games and devs that have blessed the Guerrilla Collective this year. Shout out to them, and thank you guys for joining us.
Yes, and be sure to check out the Guerrilla Collective event page on Steam, where you can learn more about these games, buy the games that are available now, or add the games to your wish list for the games that have not been released yet. Wish lists help, so do it. I've said it before, and I'll say it again.
We also want to thank everybody who was involved to making this production possible. Wilmer Sound, of course. Thank you so much, Alex.
Thank you.
It's so great to be in this space. The mix team, of course, AV Society, Timmy, Code 32, Fully Illustrated, everybody that has contributed. Also, thanks once again to our sponsors and broadcasting partners for their support. GameSpot, Twitch, IGN, and Steam. You guys are awesome for hosting the stream. Also, we want to shout out to our sponsors, Good Shepherd, Humble Games, Tiny Build, PlayStation, Xbox, Kickstarter, Razer, Astro Gaming, our fellow devs and publishers, Two Awesome Studio, Akupara Games, All In Games, Goblin Studio, Graffiti Games, Head Up, Hype Train Digital, Neon Doctrine, Raw Fury, Thunderful, and Whitethorn Games. That wraps up the Guerrilla Collective 2. Such a fun time with developers worldwide and awesome partners. Thank you for joining us. We truly appreciate it.
Yes, and before we head out, we're going to show the Wholesome Direct trailer and come back with our friend, Jenny Wyndham.
Stay tuned.
such a cozy and warm trailer. That was very nice.
It was really, really nice. Sweet. We have our friend Jenny Wyndham, aka Kim Chica, on the line to get started with the Wholesome Direct. Hey Jenny, how is it going?
Yes, thanks Justin and everyone at the Guerrilla Collective. Also congratulations to all of the devs who showcased. You all did wonderfully. I can't wait to play all of your games. And yeah, stick around. We have the Wholesome Direct coming up with new game announcements, exclusive footage, developer interviews, and it's just going to be a wonderfully cozy time. So hope you all enjoy it.
Thanks so much, Jenny, for joining us. Looking forward to checking out the show. That wraps up the Guerrilla Collective 2. I am your host, Justin Woodward, with
Alex Wilmer.
Make sure to follow us on Twitter at Guerrilla Collect, not Guerrilla Collective, and on all other social media platforms at Guerrilla Collective. You can check out the mix at Indie Exchange on Twitter and everywhere else at Media Indie Exchange. Stay tuned for Wholesome Direct. We will see you all soon. Peace.
Bon, petite pause de une demi-heure. Tac. Bon, c'était une conférence, ma foi, plutôt sympathique. Il y a eu là, cette fois-ci, il y a eu des bonnes surprises, de bons jeux. Bon, pas des trucs qui m'ont encore hypé de ouf, mais ça peut pas être à toutes les conférences, bien évidemment, sinon ça n'aurait pas de sens, tout simplement. Donc, planning.
What is happening? I am here with one of the co-founders of Wholesome Games, Matthew.
19h, donc dans un peu moins d'une demi-heure, on a le pré-show de l'E3 2021. À 20h, on a le pré-show de l'Ubisoft Forward. À 21h, on a l'Ubisoft Forward. À 23h, on a le Gearbox E3 Showcase. À 23h45, on a le GameSpeed Station. Et ce sera la fin de cette première journée. Si je ne me trompe pas, je check quand même sur un autre planning à côté. Voilà. Game Beats jusqu'à 1h du matin, suivi d'ensuite de 1h à 2h le War Up. Je verrai si je check. Ben, je pense qu'on va regarder, donc on est là jusqu'à 2h du matin. Ensuite, demain, nous aurons à 17h45, c'est parti, le pré-show de l'E3, suivi à 18h30 du 24 Entertainment Naraka Blade Point. Je sais pas trop en quoi ça consiste, mais ça va durer une demi-heure jusqu'à 19h pour laisser place ensuite à la conférence Xbox Bethesda Game Showcase, parce que maintenant Xbox et Bethesda ont entre guillemets fusionné, enfin Microsoft ont racheté Bethesda. À 21h15, on aura la conférence que j'attends le plus, la conférence Square Enix. Ils vont sûr et certain parler de Life is Strange. J'ai beaucoup de Life is Strange. Ils font en tout cas beaucoup de promos pour le jeu. Ils n'arrêtent pas de faire J-1, J-2, J-3, etc. Pour l'annonce du jeu. On aura sûrement du coup du gameplay. Il y a une courte vidéo qu'ils ont postée sur les réseaux sociaux de MXM Toon. Voilà, celle qui chante. C'est pas elle qui fait... c'est pas l'actrice, mais c'est celle qui a fait les chansons du jeu. Ensuite, à 23h, on aura le Warner Bros. Games pour le jeu là, Back 4 Blood. Ils vont en parler pendant une petite demi-heure. Ensuite, on aura le PC Gaming Show Après le PC Gaming Show, on aura le Future Game Show. Et ensuite, ça sera terminé, donc ça va potentiellement se terminer encore à 2h, comme ce soir. Ensuite, on se retrouvera à 17h pour encore un pré-show de l'E3, à 18h Verizon, à 18h45 Intellivision, à 19h15 Tech2 Interactive, à 20h10 Mythical Games, à 21h Indie Showcase, une demi-heure plus tard Freedom Showcase, 22h Vin, 23h30 Capcom, minuit Razer. Ensuite mardi 15 17h pré-show de l'E3, 18h Nintendo Direct où ils vont peut-être annoncer leur prochaine console. À 18h40 le Nintendo Treehouse, 23h25 Bandai Namco, suivi ensuite jusqu'à minuit 30 de Yoreka Studio, puis à minuit 35 GameSpot Play for All Showcase, et à 1h45 l'official E3 2021 Award Show qui clôturera l'E3 de l'année 2021. Donc en soi c'est un bon programme, assez chargé, assez lourd, même si vers mardi il va commencer un peu à... Enfin la dernière grosse conférence c'est celle de Nintendo, ensuite ça va un peu baisser, et on clôturera du coup avec le Awards de l'E3. Le site de l'E3 était complètement pété, était complètement en panne, je crois qu'il a été un peu réparé, ça y est, il va mieux. Il va mieux, mais il était dans un état un peu ouïouïouï. Donc le site de l'E3 pour l'instant rien n'a démarré, je rafraîchis la page un petit coup, parce que là maintenant on va tout regarder directement sur le site de l'E3, YouTube, Twitch, pour essayer de se renseigner. Voilà, voilà, le site met une plombe à charger. Je crois que ouais, les serveurs sont un peu fatigués là, il doit y avoir beaucoup de monde sur les serveurs. Alors, je sais que parfois quand j'active le micro, il doit y avoir un effet d'écho et tout, c'est juste qu'en fait je n'ai pas envie de garder mon casque pendant 1000 ans, jusqu'à 2h du matin là, pour écouter les gens parler. Alors, en plus, je mets pas toujours le micro, que j'écoute beaucoup, c'est pas très grave en soi, je vais le laisser de côté, ça fait du bien parfois de tout simplement débrancher le câble, et comme ça on est plus emmerdé, bordel. Voilà, on est en paix, on est tranquille. J'en profite pour le mettre à charger aussi. Tac. Oh là 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 là. L'enfer. L'enfer, il y a tellement de choses. Il y a tellement de choses cette année. Moi, j'attends, bien évidemment, j'ai des jeux dont j'aimerais bien voir la petite tête. Ça serait The Wolf Among Us. Qu'est-ce qu'on aurait d'autre? On aurait... pour l'instant, c'est un peu tout. C'est l'un des seuls jeux. Et j'attends aussi des annonces de sortie de jeux, des dates aussi, beaucoup de dates. Je sais pas s'il y en aura. C'est pas le genre du truc. Donc voilà, je vais modifier le titre parce que le guérilla c'est terminé. Tac. Ah non, espace. Tac. Voilà. Voilà, j'ai mis le titre à jour, normalement is ok. Qu'est-ce que je voulais dire d'autre? C'est tout, je crois. Alors, bien évidemment, je vais réouvrir la fenêtre juste après. Là, ça commence dans 20 minutes. Donc, c'est demain à quelle heure déjà? Square Enix 21h15. Moi là, ce que j'aimerais bien regarder, c'est... Il y a eu beaucoup de communication autour de Life is Strange. Cette année, ils ont fait vraiment beaucoup de com. Ils ont fait vraiment beaucoup de com autour de Life is Strange, des personnages qu'on aura et tout. Et j'aimerais beaucoup regarder. Pas beaucoup regarder ce qu'ils vont présenter. J'en ai regardé quelques-unes, mais pas toutes. On va aller sur le site officiel. Par contre, j'ai fait mon choix. Le jeu, je vais le faire en VO. Malheureusement, en fait, j'ai continué à entendre quelques extraits de la VF. Et bien que ça soit des voix assez connues dans le monde du doublage et tout, je n'y arrive pas. J'y arrive pas et je pense que la VOST sera beaucoup mieux pour ce jeu. J'ai me souviens que c'était un truc en 2015 qui me gênait beaucoup autour des Life is Strange et qu'il n'y ait pas de VF, je veux dire, alors que c'est français un peu. Et là en fait c'est même plus que ça me... Et maintenant c'est tout le contraire en fait, maintenant ça me gêne qu'il y ait une VF. Après c'est cool, voilà, comme ça il y en aura pour tout le monde. Donc on verra. Tac. Donc, j'ai toutes les petites annonces. Ouais, trompette scène. J'ai toutes les petites annonces. Donc, qu'est-ce qu'on va regarder? Donc ça, pas besoin de regarder. Voilà, là c'est l'opening scène de Life is Strange. On va se mettre en 1440p. Ce sera pas mal.
So, Alex, the day's finally here. You've been at the Helping Hands group home for 8 years. We've been through a lot in that time.
We have.
And now you're finally leaving to live with your brother.
My brother Gabe.
It says here he lives in Haven Springs, Colorado. Is that correct? That's a big move. Do you have any plans as far as school or a job?
My brother said I might pick up a few shifts at the bar he works at.
So you'd be dealing with people?
Maybe.
Does your brother know about your issues?
Is that an official interview question, Dr. Lin?
Alex, you know that I care about you. With everything that has happened, I just want what's best for you.
He doesn't know. No one will once I leave this place. I'll just be a normal girl in a normal town.
Voilà, c'est la scène d'opening, donc en gros elle est face à une médecin, son assistante sociale, à propos de ce qu'elle va faire. On en saura bien évidemment plus quand on fera le jeu, je pense, autour d'elle. Donc voilà. Le Ubisoft Forward, voilà, il y a déjà des directs qui sont lancés. Pour l'instant, sur le 3 dashboard, il n'y a rien. J'attends un petit peu. Le site met beaucoup de temps à charger, hein. Beaucoup de temps. Il a l'air vraiment mal en point. Ensuite, on va faire la connaissance avec un peu tous les personnages qu'on va rencontrer autour de Life is Strange. Non, pas Before Storm, tout à l'heure.
Hell yeah, let's rock and roll. I don't know why I said that.
If you follow me inside, you'll find our prize exhibit. Gabe Chen buys makeup flowers for angry girlfriend.
Citizens of Haven Springs, that was the Wednesday with Bomb Squad. Up next, a very special request from some chick.
What if he exclusively listens to Smash Mouth? Wait for it. Cover bands.
Ugh. I disown him. I do have to get going. I'm making some pieces for the Spring Festival and they have to be done tonight. Sorry I couldn't talk longer. That's okay. So glad you're here, Alex. I'm looking forward to getting to know you.
Wow. You two are already wonder twinning your way through town.
We've been together 4 years. She is the best thing that's ever happened to me.
We are so glad to have you, Alex.
Gabe told us all about you.
Your brother's full of shit. You know that? He just about wet himself waiting for you to get here.
If you like comics, I can show you the one I'm making.
I am Reginald McAllister III, Ducky to friends, former entrepreneur, now retired.
I really thought I would hate it. Then I saw the mountains, met some people, and now I'm never leaving.
No, I'm only kidding. Gabe and I just like to prank each other.
Merde, je suis mieux depuis tout à l'heure. Non, je disais là, le site de l'E3 est down. Complètement down. Donc voilà. Donc oui, pour ce Life is Strange, je sens quelque chose d'assez léger, mais c'est là tout l'art de Life is Strange. C'est des paysages magnifiques, beaux et légers, mais pourtant, c'est ça qui fait la magie des Life is Strange, c'est que c'est un scénario sombre en fait. Donc ces paysages qui sont beaux, qui sont tout magnifiques, bah c'est uniquement physique. Je saurais pas expliquer vraiment ce que c'est, il doit y avoir un mot spécifique pour ça, mais c'est ça qui est incroyable avec les Life is Strange, c'est que c'est une ambiance qui est physiquement et agréable et jolie, mais en fait si tu fouilles, c'est sombre, très sombre. Et surtout là, ce nouveau Life is Strange True Colors qui graphiquement est magnifique, et d'ailleurs lors du Square Enix Showcase, on va en apprendre un peu plus sur les remasters, et je pense qu'on va avoir du gameplay. Je pense qu'on va avoir du gameplay et on va avoir un peu plus d'images du remaster. C'est vrai qu'ils annoncent un remaster, mais on n'en a pas vu grand chose. Il y a 2-3 images sur internet, mais on n'en a pas vu grand chose de ce que ça allait donner, ce remaster là. Ah, le site est devant moi. Bon, on verra ça plus tard. Faites la connaissance d'Alex. Donc à chaque fois ce sont des petits clips de 1 minute. Donc ouais, on est large. Ça commence à 19h le show, donc on est large. It's okay.
In Life is Strange True Colors, you'll play as Alex Chen, a 21-year-old who grew up in the Oregon foster care system.
You've been at the Helping Hands group home for 8 years. We've been through a lot in that time.
We have. She's visiting her estranged brother Gabe in Haven Springs.
Welcome to Haven.
And will spend the story deciding if this remote Colorado town is a place that she can finally call home. Alex is sharp, witty, and hardened in the way that foster children must be in order to survive. She's highly observant.
So the store is closed, but they opened it just for you?
And by the nature of her power, sensitive to the needs of others. While she can come across as shy at times, she is friendly and approachable.
All right. Good idea.
Alex has spent most of her life suppressing her own emotional needs and focusing on others. Thanks to her power, strong, volatile emotions pose a serious risk to Alex, which has often led to her isolation, either self-imposed or otherwise. But it is only by this very power that Alex must solve the mystery that haunts Haven Springs, and meaningfully alter the lives of those around her.
Le pouvoir qu'elle a déjà a beaucoup été critiqué, en mode ouais, on pouvait remonter le temps, on pouvait faire de la télékinésie, on pouvait nanana, mais je trouve que ce pouvoir là il est tellement incroyable en fait, il est tellement sous-estimé, c'est pas genre juste elle peut voir les émotions, elle peut voir les émotions, mais du coup ça induit à quelque chose d'autre à côté, donc elle peut savoir si entre guillemets on lui ment, si telle ou telle personne est stressée, essayer de comprendre pourquoi, enfin ce pouvoir va faire aller plus loin même qu'un retour dans le temps, quoi. Donc pour moi en fait il est juste, pour l'instant beaucoup parlent de le pouvoir est à chier, mais que nenni, que nenni. Le site de l'E3, est-ce que pour l'instant il y a des choses sur le dashboard? On continue en attendant, nous. Donc là, on a rencontré notre protagoniste. Voilà, celle qu'on contrôlera. Qu'est-ce qu'ils ont dit aussi au début? Je voulais rebondir sur un truc qu'ils avaient dit au début.
And the story deciding if this remote Colorado town.
Ah et voilà, je pense que le choix de si elle reste, tout ça, ça sera l'un des choix de fin en fait. De voir si elle reste. Je suis curieux de savoir quel sera le climax, le choix de fin de ce Life is Strange. Ce qui va être dur, c'est que je vais essayer de pas me faire spoiler, mais j'aimerais bien faire le 2 déjà. Je pense que je vais bientôt le faire, le 2 en vrai. Le truc, c'est que malheureusement, j'ai ma petite machine. Enfin, petite, elle est plutôt pas mal, hein, mais une carte graphique qui a un peu du mal. Donc je verrai. Je sais que Tell Me Why, ça va, c'est passé en vrai. Tell Me Why, c'est passé en 720p, tranquillou, kilo. Mais c'est vrai que ce Life is Strange 2, à streamer, ça risque d'être compliqué. Pas à jouer. À jouer, j'ai eu aucun souci. Aucun. Mais à streamer, ouais, ça va. Je vais devoir peut-être passer en 900p, 720p, 50 fps. Hein, si je veux pouvoir avoir, graphiquement parlant, quelque chose de beau. Et aussi pour le stream, quoi. La 720p, ça passe encore, en vrai. Ça passe encore. Ensuite, on passe à Ryan.
I'm Ryan.
Hi, Ryan. Nice to meet you.
Ryan is a park ranger, born and raised in the small town of Haven Springs, Colorado. A strong, dependable, and self-confessed
Rugged mountain man type.
His intelligence stems from a natural curiosity and intuition about the world and the people around him.
And we have a winner. Good guess.
Alex first meets Ryan in the local record store, where his unique music taste is revealed.
An outdoorsman's guide to the calls of common birds. Wow, that's the nerdiest thing I've ever seen.
He's firm friends with Gabe, Alex's brother, and is stoked to welcome her to the town that he's lived in since birth. Having never left Haven Springs, Ryan has a relatively limited view of the outside world. But he couldn't be more content reveling in nature, and his physical strength makes him extremely capable in the outdoors. Ryan's sharp perceptions, inner balance, and quiet calm serve as a tremendous remedy for Alex, who has struggled with emotional volatility her entire life.
Are you okay?
Sorry, I was just a little thrown for a moment. Thanks.
You got it.
Alex will soon become a part of Ryan and Steph's close-knit friendship group.
Life in Haven would be a lot worse without these two weirdos.
However, Ryan is also romanceable if you end up wanting to develop your relationship into something more.
You're welcome, I guess.
Over the course of Life is Strange True Colors, it's clear that Ryan will come to need Alex's friendship as much as she depends on his.
Come on, Ryan. Everyone is depending on you.
Ryan won't let his fear get in the way. I'm glad he's here.
Ok. Pas mal, pas mal. On va speeder un peu. Je vois qu'il est 55, ça commence dans 5 minutes. On va se faire le frère d'Alex. Mais là, oui, bon, Ryan, je pense que si je dois faire le jeu, bien évidemment, comme beaucoup, je pense que c'est pas la personne qu'on va choisir. Hein. Moi, je pense que je vais surtout choisir l'autre personado, qui est Steph.
Meet Gabe Chen, the big brother of the main character Alex within Life is Strange True Colors.
It's just so good to see you again.
I can't believe you're here.
The two became estranged for 8 years after a traumatic and problematic childhood led Gabe to juvenile detention and Alex to foster care. But now, living in Haven Springs and having turned his life around, the siblings are reunited once more, as Gabe hopes he can also welcome Alex into the community of Haven.
It is so nice to finally meet you.
Perhaps this can be her home too.
I mean it. I want you to have a fresh start here.
Gabe is the definition of happy-go-lucky. Despite his difficult younger years, moving to Haven Springs healed him back into his loving, affectionate self. Now he loves to laugh and joke around, and although this may get him into mischief,
Gabe Chen buys makeup flowers for angry girlfriend.
he genuinely cares for his family and friends.
So weird seeing you do the dad thing.
No, I'm better than a dad. I'm like Dad Plus.
Gabe will always be there for the people closest to him.
But it doesn't matter what's going on. I'm here for you. Don't forget that.
And if there's a joke to be made and a smile to be cracked, he'll see to that, despite all odds.
That's what I was thinking.
Bon, malheureusement, il va mourir. Hein. Mais alors ça, du coup, ça m'intrigue beaucoup. Si ce personnage est voué à mourir, il le présente comme un personnage qui va rester, en fait. Donc quand est-ce qu'il va mourir? Ça, je n'en sais rien. La dernière, meet Steph. Et ensuite, on passera au showcase d'Ubisoft.
You think it's that easy to get rid of me?
Now there's a familiar face. If you've played Life is Strange before the storm, you may recognize Steph, fellow classmate of Chloe Price and former resident of Arcadia Bay. Being the restless type, Steph moved to Seattle after high school to study video game design and found herself pulled into the art and music scene. Having a talent for the drums, she teamed up with then-girlfriend Izzy to form a two-piece punk band. Their tour brought them to the Black Lantern in Haven Springs, where Steph fell for its small-town charm and remained ever since. Her passion for music bagged her a job at Rocky Mountain Record Traders as store manager and local radio DJ, where Alex first discovers her obliviously rocking out in the booth.
I love that this town has their own radio station.
Alex will quickly learn that Steph is also Haven's queen of the nerds, having only grown her passion for tabletop role-playing in the years since Arcadia Bay.
Do you know what a LARP is?
A passion that will have a surprising effect on the streets of Haven in the days ahead. Whatever Steph does, she's always a creative force of nature.
Yours truly.
As Alex carves a path out for herself in Haven, she'll develop a strong friendship with Steph. But you may form a deeper connection, a choice that is entirely up to you. So give it up for the return of Steph, the queer and proud, musical, nerdy powerhouse.
Awesome.
Bon, tout est dit, je crois que je n'ai pas besoin d'en rajouter. Sous merde, par contre, parce que je n'arrive vraiment pas du tout à me connecter au site de l'E3. Donc je pense qu'on va passer par YouTube pour regarder la conf. Je mets ça de côté, mais oui, décidément c'est la merde. IGN du coup.
How did they get out?
Who says he got out? Maybe I'm a werewolf. Maybe you're a werewolf. Maybe you're a werewolf. You're a werewolf. You're a werewolf. You're a werewolf.
Voilà le Wholesome direct.
Are we really in a Mexican standoff
Le
right now?
Wholesome direct, le truc c'est que je n'arrive vraiment pas à la voir. Allez, pitié.
You know, we're probably just gonna head out. Just pull it.
We got it
on our own. Just hey, you go ahead. Don't spare me. Please. Please don't.
Ah, live now.
Oh my goodness! I could have gotten it.
Ah, live now, bof, hein. Ça ne charge pas. Ils mettent qu'ils sont en live now, mais rien n'est lancé en fait, rien n'est prêt.
Men from all over the world sail the treacherous trade routes of the Indian Ocean.
Je pense qu'ils ont des difficultés techniques là.
The riches in their
sincèrement.
holds fuel their dreams of power and fortune.
Ça me paraît
while
complexe là.
whetting the appetites of those they fear most.
Ça doit commencer là maintenant et rien n'est démarré.
Pirates.
Oh merde là beaucoup là, j'arrive pas à me connecter. C'est ici. Non.
So let's kick it off, guys, by talking about Ubisoft, because absolutely nothing has leaked already, because it is the weekend. The classic weekend of E3 where everything kind of comes out of the pipeline, embargoes are broken.
Je suis emmerdé là, je trouve pas. Je trouve pas, et le style de l'E3 est down en fait.
Just,
Je veux voir le Wholesome direct, pitié. C'est passé déjà? Je comprends pas là. Attends, il y a un truc que je comprends pas. Ah ouais, c'est en cours. Ok, c'est parti.
Welcome back to Wholesome Direct, a celebration of wholesome games. My name is Jenny Wyndham, and I am joined by my co-hosts Victoria Tran and Derek Fields.
Sit back and relax as we bring you exclusive footage from 75 wholesome games.
And remember, if you see any games you love today, head over to wholesomegames.com to get all the info and find out how you can support the developers.
All right, let's get started.
What channel is that coming on?
I know.
Regalit is a mysterious adventure game where you explore a strange town by following trails of light. During your journey, you'll help the residents of this town by using items illuminated by the light to progress the story.
go onto Steam right now, please.
Yes.
Any game, like taking photos and slapping on a filter, slapping on stickers. I'm into it.
Hi, I'm Annie.
And I'm Lucas, and we are
Max Inferno. And we're very excited to introduce to you our tidy puzzle game, A Little to the Left.
It's a game where you stack, sort, and organize things into just the right spot.
Yep. Wait, does that look crooked to you? It's okay, I can fix it.
We're just getting started, but I'd love to take a moment to mention our collaboration with the International Rescue Committee.
There are now more than 80 million refugees and displaced people around the world who have been forced out of their homes.
The IRC provides emergency aid and long-term support to refugees and those displaced by war, persecution, or natural disasters.
We've partnered with Yeti to offer some limited-time Wholesome Direct merch, like this incredible 3D acrylic stand, as well as a t-shirt featuring games from today's event. $5 from every product sold goes to the International Rescue Committee.
While wholesome games often show us what a kinder world can look like, we hope this reminds you to never forget the suffering in our own world and what we can do to help.
If you'd like to learn more, you can visit rescue.org/wholesomegames or follow @rescue.org on Twitter.
Cast spells, be queer, and crash the biggest concert of the year. Spirit Swap is an action puzzle game set in a lush, narrative-driven world of witchy demons. Swap to the beat as you reassemble lost spirits, enjoy the lo-fi soundtrack, decorate your bedroom, and hang with friends.
Behind the Frame is a narrative-driven puzzle game. Features a unique painting mechanic, 360-degree panoramic scenes, and a totally custom soundtrack.
I'm Megan Fox, lead developer on Skatebird. Skate games have a history of being input dense and using every button on the gamepad and requiring rapid inputs to boot. Skatebird is no exception, as you can see here, but I wanted to see if I could simplify that at all. So I started looking at ways of reducing buttons and thus how much hand travel is required during gameplay. The easiest one was auto push on ollie. Hold ollie down, you go forward. Even classic skate games did this one, but it helps avoid input density on the left stick. After that, I wanted to try and reduce how much your right hand moves. So I started by merging grind and ollie. Normally pulling off a grind requires moving your hand from the bottom of the gamepad face all the way to the top. But now it's just an easy double tap of the bottom button. Add in the option that slows the game down, being able to grab or kickflip with just one button too, and hopefully anyone will be able to have fun skateboarding with the bird when Skatebird releases soon.
Here Comes Nico is the cozy 3D platformer for tired people. What we're seeing now is a showcase of some of the friendly, quirky characters you'll meet in the game. Oh, did I mention your boss is a frog?
Hey everyone, I'm Saffron and I'm the creative director at Kitten Cup Studio. We're making Pico, a cozy tea-making simulator where you run a tea house in a town full of cats. We're really excited for you to see what we've been working on, and we hope that if you love tea and cats as much as we do, that you'll come check us out.
Pico is a cute cat-filled tea-making simulation game about taking the time for self-care and connecting with the things that make you happy. As the town's newest resident and tea house owner, you'll learn 12 unique rituals and tea-making styles.
Meet Meredith Weiss, a hard-working career woman in the big city, 1986. She decides to take a break and goes back to her hometown to become a mail carrier. It's hardly a chore, driving a mail truck around such magnificent scenery. Meeting people is also part of the job. Some of them are familiar, many are new. Some of them are friendly, some are very busy, some are happy.
Tac. Attends, bon, je vais recharger cette page. Mais voilà.
Others just want their mail. And some of them, she could get to know a little bit better.
Voilà ce qu'on a quand on va sur le site de l'E3. Pour l'instant, c'est down. Ça revient dans quelques minutes. Le show commence du coup dans 16 minutes. Voilà. Et du coup, voilà. En attendant, on se mate ça, le Wholesome Direct. Et puis on voit. Par contre, les sous-titres en allemand, non merci. Le français, ça aurait pas été du luxe. Lol.
I will see you there. There's so much to that game. I'm excited for it. All the little characters and their names especially they're just a cute touch already.
My cheeks hurt. Cocopah's Atlas is a grand adventure on an uncharted planet. Cocopah and Pollimero venture out into a new world full of potential, beautiful landscapes, unique characters, and untold secrets.
The team behind Letters of Written Adventure.
The game is about Sarah, a young girl from Switzerland who's writing letters to her pen friend. Thanks to these letters, she's able to communicate her feelings, hopes, and dreams.
As the game progresses and Sarah gets older, there will be different sides to the story for you to discover, depending on the words that you chose.
IBM Games presents Letters. Follow the life of Sarah through all the good times and bad times. Help her find her voice to fight monsters and use the power of words in this nostalgic pen pal adventure. Look for it later this year on Steam and also Nintendo Switch.
Ça m'a l'air très sympa, ce petit jeu avec le pouvoir des mots.
You're alone on a cold Christmas night. Stuck at home in a foreign country. That's okay though. You'll get through it by cooking a hot dish intended for 6 people. Hot Pot for One is a short experience about the bitterness of lonely times and the sweet comfort of food that keeps us going. Traverse the grove as a guardian grape. Protect friends, gather precious materials, and repair social ties and structures by bringing the community of each village together as they work to fend off the rot. Guide Concord's restoration efforts and earn the trust of the community.
Tracks of Thought is an RPG shaped by your own personality. Find common ground in card-based battles and overcome your pitfalls together. Ready to confront yourself? Be sure to catch the demo on Steam right now.
Hi everyone, I'm Michelle Olsen, the game director of Beasts of Maravilla Island. Beasts of Maravilla Island is a game about discovering extraordinary creatures, learning their behaviors, and most importantly, photographing their majesty. My team and I are so excited for you to meet all of Maravilla Island's magical inhabitants and see the amazing photos that you take.
Embark on your adventure in the hidden magic jungles of Maravilla Island. Assume the role of an aspiring wildlife photographer armed with her grandfather's camera and a field guide of Maravilla Island. Explore, discover extraordinary creatures, interact with them in their natural habitat, and photograph the enchanting, unique behaviors you reveal. On your journey through the magic jungles, you'll climb, explore, and solve puzzles with the island's flora and fauna to find and photograph its fabulous beasts. Play with a rambunctious otter crocodile. Be the wingman for a love-struck bird monkey, and discover the favorite hiding spots of birds disguised as bananas. Beasts of Maravilla Island is out today.
Hi, I'm Suncha from Scorecat Studio, and we're making Hua. We had a lot of fun at Wholesome Direct last May, and we're super excited to be back again with some new updates. This time, we have some exclusive footage, as well as an announcement to make, so do stay tuned till the end of the video.
So this time, we're underground. This is home to the flying rocks. As you match each of them to their own cloud of light, they will become the cutest moving platforms. Since last year at Wholesome Direct, our fairy has come a long, long way. And now that she's almost ready to meet everyone, we would like to say thank you for being all the while supportive and kind. Today we are really happy to announce that Hua will be coming to you guys on the 21st of August, 2021. We cannot wait for everyone to join this journey, and see you then. Bye-bye.
3, 2, 1, 1, 0. Okay, here we go. Hi, I'm Itsumi. I play piano when I can get someone to actually pay me.
Itsu, this house has lawn games. Did you see?
Luca! Hey, it's my friend Luca.
Luca is the planet Saturn because he's far away, and Carter is a shooting star because they have long sweaters and do wishes.
Exactly. Thank you, Itsu. This is Jay. Jay is scary, but in a hot way, and is also a genius, but for your ears. Sorry for the follow.
What you doing?
Morning.
Everyone in Los Angeles is mourning something. Glad to have you with us.
I don't really know what I even want to say with music. You gotta have something to say.
If anything, you're honest. And when you're honest, saying anything is something special.
For those just joining, we'd like to remind you of our collaboration with the International Rescue Committee.
More than 80 million people are uprooted by crisis worldwide. That's the highest number ever recorded.
The RSC helps people survive, recover, and gain control of their future.
We've partnered with the Yeti to offer limited time, wholesome direct items like this incredible 3D acrylic stand, as well as a t-shirt featuring games from today's event. $5 from every product sold goes to the International Rescue Committee.
If you'd like to learn more, you can visit rescue.org/wholesomegames or follow @rescueorg on Twitter. Thanks for your support.
Hi, I'm Trent, and this is my grandma.
Hi!
And we're here to show you a trailer for my new game, Walk with Yaya. It's about walking your grandma around the neighborhood after she's had a scary fall, and you're trying to build her confidence back up. What did you think about the trailer, Gaga?
It was good.
If your grandma likes something, that means it's good.
Bonjour, I'm Cédric Babouche, the art director of Un Je ne sais quoi, working with Humanimation on a watercolor adventure, Dordogne. Dordogne follows Mimi, a young woman revisiting her childhood memories through puzzles and letters that her grandmother left for her. Everything in Dordogne is hand-painted on paper before being brought to life in games. Through the adventure, you will help Mimi build her journal with the photos, sounds, and the words you will find. Before long, Mimi's journal will be full of memories of the summers she will have spent with her grandmother in Dordogne. A nostalgic adventure, Dordogne is brimming with feeling and heart. Help Mimi see once again through the eyes of the little girl who marveled at everything when Dordogne launches later this year on PC and Nintendo Switch. We can't wait to show you more.
That was gorgeous.
Yeah, I got little chills watching that. That was so
was
nice.
cool.
It's like you get to take pictures, but also, you know how when you have childhood memories and sometimes there's like sounds that you really like, and I like that you get to like also use sounds in your scrapbook. That's really, really cool.
Tasamachi Behind the Twilight, you'll join Yukumo in her journey to repair her beloved airship in a mysterious silent town.
C'est le début du show E3. C'est normal que le son soit pas si fort. Je suis un peu de la merde là. Square Enix, let's go.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to E3 Live from an undisclosed location in Los Angeles, California. E3 is back after a one-year hiatus. I am Greg Miller, one of your 3 hosts this week, and I, of course, am joined by one of my other hosts, Jackie Jing. Hello, Jackie.
Hi. Oh my gosh, it's happening.
Can you believe we're here?
Yeah.
We don't.
Give me a hug, you.
No, exactly. Get out of here, masks. No one needs you anymore, except for when I leave the set. When we leave the stage, we have to wear the masks. Actually.
I love the Batman mask.
Thank you very much. Well, we all found a new fashion sense in 2020, didn't we?
Yes, indeed.
Of course, as I explained earlier, E3 is back, but things are a little different than usual. There, of course, is no in-person convention this year. Our presentations will be virtual, but trust me, all of the news and excitement is very real. So while we may be here in Los Angeles reacting, all of you get the opportunity to see every announcement from the comfort of your own home.
Yeah, that is right, Greg. We are coming to you from here in LA and sending the show out all over the world, from coast to coast in the US, to Latin America, to the Middle East, to the EU, to Japan, to China, and more. We're spanning over a dozen different countries, several continents, and if the Wi-Fi connection is working okay, maybe a space station or 2 orbiting Earth. All this with the helping hand of some of the most trusted media companies around the globe. Very exciting.
Oh my gosh, it's the best, right? And as it continues to go, that was one of the things that I think was so exciting to me when they approached me on hosting, right?
Yeah.
Was the idea that this truly is a global event. They want to get everybody involved, everybody touch the ball, localizations, different people, different outlets covering it, and really making it, you know, E3 for all. This giant E3 that we can all celebrate together, even though we're still apart.
Yeah, what's so exciting is the accessibility, and I just feel like everyone is so hyped. Brian Altano dropping us a tweet at like 5:30 a.m. Because you know he wakes up that early all the time, right?
He's got a kid now.
I know, but even before he had a kid,
No,
he's
that's
just an
not true.
early riser, I think.
You don't know Brian Altano from IG when he used to party. Trust me, he was not waking up, ladies
You're right.
and
I
gentlemen.
did know Daddy Altano, so okay. But yeah, it was just so exciting this morning, waking up to all of the tweets and all of the excitement. You know, 2020 kept us apart from our friends and family, but 2021 is bringing us all back together again. We have a whole host of media friends from around the gaming community to react with over the next few days. And that brings me to our third host, Alex Golden Boy Mendez, who is with our media partners. Hi, everybody. Hi.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. We are here in our Tetris Collective set. It's actually quite nice here. We're excited to be a part of E3 this year, and I'm joined by some of our friends and media partners. We got the one and only Damon Hatfield from IGN. Coop. Good to see you here. We also have my good friend and co-worker, right here, Avali May, G4 TV, baby. We also have Dan Casey, the legend himself from the Nerdist.
That's so nice of you.
Dude, big fan, always have been. And the person who's become my new best friend over the last few hours, we got Michael Hyam from GameSpot. Michael, what's up, man?
Thanks for having me here.
I appreciate that. I appreciated that 100%. Of course, thank you guys so much for joining us here today. And you know, we're going to be talking about all the latest and greatest that's going to be coming out of E3. But before we do that, I want to get your guys' quick reactions. You know, Dan, we'll start with you. What are you looking forward to here at E3?
There's so much to get excited about. I'm really stoked for the PC gaming show because there's a lot of great stuff that comes out of that every year, a lot of indies, but in particular, Dying Light 2. I can finally live my dream of perishing in a parkour accident without actually perishing in a parkour accident from the safety of my own home. It's going to be so much fun. We've seen a lot from that game. There's a lot of surprises to come.
Yeah, I think all of us would rather not perish from a parkour accident. Damon, what about for you, bud?
We got Ubisoft coming up today. My favorite thing to do in video games is clear outposts, so Far Cry 6 is very exciting to me. I'm also a rabid fan of turn-based strategy games, so if Ubisoft had something along those lines to show us, I would say, yahoo!
Oh, look at that. Okay, all right. Avali, what about for you?
I'm excited about everything, GB. This is the first time that I get to join everyone here at E3, so I've got like the nervous sweats as well as the excitement sweats.
That's right, the best sweats.
But what I'm looking forward to is hearing some news from Capcom, because I know a lot of people have their fingers crossed for potentially another VR experience. And
Maybe.
I would die for that, GB. I'd die for it.
Yeah, for a lady.
We could talk about that later on in the show.
Okay.
We'll get into that later.
Okay, we got a very long next few days. Michael, what about for you, bud?
I'm going to be staying on brand, and I would say Square Enix, but not because of Marvel or any of the big names. I'm talking about Babylon's Fall. That is the game that was revealed in E3 2018, and it went radio silent. But Platinum Games, I know that they got something up their sleeve, and I know that
You're a big fan. Obviously, you're a big fan of Platinum games as well. But Nier Automata is one of the best games of all time, and I want to see what Platinum has up their sleeve this time around.
Bold statements here from Michael. That's what you're going to be hearing all weekend, folks. Bold statements, hot takes. That's what you want to hear. But we want to thank everyone for joining us, and we'll have more in just a moment. But first, we actually have a special announcement to share with all of our fans. And to help with the news, here's a very special guest.
C'est parti, c'est le coup d'envoi pour le 3 est là, incroyable, nous avons le maire de Los Angeles.
Los Angeles loves E3, and not just because we've hosted this conference over 20 times. We love E3 because this town is a gaming town, home to some of the biggest gaming companies and a multitude of independent studios. LA is home to a growing concentration of game developers and publishers, esports teams and players, talent agencies and investors, cutting-edge technology and innovation. And that's just the start of what makes LA a hub for the video game industry and what makes our city such a good fit for E3. You have an incredible few days ahead of you, so enjoy, and we'll look forward to seeing you in person here in the City of Angels in 2022.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen. Next year, E3 in person, back in LA. Nothing could possibly go wrong.
I was like going Super Saiyan.
Yeah, exactly, right? Well, it's all happening, right? All the restrictions are coming off. I mean, the fact that, like, we're able to be here, you and I together, but Alex, I mean, then to have GameSpot, Nerdist, IGN, G4 all under one roof, right? Like, that was a dream last year when we were all at our houses watching streams.
Totally. Actually, during rehearsal, you and I were like, can we?
Yeah,
like,
it's the thing about it. Yeah, you know.
There's
what I mean?
no
Yeah,
glass
exactly. What do
between
you
us
do?
anymore,
What do you
but
do
yeah.
anymore? But we're here. It's happening. We're all in person, and we're excited to be in person with you next year, ladies and gentlemen. What an amazing start to this year's E3. There are so many more announcements on their way over the course of this year's Expo. So stick with us, everyone. There's much more when we return.
We're not just nerds. We have people that are like us and get us.
It just solidified gaming as the monolith that's not going anywhere anytime soon.
E3 is hype.
If you're not at E3, you're not doing it right.
It's just excitement.
The size of it all.
The connection of people from different walks of life.
People that I've met in games across the world.
I've been famous enough to go exactly one time.
It was almost like a holiday.
I was always envious. It sounded super top secret. It was awesome as hell. That was a good 3 days.
For several days, we all just go, God, video games are the best. And you become friends. It's happened to me multiple times at E3.
Just to be around positive people that love what I love.
And the people that make video games shower us in games.
It was something we aspired to.
It is magical every year, honestly.
It's a celebration, I think, of how far we've come as people who just love games.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to E3 2021. I'm Stan Pierre-Louis, the President and CEO of the Entertainment Software Association. The ESA serves as the voice and advocate for the U.S. video game industry. We've also hosted E3 since it started in 1995. Every E3 has its own story, and this one is certainly unique. Given the times in which we live, while we couldn't host the event last year, we've been amazed by the role games have played in our everyday lives. During the pandemic that prevented us from being with so many family, friends, and colleagues, video games connected us, entertained us, and brought us together. I'm not just saying this because I love video games or because I work in the industry. As a player and as a parent, I experience this firsthand, and I hear similar stories every day from people from all walks of life. Games kept us sane and kept us connected. That's what makes coming together this year for E3 so special. It's an opportunity to convene and celebrate as a community. With that in mind, I would like to thank the publishers, developers, platforms, sponsors, and media partners joining this year's festivities to share their plans about the future of games. We'll also give voice to the many conversations we're all having today about games and about society. And throughout this year's event, we'll be sure to reflect the broad community as well as the positive impact games have had on society. Now, I would be remiss if in a year of so much loss, I didn't acknowledge the passing of an industry giant earlier this year. Robert Altman founded ZeniMax, acquired Bethesda Softworks, and went on to build brands and franchises that are among the most popular. Under his leadership, his team created games that continue to delight fans around the world. I got to know Robert in his role as chair of ESA's board of directors. What I learned was that he absolutely loved the creativity and dedication of his team. He relished the opportunity to gather as an industry, including at E3, and he adored his family. It's great to know that his legacy and the games they produced live on. Now, over the next few days, we'll celebrate games, the people who create them, and those who play them. We'll bring you big reveals from companies large and small. We'll also have some great surprises along the way, so stay tuned. Thanks for all the love you've shown games this past year. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the next few days of pure fun and excitement.
Thank you so much, Stan, for that. Appreciate it. And let's take a look at how this week is going to play out, starting with a look at tomorrow's huge slate of devs and publishers. We just saw an exclusive clip, by the way, from Naraka Blade Point, which we'll see more tomorrow with 24 Entertainment. And then we get the Xbox and Bethesda Games Showcase, followed by Square Enix Presents, and WB Games Back for Blood will follow with some heat of their own. Then it's the PC Gaming Show and future games to close us out.
Then let's look ahead to Monday. Don't miss things as Verizon unveils their initiatives and partnerships in the gaming space, followed by in television. Take-Two will address diversity and inclusion in the gaming space. Then it's Mythical Games to announce what's coming soon from their team. If you like indie games, we put the independent developers in the spotlight too. Freedom Games will follow, and then you won't want to miss what Capcom has to unleash. Razer will end the day with a look at some of their new products.
And we wrap things up on Tuesday as Nintendo leads the way. Things are sure to get off to a huge start that day as Bandai Namco will follow up with their newest titles. Eureka will take the floor, and then GameSpot chimes in as we wrap things up with the E3 Awards. So you don't want to miss a single second.
You don't, Alex. You really don't. Why would you go anywhere else?
I don't know why.
Right here.
By the way, we have a new area.
How many more areas are there?
You're gonna have to watch and find out for more.
I'll just tell you right now, this is it. There's three.
Greg, we just gotta try and keep luring them in, man.
But why lie to them? Because then the Twitch chat gets all in. All right. With so many heavy hitters and announcements to come, we want to pose the questions to ourselves here, but also to you at home throughout the coverage of E3. So make sure you're voting in our polls throughout the day. It doesn't matter if you're watching on Twitch, Twitter, Facebook, or your YouTube pages. Simply type into the vote into the chat and go, and all the votes get tallied up live and they're shown on screen. So I will pose the first question, Golden Boy. What developer are we most excited for? And I'll accept publishers as well. Put it all into your little chats.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna keep it real. All right, anyone who knows me knows that I'm a Halo fanatic.
Oh, here we go.
So I'm sorry, I gotta go with my boys at 343. I'm so excited to see anything from Halo Infinite. The Halo community is buzzing right now, and we're all very excited about what could potentially be
Of course, you see the chat running away, 42%, so we're gonna talk about Xbox in a second beyond that. But let's talk about the real elephant in the room, ladies and gentlemen. Marvel's Avengers, Black Panther, War for Wakanda.
How many times I gotta tell you, Greg, stop attacking me?
I need you to get on my level, all right?
I am excited for it, though. It looks, obviously, we're going to hopefully see more out of it. We are going to see more out of it, and I'm sure it's going to be awesome. Greg's been going nuts about the Avengers this entire time. I appreciate that. You're like me with Halo.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, so let's go back to Halo, because let me see the thing. Yeah, 39% of people are excited for Xbox and Bethesda.
People are excited for Nintendo as well. So
sure.
Obviously, it's Nintendo. How could you not be excited for that? But where's the love for Ubisoft, Square Enix? I have a feeling we're going to see some heaters.
Oh, of course. But I think one of the big things about that, right, is the fact that Ubisoft is imminent. That is today. Gearbox is today. I feel like E3 is all about unwrapping that last big Christmas gift. And when
Oh,
do you
yeah.
want to do that? You know what I mean? You come down and beneath the tree, you have all the small ones, you got the one big one in the back there. When do you go for it?
Yeah, that's right. And Christmas will come early this year because tomorrow we got the Xbox and Bethesda Games Showcase. I already mentioned Halo. I'm always looking forward to that. I'm always looking forward to whatever comes out of the Forza camp,
of course,
as well, if we get something cool there. But what makes this one so unique, Greg, is that this time around, two of my favorite press conferences have joined together the Xbox Bethesda Game Showcase, which means
Starfield.
Maybe Starfield.
Give us Starfield. We have to. It's the game that has so much hype, and we know nothing about it. The time is now.
I know.
Phil Spencer, Todd Howard, come out, embrace, and then just unleash it on us.
If they actually, ideally, I would like for them to come out in jetpacks.
Sure.
Descending onto
Perfect
the stage.
world, yeah.
Phil, I know you're watching, so just you descend into the stage with Todd, and then you guys announce Starfield then and there. I think everyone will be rather moist. And it'll be fantastic.
Do you ever think about it, though? Look, this is the trailer. This is what we know about Starfield. And people are like, going to be the greatest game of the generation. They will go to bat for it. They will fight for it. They will do everything they need for it.
There are people right now fighting for Starfield's honor on Reddit somewhere.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
But I'm excited for it, man. Anything from Bethesda, though, truthfully, it's a treat. A great studio, an incredible history, as we heard Stan talking about earlier. And really, there's just there's a lot of hype. There's a lot of passion that I think is going to be coming out of that camp. And that's the reason why everyone is so excited for it.
I mean, you're talking about taking the Xbox fan base, which is already so powerful and so riled up, and the Bethesda fan base, and making them one family. Like, yeah, you totally expect something from that. And all I want outside of all that is smaller gaming news. Where's 12 minutes? Give me a release date for 12 minutes.
Yeah,
all right?
Fair enough.
Jackie, we're pretty hyped for Microsoft on Sunday. Why don't you and the squad let us know what you think about some of the other big names looking to make a splash at E3?
All right, thanks so much, Greg. Yeah, so much to look forward to, but first we do want to remind everyone at home, if you want some limited edition E3 merch, including hats, t-shirts, and jackets, it is all available at e3expo.com/shop. Have y'all seen the bomber jacket?
They look awesome.
Oh my gosh.
It looks good.
We're stealing some.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm a cop one.
Okay, we're gonna do that for sure. But okay, my E3 crew, so excited to be with all of you, by the way. But Greg and Golden Boy talked about Xbox and Starfield, all that jazz a bit. But I want to hear what y'all are hyped about. So let's just go down the docket here. We're going to start with Square Enix, okay? They recently announced that they'll be dropping a world premiere from IDOS Montreal, an update on Babylon's Fall. I see Michael nodding a lot here. Details on the Black Panther expansion, and a first look at Life is Strange Remastered. Probably see some true colors, too. My question is, any ideas on the IDOS Montreal title? Deus Ex?
Ideas, yes.
Deus Ex?
Probably not Deus Ex. Although
How dare you?
Deus
I
Ex.
wanted to bring out my little sunglasses that you click and go whoop, but okay, I guess not. But continue, yeah.
Well, there's rumors. Nothing is confirmed yet. But I think there are some Guardians that are keeping that very secret until the big reveal later on.
I'm going to steal this from someone said this during rehearsals, though, but now might be a good time where you might want to have a cyberpunk style game. So I'm hoping for Deus Ex.
Yes, I'm here for it.
Deus Ex is one of the most impactful franchises in my life.
Yes.
The original one that came out in 2000, it's old now, but man, I still got so many memories. And Human Revolution and Mankind Divided were almost hitting those notes. But I feel now would be a good time to bring that back. And I know immersive sims might not sell well, whatever, but those are my styles of games. And bring back Deus Ex, please.
I know, please. We'll see who's right, Damon or Michael and me.
I'd be happy. I'd be happy to have
We'd
it.
be happy,
I'm probably gonna be
exactly.
wrong.
Well, I know. We'll see. It could be a stretch there.
I feel like they took the good guesses. Meanwhile, I just want to wildly speculate.
Okay, let's hear it.
Kingdom Hearts 7, where all of a sudden everyone turns into Mickey for some reason. But those seem like they're actually might happen.
Yours
so
doesn't
I like
seem
those.
off base at all. What do you
No,
think
no, I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure. Kingdom Hearts, a game where Donald actually heals you. I'd be down for that.
Let's not talk about something that's physically impossible.
Dan, any ideas for you?
I think I'm very curious. As much as I would love to commit minor crimes to make Deus Ex a reality, I'm used to being
I'm used to waiting for Deus Ex. It'll come in due time, so I'm sure it's going to be something totally surprising. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just stoked for more Life is Strange as well. So I can't get my hopes too high when I have so many awesome things coming my way.
And I think with the Life is Strange, the remaster, they're actually packaging like the first one and then the prequel together. So if you missed one of them, you could get all of them again.
Okay, yeah. Life is Strange, I'm so absolutely hyped for. Animation is just off the wall, and then just so heartfelt and just like hits me in the feels so much. But all right, Damon, I'm gonna put you in the hot seat here because Greg Miller was telling me he used to kick your butt. Or actually, you guys would have been a really good team in Left 4 Dead.
Yeah, that's not.
Is that not how it went down?
Left 4 Dead.
Well, no, you could play each other too.
The versus mode.
Yeah, well, we never played that.
Okay.
Oh, okay, so it was co-op. All right.
Well,
I was assuming.
That's true. That's true.
Okay, I was assuming that you were ready for Back 4 Blood and you were gonna take Greg down. But okay, I guess y'all were doing co-op, so my bad.
No. We're cooperative gamers. I'm super excited for Back 4 Blood.
Yeah.
God, it feels like a lifetime ago that we were playing Left 4 Dead with a bunch of other IGNers. So yeah, it's nice to have basically Left 4 Dead 3 Back 4 Blood coming.
Okay, awesome. I mean, zombies, like, we can always use more zombies. Girl, I was gonna get to you and Lady D. Okay, let's talk about
are we going
Capcom.
in?
Let's
Are we
do it.
going? Okay.
As a tall lady, I'm obviously a big fan of the vampire tall lady. So obviously, Resident Evil 25th anniversary. I'm assuming some big drops here. Just no more creepy baby. Is everybody with me on that?
Oh, for sure.
Thank you. I never want to see that again, Capcom. Thank you. But okay, yes.
But you know what we need to see?
More Lady D?
We had like Resident Evil 7 with the whole VR experience where, it was basically poop your pants simulator because everything was coming at you and you were terrified. Absolutely terrified.
Yes.
But dear God, what I would give if we got Resident Evil 8 VR edition, because then not only will I run straight into Lady D begging her to slash me with those nails, I am going to be playing. I'm like, cool, she's coming towards me. And then I'm heading straight for the floor. I'm heading straight for the floor, looking upwards and going, step on me. And that's all I need out of the VR experience, Jackie. That's all I need.
First off, I would say relax, but also I feel you on that one.
I think we are all in that camp.
Well,
I think we are all in that camp.
If I'm gonna keep it real though, like Resident Evil 7, the VR component was such a big deal. If you actually played through that whole game in VR, it was wild. It was like one of the best VR experiences, legitimately. And Resident Evil Village is a great game already. So if you can put that in VR, that would be wild, especially if you want to bring it to PC VR as well, and maybe line it up for the PS VR 2 or whatever, whenever that's gonna come. Have that as like a big hitter. That would be a big deal. And also, hey, shouts to all my Susio boys out there if you want to go.
Just be careful if you buy a haptic suit as well, because my pal Kyle Hill did the
Whoa,
math.
hey, chill.
You will explode. You will explode if you get stepped upon. It's literally science.
Relax.
I'm willing to take that chance.
All right. Godspeed.
Worth it.
Dan, Onimusha, are we going to see any of that?
I hope so.
Malik and I were chatting
my
yesterday,
God.
and he's like, you got to ask Dan that.
Oh my God. I would mortgage everything I have for more Onimusha.
So you're telling me we're going to see Dino Crisis?
Why must you do this to me? I feel like I'm being relentlessly taunted here with all these titles. I hope they come. I hope they happen. If they do, it'll be a great day, but I'm sure they have some awesome stuff lined up, because even if it's Resident Evil 8 VR, even if we get some rumors of a popular fighting game, maybe a sequel to that, who knows? It's going to be an exciting presentation.
Okay, and then we got to talk about Gearbox, everybody. Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. I can't even talk because I'm so excited about it. She is one of my favorite video game characters of all time. She's just this little wild thing, right? And it's gonna be a fantasy epic. I'm super amped about it. So how are we feeling? Am I the only one who's like that excited?
No, it looks dope.
Roll for initiative. Just get in there.
Yes.
And Tiny Tina doesn't even look so tiny anymore that we saw.
She's
just her
regular-sized
skipping through, and
Tina.
I'm like,
know.
So I'm very excited.
I know. I'm so excited. I mean, honestly, there are so many great items to discuss. If we want to go round robin really quickly, like, what are you most excited for? Damon.
Perfect Dark.
I knew that.
We got a little tease
Why
last
did I
year. I'm a
even
huge
ask?
fan of Perfect Dark. I can't believe it's back. Show me what this game looks like.
Michael.
I already said in the beginning, Babylon's Fall. Show me what that is.
Can you do that one more time? Oh my goodness, I can't believe you did that. I'll believe.
Jackie, get me on the floor. That's all I need. That and Heisenberg throwing like little metal nuts and bolts at me. Just.
Heisenberg, oh my goodness. I thought we were on the Lady D team, but okay, Dan.
Give me that sweet, sweet Starfield. I want to see what they have in store.
Oh,
I'm so curious.
Starfield. All right, well, some great answers there, but we are going to wrap things up here for a moment, but that doesn't mean the party is stopping. We are just getting started live from E3. Next up, we are talking Ubisoft. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's your boy T-Pain. Just wanted to stop by and say thank you guys for watching the show. Thank you guys for
Donc, l'Ubisoft Show Awards va commencer. 3 petites minutes. On a le temps un peu de se préparer là. Je suis allé manger en 2 spies. Pour être chaud, pour être prêt. Je vais sûrement sortir la petite tourtelle. Je vais attendre un petit peu quand même. Hein, je pense que je vais sortir vers 22h tranquillement. On est bon là, faut s'installer, faut être bien, faut s'installer, faut être prêt. C'est le 3 2021, c'est parti. En tout cas, voilà, il y a eu beaucoup de news. En fait, là, malheureusement, c'est un peu éparpillé un peu partout. Là, c'est bon, ça va se canaliser, on va dire. Se canaliser. Mais c'est vrai que là, il y a eu des news d'un peu partout, des confs un peu partout. Donc, compliqué d'avoir les yeux partout, les oreilles et les yeux partout. Donc on verra. On verra. Tac. Il y a eu quelques problèmes techniques. Mais Ubisoft ouvre le bal de lui avec l'Ubisoft Forward. Hâte de voir ce qu'ils vont nous proposer. Ubisoft, honnêtement, c'est pas l'éditeur, mon éditeur de jeux préféré. Mais il peut y avoir des trucs assez sympas. Il y a des points news un petit peu partout au niveau de l'actu du jeu vidéo, des trucs qui sont en chaise. Peut-être une adaptation de Far Cry en série Netflix, en selon Netflix. Bah, ils vont là où ça marche bien. Et c'est vrai que dans le monde du jeu vidéo, il y a beaucoup de jeux avec un scénario qui peut être très facilement adapté en série. C'est même, je dirais, plus facile d'adapter quelque chose en série qui vient d'un jeu. Et l'inverse aussi. Hein. Donc voilà, il y a quelques problèmes techniques un peu partout, d'après ce que je vois aussi sur le stream. Il y a eu encore un souci technique. Donc voilà.
And I think honestly, man, Ubisoft, like I would like to see some little nuggets out there for Division fans. You know, my brother's a massive Division fan.
Dude,
plays all the time. He always talks to me about it. Maybe we get a little something like that.
But that was the thing, right? They went out of their way to say no Division 2 update, no Division Heartland, and I'm like, but Division Heartland's supposed to be so. Please just lie to me. Tell me you're lying to me. That's all I want to know.
If you want to lie with me, Ubisoft, okay?
The other one I think that's, I got to call it out for blessing Adeoye Jr. over at Kind of Funny is Riders Republic. Riders Republic had such a cool debut, then the delay. Like, where are we hitting with that? Where are we at with that game? What are the sports rings?
Because I feel like that is a genre that could really use something that would like reinvigorate it, right?
Yeah, 100%.
You know, we all remember the SSXs of the world and stuff like that, how much we loved it. 1080, those games, they were great. They were fantastic. I would really, really like to see some more updates on that game. What we'll get, maybe some more downhill biking as well, mountain biking. Man, I love that kind of stuff. Inject it right in my veins.
Well, that's what's exciting about it, right? Is that it's going to be the 2021 version of that, where you saw all the riders coming together doing that, having XP, having progression, understanding what that's going to look like in an online world. I can't wait. Let alone the fact, right? They've already talked about it. Assassin's Creed Valhalla. You'll be getting an update of some kind. How big that is, what does that mean? We don't know. Obviously, they talked about their TV shows. There's so much stuff going on, and that's the main show. Remember, of course, we're going to be going over to a pre-show that's going to be talking about Watch Dogs. That's going to be talking about so many other things, and I don't want to string you along any longer. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come for our first presentation. Let's send things.
C'est parti, ça commence. Le vrai du vrai. Il n'y a plus de chichi. C'est maintenant. On commence, on entre dans le 3. Dès maintenant. Donc là, on est face au pré-show de l'Ubisoft Forward.
To hear what was silenced. To cherish what was about to fade.
Donc, ça démarre, ça y est. C'est le démarrage là dans une heure. Alors, ouais, du coup, malheureusement, on peut voir le compte à rebours dans 58 minutes. Exactement, tout ça commence. Je transpire, je suis chaud. J'ai déjà chaud. C'est compliqué. C'est bon, c'est compliqué. Pas de sous. Ouais, non, pas en français en tout cas. Peut-être sur YouTube, mais je pense pas parce que c'est un show en direct qui va durer là vraiment très longtemps. Donc à voir. Voilà, c'est que des jeux signés Ubisoft. Bon, le chat qui troll bien évidemment, hein, on est dans un monde où le troll est obligatoire. C'est vrai que là ça met un petit peu de temps à démarrer, il faut se constater que c'est vrai que là ça met un petit peu de temps à démarrer, encore 57 minutes avant d'entrer dans le gros du gros. Mais on va y arriver, ça y est, on est sur la ligne, on est sur la fin de la piste, là ça y est, ce n'est qu'une question de minutes maintenant. Ce n'est qu'une question de minutes pour voir tout ça. Tac. C'est un mec qui marche. On est d'accord. Genre c'est tout. C'est juste un mec qui marche là. Bah dis donc. Bah en tout cas on a le temps de faire du coup quelques petits récapitulatifs. Voilà, de ce à quoi on aura le 3 ce soir. Donc tac, ce soir on aura à 20h. Donc maintenant on a le pré-show de l'Ubisoft Forward à 21h, on aura l'Ubisoft. À 23h Gearbox E3, à 23h45 Game Beats Session. Et je crois que c'est tout, mais je voudrais pas dire de conneries. Ça saccade un peu, je sais pas si ça vient de moi, je pense pas. Mais moi déjà il y a un truc, voilà, le dashboard, le 3 dashboard. Est-ce que c'est bon, le site est fixe? J'ose espérer que oui, mais bon, ça part déjà très mal. Ouais, non, le site de l'E3 est toujours un peu down. Donc voilà, c'est surtout demain qu'il y aura les plus grosses conférences, les plus gros morceaux avec Xbox, Bethesda, Square Enix, Warner Bros, PC Game Show, Future Game Show. C'est surtout ces conférences-là que j'attends. Ensuite lundi, mardi, malheureusement, ça va un petit peu s'adoucir, surtout le lundi, où il y aura beaucoup de conférences, de petites conférences en vrai. Je vois beaucoup de conférences qui durent une demi-heure. Donc on aura beaucoup de petites conférences suivies, et bien tout simplement de mardi où Nintendo et Bandai Namco Puis ensuite tout se finira à 1h, vers 2h, 3h du matin sûrement, pour le 3 2021 Award Show. Donc c'est surtout là, demain, qu'on a les plus gros morceaux. Malheureusement pas de PlayStation, comme l'année dernière, hein. Il n'y a pas eu de PlayStation non plus. Non, pas l'année dernière, en 2019 je crois que c'était, enfin je sais plus. Je m'y perds un peu vu que l'année dernière il n'y a pas eu d'E3, mais il y a eu des conférences similaires à l'E3. Mais pas 2-3 en vrai du vrai, là, comme là ils font. Parce que là, ils ont le temps de bien se préparer, malgré un site qui, visiblement, n'en fait qu'à sa tête. Donc voilà. Alors, par contre, juste, c'est un foutage de gueule, là, ce qu'on voit là. Ça troll beaucoup dans le chat, mais ça me fait beaucoup rire. J'ai vu un mec mettre voilà ceci. IGN 10 sur 10. Je comprends pas pourquoi faire ça s'ils ont rien à montrer, autant qu'ils commencent maintenant. À vrai dire, moi je connais pas trop, alors je sais plus trop d'ailleurs ce qu'ils ont comme licence Ubisoft. Ubisoft, ils ont Assassin's Creed, mais qu'est-ce qu'ils ont d'autre? Far Cry, Watch Dogs, The Division, Immortal Phoenix, Rising, ouais, donc je pense pas qu'ils vont annoncer du coup un nouveau Watch Dogs, je sais qu'ils en ont fait un il y a pas longtemps. Je pense qu'ils vont parler déjà du nouveau Far Cry 6 qui vont sortir.
We got to sit down at a table going through ideas on how a feature could be used, like the directional captioning, or what kind of information could be on the screen at the same time. Whatever could be removed. There was a lot of going back and forth to make sure there was no confusion.
C'est surtout à 21h que commencera le plus gros du gros. En attendant, je sais pas trop, donc on a parlé de Life is Strange.
I grew up waiting for accessibility to be something companies can talk about.
Là, maintenant, c'est une question de patience pour 50 minutes.
Watch Dogs Legion's Play as Anyone innovation brought with it a promise of diversity and inclusion that inspired our team to make accessibility a core pillar of our design from the very beginning. The game offers a visualized sound effect system that captions hundreds of ambient world and gameplay sounds from birds singing to footsteps to cars accelerating or crashing, each prioritized by context and spatialized with a...
Voilà ce qui a été montré par... alors. Voilà. Tac. Voilà comment on va se la jouer. Ah oui, merde, faut que je croppe encore l'image. Tac, voilà, is ok. Non. Voilà, là, is ok. Ah putain, si je bouffe un peu de l'image dessus. Bon, on s'en fout si c'est pas très clean. Hein. Tac, et puis on va rapetisser. Hein. Voilà, hop, tu te tais. Oui, avec du coup capture d'écran, tout simplement. Avec voilà. Tac. Voilà ce qui a été posté par Square Enix pour l'annonce de ce qui va arriver demain.
Hi, I'm MXMTune, and I'm the singing voice of Alex Chen in Life is Strange True Colors, a supernatural mystery arriving this September. I'm honored and humbled to bring Alex's songs to life in the game. Tune into Square Enix Presents at E3 on Sunday, June 13th, to get a first look at some exciting new Life is Strange gameplay, as well as fantastic reveals and exclusives from the rest of Square Enix. I'll see you there. Hi, I'm MXM2.
Voilà. Tout simplement, ça dure 30 secondes, c'est tout petit, tout frais. Mais voilà, ça me paraissait important de le montrer. Pour l'instant, voici les peu de photos qu'on a eues de la part du prochain Life is Strange qui sortira. Voilà, ça ce sont à peu près les photos du remaster. Celui-ci du Before the Storm. Et celui-ci du Life is Strange de base du coup. Tac, je crois que c'est à peu près tout. Je vais remettre le son. Pas trop de réactions. Non, pour l'instant, rien de bien foufou. Voilà, on a déjà les premiers trolls, hein. Déjà un jeu présenté à l'E3 2021, Walking Simulator face au mec qui n'arrêtait pas de marcher. Là, on a encore un long truc pour rien. Donc bon, un peu déçu. Non, et ben on va voir. On va voir ce qu'il va y avoir. En attendant, je fais une pause. Ah, la Trackmania Cup, bien évidemment. Par Zerator. Et voilà, allez, c'est parti pour un tour.
So, you might often see on social media a game announcing that it's gone gold. But the question is, what does that actually mean? You may not know this already, so I'm going to tell you. So when we say that a game has gone gold, it means that the game has been approved for manufacture. So that can be Sony, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Nintendo, whichever platforms we're targeting for that specific game. The game is fully playable, it's stable, it's got a decent level of performance, and everything's basically working. And also that we've passed all of the compliance requirements from those first parties, and they have basically said, yep, off you go to manufacture. And then we start making the discs from there. So the term going gold comes from when this was all done on physical discs. It's digital now, but when this was physical discs, the ones that were sent to the manufacturer companies with that version of the game on that has been given the thumbs up, they were gold colored, and so we still use that term today. So when we go gold, it doesn't mean that all the work is done for the team. We usually go to manufacture about 6 to 8 weeks before launch, so there's some time there that we can use to properly polish the game and fix things like stability and little niggly issues that might impact the gameplay when we go live. So one of my best memories from shipping a game is when we were working on the Division 2. And we decided quite last minute there that we wanted to make some improvements to the onboarding and tutorials right at the beginning of the game. So what that involved was me running around the office, just speaking to people, trying to see what was possible, what was safe to do, what changes we could make that were really going to improve everything. And it was great to be able to work that tiny bit of magic right at the end that was going to improve the experience for everyone. So when a game goes gold, that's quite a big milestone for the team. It means that something that they've been working on for quite a few years is almost ready to go. So remember to give them a shout out when you hear a game's gone gold. It means that we're all really excited to see you get your hands on the final product.
When I started this project, the homework I got from, from the Ubisoft team was go home and play. My name is Einar Salvik, a musician and composer from Norway.
My name is Julie Fowlis, and I'm a musician and a singer from Scotland. I predominantly sing in Scottish Gaelic. The music that I perform is deeply rooted, the music of the Highlands and Islands in particular.
I understood quickly that myself and people in the music team of Ubisoft, we had a lot of the same ideas and vision of what my part in it could be. When I decided I wanted to have Julie on board and she's accepted, I could already hear the music in a way. I've known Julie for a long time, been a fan, and yeah, always hoped at some point come an opportunity to do something together. I do connect to her way of approaching the older song traditions. It feels great to have her part of this.
It was certainly an amazing opportunity to work with Einar. I love his work, I love his music, and his approach to making music. To work with Einar on these songs was just something to me that felt quite natural and really enjoyable, actually.
I have implemented instruments such as the lyre, which would be the most common string instrument at the time. I of course used the bronze horns that we also have in Scandinavia and was present in Ireland at this time and for a long period before this as well. One instrument that I introduced that I didn't use in the main game is the crwth. It's a form of lyre, was present in both Ireland and Wales and Scotland.
So of the two songs that we worked on, one of them was an Old Irish, Flan for Eden.
That is actually an excerpt of a poem dating from the early 800s. That was the intention of the song, creating a praise poem for Flan. The Liafal there are many strange myths about it. It is sort of the coronation stone that had a power of choosing the king. When a truthful king would touch it, the ground would resound beneath it. It is sort of the heartstone of Ireland.
It was really a great experience working on these two songs. They were very, very different stylistically and linguistically also.
We wanted the Gaelic language, Old Irish Gaelic, which is a mysterious language.
This is a language that we have evidence of through writing, but we don't know how it sounded.
We don't actually know for sure how it sounded, so it's a little bit of educated guessing.
The legend is that the stone will bring woe, but the song claims if Ireland came to peril, the stone would rain a storm of wonders.
Ciara is a very important character in this story. Ciara means a dark-haired one, and it was challenging for me too. I had to adopt the voice of this amazing character who's a very, very strong character. But it was really incredible recording the voice parts and being directed in real time from Canada.
I put a lot of heart into my work. It's important that it reflects the game, but also reflects the culture.
The music and the language, they really shape our identity as Gaels. It was hugely satisfying to work on the music, and actually for me it was a great way to channel some creativity during the pandemic.
1986, Brittany, France. The Guillemot brothers catch a glimpse of the future and launch Ubisoft. No internet, no emails. Just a bunch of people and a passion for technology and games. Today, Ubisoft still has an eye on a future where 85% of the jobs that will exist in 2030 haven't even been invented yet. Since Ubisoft can't predict the future, we need people ready to forge it. Talented people who aren't afraid to create the unknown. And Amandine Lower is one of those people. This is Amandine.
Coucou.
She hates interviews.
Sorry about that.
But we'll find a way, because it's worth it. I could tell you she's a junior developer, a graduate of a video game school, but I won't, because she's not. Instead, I'll tell you the story of an unexpected career path. Well, I'm the narrator, by the way. I don't really exist, but I know Amandine and I know Ubisoft. She'll correct me if I get anything wrong.
I can do that.
Amandine loves arts and crafts. She draws illustrations and character art. She can crochet tiny, cute animals. She studied languages at the University of Chambéry, France. She lived in New Mexico and Japan. In each new place, she started off from scratch, totally lost, barely understanding a word, and she loved it.
I can't say it was always easy, but I love developing new skills to get out of tricky situations.
This is Peo. He hates turning his camera on during calls.
But I'll make an exception for you.
But he'll make an exception for us. Peo is Amandine's first real boss. He recruited her in 2016 for an internship in communications, even if she didn't have a degree in communications. She seemed daring and resourceful. He trusted her immediately. And yes, Amandine plays video games, but lots of people at Ubisoft play games. Many don't, and that's just how Ubisoft likes it. Amandine managed Ubisoft's internal weekly newsletter. She felt this job was a perfect match for her independent spirit and her taste for new challenges. But she'll never forget Peo saying, "Push the button, Amandine. It will only be sent to 11,000 people." It's 20,000 now. Props to Maureen, she's now the one in charge of sending the email.
Easy peasy.
This is Colleen. She's a content communications manager. She helped Amandine build on what she learned with Peo when she hired her next.
She wasn't afraid to break with convention, and I really encourage that.
Because it provides a new way of doing things. Amandine started organizing conferences and writing speeches for Ubisoft speakers. She was learning something new again, and she loved it.
I know it sounds weird, but she's telling the truth. I love a good challenge.
But in Amandine's head, a little seed had been planted. An idea was forming. She was so close to the people making the games she loved. 2 years later, it became clear. She wanted to be a line designer. Amandine reached out to Elizabeth. She was leading teams of line designers at the time.
The way she talked about the game she liked was so passionate and professional. She was even able to connect an IP to a player journey and talk about those tiny details that can sometimes make a huge difference on the quality of the game.
Amandine started helping production teams design the content of their games. She's one of the bridges between the top management at HQ and the production teams in Ubisoft studios around the world. She is an interpreter, as she has always been.
Yes, being a line designer is all about communication.
You can always reinterpret your skills in a brand new way. Looking back, without Peo and Colleen, she would have missed a key step. That's it. Thanks, Amandine, for your inspiring story.
Merci.
Before I go, did you like this story? Head over to ubisoft.com to hear more just like this one and maybe even take your first step towards creating the unknown with Ubisoft.
And I really encourage that.
Easy peasy.
Rated E10.
Hello everyone. As you may already know, Ubisoft has been supporting indie studios for many years now. Whether it's on production, innovation, creative or even financial support, our teams have been supporting indie studios from all over the world. Today, we wanted to use Forward to highlight a selection of indie games we've had the pleasure of supporting recently. Enjoy!
Hi, I'm Sandro, the co-founder of Tucana Interactive, a young independent game development studio based in Berlin, Germany, currently working on Dorfromantik. Dorfromantik is a relaxing strategy and puzzle game where you create an ever-growing idyllic landscape by placing tiles. You can immerse yourself in a beautiful, peaceful and quiet world if you need a break from everyday life. But Dorfromantik also offers a challenge for those who are looking for one. Because to beat the high score, you do not only need to plan ahead, but also place your tiles very strategically. We are the lucky winners for Ubisoft's Entrepreneurs Indie Camp in the German-speaking area, and we are excited for the upcoming acceleration program, where we participate in mentoring sessions and are able to receive marketing support, such as the Indie Game Arena booth at Gamescom. Dorfromantik is already available right now in early access and will go into full release later this year. In addition, we also already have plans for mobile and the Nintendo Switch, so there's a lot still to be discovered. Thank you for your time and to Ubisoft for this great opportunity.
Hey y'all, so I'm Taylor. I'm one of the co-creators of Bravery Network Online, a game by Gloam, which is our studio. Bravery Network Online is a turn-based strategy game. You've got a team of 5 fighters. You're playing against an opponent's team of 5 fighters. And they are, a little bit gay. But if you're not gay, that's okay too. I think that it's a really, really fun world, and I think that the competitive play of it is really solid. We've been working with Ubisoft for a little bit now. We actually are the winners of Ubisoft's 2019 indie series run by Ubisoft Toronto. They've helped us out so much over the years. They've given us press support when we launched into early access. They connected us with different folks internally who could help us out, and even to folks outside their company. We have a pretty vibrant Discord community and a lot of folks who've just been enjoying the game, and we're really appreciative of that. Bravery Network Online is in early access now, so feel free to pick it up and send it to some friends. I would really appreciate that very personally, so thank you. Bye.
Hello everyone, I'm David Princewell, game director on You Suck at Parking. You Suck at Parking is the world's most extreme parking game and probably the only racing game where the goal is to actually stop your car. It's a funny physics-based racer, which doesn't take itself too seriously, but still requires enough skill for you to master the hardest tracks.
We crashed into the Ubisoft design team a while ago and we had some great discussions on You Suck at Parking. They gave us actionable advice and great feedback along the road. And they've been championing the game ever since, so we're super grateful for them.
You Suck at Parking presents you with a ton of varied and surprising levels. The goal is to fill every parking spot before the timer runs out. And don't get too attached to your cars though, because you'll have to respawn a lot. For the competitive players out there, there's leaderboards in every level so you can compete with your friends and the world for those top spots. And for everyone that's feeling creative, we've also included a level editor that features everything that's in the main game, so you can go all out and be creative and make your own tracks.
You want to know how much you suck at parking? You can already do so. Download the demo. You can also talk to us, show us your best moves, or talk to other parksters at our Discord. Happy parking!
Hi everyone, I'm Olivier Guédon, producer here at Ubisoft Ivory Tower. The Crew 2, launched in 2018, reaches its 3rd anniversary. It's been a very intense year, with multiple content deployment. Every 4 months, a new season, and every 2 months, a new episode. We delivered all the content announced 1 year ago. And for this, I would like to warmly thank our teams here at the studio for their work and commitment despite the COVID-19 context. But it's also time to warmly thank you, our community, since we are really proud to announce that we are now more than 30 million players to have joined the Crew franchise since 2014. And for those who have not joined in yet, what a better time to jump in the Crew 2. First, claim this amazing vehicle for only 1 crew credit in-game starting today. Also, next week, enjoy 1 event for each major update we released so far in a special anniversary live summit. But it's far from being over, and I'm super happy to announce more season for our 4th year. This new content will of course be available through Motherflix, new season, and episode. But enough talk, and enjoy a glimpse of your next Motherflix show. Thank you all.
clock. Welcome to special number 1 of the U.S. Speed Tour East, around New York City, the Big Apple.
Daytona, Florida, speeding along the world's most famous beach.
What a perfect day here in Miami. Fans are gathering, drivers are ready. Hey, I think we're going to have a great race today. Each new season brings fantastic feeling. The fever, the hope, the excitement. The teams are getting ready. And I guarantee you that they are ready to make the show. Who will be the fastest to compete? The U.S. Speed Tour East is about to start. It's probably the biggest race of my career. What a mess out there! Are you ready? The clock ticking. Go, go, go! Check that one out! Final leg of the final stage. New York, New York. Watch the drivers go for it.
Standing on the stage, got the whole place rocking. It's popping, no stopping. Standing on the stage, got the whole place watching. Vacation, hotel hopping. I'm a big deal, I'm a big deal. Standing on the stage, got the whole place rocking. I'm a big deal,
This car rustles my jimmies in a way that jimmies should not be rustled by a car.
worldwide on the scene, I'm a big deal. Everybody know me, I'm a big deal. Do that there, how you do it, do it, do it, do it, do that there, how you do it, do it, do it, do it, do that there, how you do it, do it, do it, come on, woo,
Hey everyone, I'm Latish Delinalden, live producer on Watch Dogs Legion. Back in October 2020, you recruited a resistance, built DedSec, and saved our near-future London. Since then, you have jumped in online modes with friends, dared our tactical ops, and fought for London with Mina. Now, on behalf of the team, I'm proud to give you a taste of what's coming up in Watch Dogs Legion Bloodline.
Got a simple job for you, Aiden. Huge payday.
What's the catch?
It's in London. That's where your nephew Jackson lives, right? Anyway, the job's pretty straightforward. Break inside Broken Tech and steal a device giving control over an army of weaponized robots. That thing must not fall into the wrong hands.
Whoa, 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 whoa! Easy, easy. Hey, I know you.
Give me that.
This, no.
3.
I need it for a thing.
2.
Okay, I guess we're doing this.
All I need is that little device stolen by your partner. The one in the stupid mask?
I can find him.
I just don't think I can trust you without some insurance. I'm just tired of criminals and con men running the world.
I need you to pay attention.
Donc ça y est, on vient d'avoir déjà une plutôt grosse annonce. Voilà, Aiden Pierce revient dans l'univers Watch Dogs avec un tout nouveau, avec une sorte de DLC dans le Season Pass. La conférence commence dans 2 minutes et 20 secondes. C'est maintenant, c'est imminent, c'est le vrai commencement de l'E3. Et puis voilà, tout simplement. Ça commence dans 2 minutes exactement. On y est, ça y est. On a eu beaucoup de petites news, mine de rien. On a aussi d'autres news de la part, par exemple, de Netflix qui ont annoncé une série Far Cry, comme je l'ai dit. Donc je crois qu'il y en a une, je n'ai pas tout suivi, qui est basée sur le DLC. Enfin, c'était pas vraiment DLC, mais sur le Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon. Elle sera animée. Netflix, qui en ce moment mettent beaucoup la main sur des licences de jeux vidéo, et pas que. Il y a aussi beaucoup HBO avec The Last of Us qui vont remettre en série. À voir, franchement, à voir. Ça sent quand même beaucoup pour la thune, mais ça peut être bien, hein, attention. L'un n'empêche pas l'autre, bien évidemment, hein. Tout le monde peut y être gagnant du coup. Voilà, avec aussi des nouveautés pour Trackmania. Voilà, une Summer Edition de Trackmania avec de nouveaux objets voilà, qui rappelleront bien évidemment la plage, l'été, le soleil, etc. Là on y est, ça commence dans 45 secondes. Ça y est, ça commence, c'est imminent. La conférence, on va passer en full screen. C'est maintenant. Là, cette fois-ci, on va rentrer dans le gros du gros. J'essaierai de traduire en espérant que ça ne s'enchaîne pas trop vite. Pour que voilà, on puisse à la fois profiter des trailers et ensuite faire un petit débrief avec ce que j'ai compris. Voilà, donc ça a été fait bien évidemment encadré par le Covid, tout est tranquille. C'est parti, on y est, ça commence. Le 3 2021.
Hi
welcome to Ubisoft Forward. I'm Neelam.
And I'm Yusuf. We're so thrilled to be back hosting Ubisoft Forward. Over the next hour, we'll be your guides to all the latest news and exciting announcements coming from Ubisoft.
We've got so much in store for you today, including deeper looks at Far Cry 6, Riders Republic, and Rainbow Six, plus a few other surprises you'll find out about soon enough.
Neelam, I'm excited. We're filming this together. We got this gorgeous set. E3 is back. But I know why y'all are here. You want to see games, so let's get right into it.
The Rainbow Six operators are facing off against an evolving and deadly threat. You'll no doubt have noticed that the alien parasite has spread to new areas. It's time to suit up and step into the containment zone.
Here's a deeper look at Rainbow Six Extraction.
I used to feel so much peace staring into the heavens until a piece of it fell. And the nightmare began. We thought it could be contained. But it evolved. So we did too.
One of our own is MIA. I need an extraction team, now.
If there's a way to stop them, you will find it. But I know you will find me first.
Okay, the plan. Nomad, secure our exit. I'll take out the nests.
And I'll find Ivana. I have your signal. Let's go.
We're already out of the nests.
Incoming! Clear the area!
Stand back!
Down.
Clear. Let's move out. Clock's ticking.
I found her. Ivana, hold on. I've got company.
Coming through.
Countermeasures.
Check. Make for the exit. An apex! Get down!
Ella, look out! I don't have the shot.
Not so fast.
Target the breacher! Now's our chance!
Nomad, blow the door. Cover me.
Hey, you all throwing me a party?
Yeah. Too bad you missed all the fireworks. Team, it's Ash. We're not done yet. VIP down and...
Très bien, Rainbow Six Extraction, sorti le 16 septembre sur toutes les plateformes.
Now, I know you must have a ton of questions after seeing that trailer, and we have answers as well as a full gameplay walkthrough coming up, so hang tight. My name is Richard. I'm your resident community developer coming to you from North Carolina. We're thrilled to be back to give you an introduction to Rainbow Six Extraction. With me today in Montreal, I have Bruno Lalonde, our lead technical director, and Alicia Fortier, game designer, to help walk us through. Alicia, what can we tell our players about Extraction?
Extraction is a 1 to 3 player co-op experience. You might think you know what you're getting into since there's going to be some of your favorite Rainbow Six operators, but it's going to be completely different because this time you're not fighting against each other. You're coming together to face an unprecedented, evolving alien threat. Some of the operators' abilities, gadgets, and tech should feel familiar to Siege players. But this time, as you progress through the game, you'll unlock new ability upgrades and a whole new arsenal specifically designed to take on this new threat.
So the operators we just saw in that trailer are very familiar. But what happened to Hibana?
She got captured. In Extraction, you're always putting it all on the line. If you or a teammate falls during an incursion, you're gonna go missing in action. You can't play MIA operators until they're safely recovered. You and your squad are gonna have to come back together to get back in there and get them out. Every time you go in the containment zone, you risk losing all your progress and upgrades. So stay on your toes and weigh every move you make.
Balancing that risk and reward scenario is going to be tough. Bruno, can you tell us a little bit more about the alien threat? What is it? Who are they? And where do they come from?
What we know is the Archeans are an evolved form of the parasite that was first detected few years ago during the Outbreak event in New Mexico. But a lot have changed since. The parasite has spread to 3 new regions, emerging in several containment zones within New York, San Francisco, and Alaska. This is what we know so far. Within the containment zones, the alien ecosystem is in a continual evolution, as incubation nests and their sprawling tissue spawn procedurally, taking over different areas of the map and reaction to the player presence.
The parasite is always spreading, always evolving. But it didn't look too happy about the operators disturbing their new home. What are we facing off against?
Well, the black goo-like sprawl is probably the first thing you will take on. It spreads to the map once your presence is detected, slowing progress and helping the Archeans. Some of the other threats you may have seen in the trailer are the long-range spiker, the explosive breacher, the shape-shifting tormentors, and the apex. There's a lot more species of Archeans and mutations that have been observed. More to come on that very soon.
Thank you both so much for joining me. I'm really excited to dig into more of the details. We still have crossplay to talk about. Yes, that's right. Extraction will bring everyone together regardless of the platform. And for our Rainbow Six Siege community, we have exclusive unlocks for you in both games. Okay, you've been waiting long enough. Let's take an exclusive first look at some gameplay footage. Here is Rainbow Six Extraction.
Welcome to Rainbow Six Extraction, the new tactical co-op shooter game where Rainbow Six operators are dropped into alien territory. In today's walkthrough, we're on a mission to investigate anomalies identified at the Orpheus Research Center in Alaska. HQ will provide additional instructions.
We need new data on the parasite's underground network. It keeps evolving, adapting. Plant auto trackers on dormant nests. Don't destroy them or we'll lose the trackers.
As a squad of 3, Ella, Alibi, and Sledge will use their operator abilities to complete objectives, assist each other, and obliterate Archeans in their way.
Drone spinning up.
That's a grunt. Easy for a nest to incubate and bring to life, not so easy to eliminate in large numbers.
Converge on location. Nice and quiet.
The enemy reacts to intrusions in their ecosystem, including operators.
Eliminate my target.
So stealth tactics are the way to go.
Visual on nest. Place auto trackers for our react scientists.
Auto tracker activated.
Visual on hostile.
Auto tracker activated.
The parasite generates sprawl, a substance that connects their whole ecosystem. Alert an Archean, and a nearby nest wakes up too. Archeans move faster in Sprawl, but operators get slowed down.
Take my guy out.
The squad can use their react light to see bioluminescent properties in Archeans and in the environment. The contrast helps to better identify targets.
Nest mapping complete. A scientist just gave me the thumbs up. Good job.
Identifying Archean variants helps the team determine the best approach to take them out.
Scan grenade. Going out.
Spotted a rooter. It can immobilize anyone in front of it, so Sledge will swing around back.
Get out of there before the swarm appears. Don't push your luck.
Airlock, go!
That was close. Here, the team can regroup and resupply. Airlock doors will open onto the next subzone, which will be tougher than the first.
We need tissue samples from those Archies, and we need them gone. Use your react blade. It's right there. React blade, do your thing.
That target is finished.
One down. We're not done yet. That's your target. Don't put it to death just yet. Get that sample.
We've located a spiker. It can fire armor-piercing projectiles. Alibi deploys a Prisma hologram.
Deploying the bait.
End of the line.
The squad can use react tech to go further in incursions. The more intel they collect, the more tech they'll have at their disposal to fight off this threat. It's all about teamwork to outsmart the enemy.
Barricade that spot.
Reinforcing the wall.
Creating a choke point is a good idea to increase the arc mine's efficiency.
Eyes on hostile!
Our mine is set.
Now that's the way. Keep hunting.
That's the react threat sensor. Smasher incoming.
Wow, that did it. Take out the leader, no leader for the Archies to follow.
Another objective completed. The squad can either exfil at the extraction point to bring home the latest intel, or move to the next airlock. The third subzone will be the most challenging yet, a true test of both tactical team strategy and operator reflexes.
Some Archeans are responding to an elite as if they're communicating. No way we'd let them mobilize against us. Hunt them down until the elite comes out of hiding.
That's dealt with.
The elite will show up any second.
Enemy located! Eliminate my target! I'm compromised! Eyes on hostile! Operator down!
We have an operator in stasis.
An operator is now MIA.
I don't know if you can hear this, but we're mounting a rescue. Hang tight.
heard it. A rescue mission is underway. React still needs you.
Operators, it's time to unite and stand together against this emerging threat. Squad up with friends in co-op or step into the containment alone.
Stay tuned for more Rainbow Six Extraction intel coming very soon.
If you think fighting aliens is tough, try learning guitar.
Well, that was a segue.
10 years ago, Rocksmith redefined music learning by introducing the first console game that taught millions how to play guitar.
Whether you're already an expert or just starting out, Rocksmith has an approach that's for everyone. A fun and interactive way to learn guitar, playing your favorite songs. And in the decade since its release, our community and its impact have only amplified.
This year, let's turn it up to 11 and see what's next for Rocksmith.
I'm Arthur Von Nagel, producer at Ubisoft San Francisco, and Rocksmith has truly been a dream project for me. As a lifelong gamer and a touring musician, Rocksmith is what I wish I had when I started learning music. And that's why I'm thrilled to share the next evolution of music learning, Rocksmith Plus, a new interactive music learning subscription service available this year. Learn how to play guitar and bass by playing along to master recordings of your favorite songs. Connect your instrument to your PC, console, or mobile device and get real-time feedback as you play. Connecting with Rocksmith Plus will be easier than ever now that you can use your phone as a microphone. Download the app, log in, sync to Rocksmith Plus, set it down, and play along. Now, acoustic players and electric players with amps can use Rocksmith Plus with no extra gear needed. It's a game changer. And we're excited to reveal Rocksmith Plus will have a huge amount of songs at launch. All songs in the library will have chord charts that'll be perfect for rhythm players who want to learn the foundation of a song to hum and strum along to. We'll still have the note-for-note, authentic arrangements for players that want to play songs exactly how the artists originally played them. And each week, we'll release a steady stream of new authentic arrangements to keep growing that portion of the library. We're also introducing the Rocksmith Workshop, a new tool that lets users create and add their own arrangements for songs we've licensed. Your subscription will give you access to all those songs. More content than ever before, including genres beyond rock. We'll have pop, country, Latin, R&B, all sorts of metal subgenres. We'll have music from all over the world, from big stars to indie darlings. It's the most diverse song library ever seen in music learning software. Rocksmith Plus will still have our proven practice features like adaptive difficulty and riff repeater, which let you practice and learn at your own pace, or slow down and repeat tricky parts until you master them. We've improved those features in Rocksmith Plus and are introducing new ones. Beginner and intermediate players will benefit from more personalized learning, thanks to an enhanced recommendation system and more robust progress tracking. Players won't just see their growth on a single song. They can now monitor their progress technique by technique across the board, and overall offer a better sense of how you're improving over time. Advanced players will be happy to know we're introducing a new Rocksmith tablature view. That way you could take advantage of Rocksmith Plus's song library and practice tools in a format that's familiar and one that will hone your tab reading skills. We're excited to announce that you can register for a chance to participate in our closed beta right after the show. Visit our website at rocksmith.com to get an early look at Rocksmith Plus and help us test and create the future of music learning. Thank you so much to the amazing fans who have enjoyed and supported Rocksmith over the past 10 years. Let's jam together with Rocksmith Plus for another 10.
Register now for a chance to play the Rocksmith Plus beta. Summer's coming, and nothing gets thrill seekers' blood flowing like bright sun and fresh trails. And Riders Republic will give them just that.
Last year, you got a first look at our massive multiplayer outdoor sports extravaganza. Since then, the project's grown by jumps and grinds.
Greetings, thrill seekers. This is the Riders Ridge, the Republic's stomping ground. From here, you can meet like-minded riders, manage your career, learn to nail those wild moves, stay stylish, share your creations with the Republic, stay on top of the latest news, and take up some ferocious multiplayer action like Free-for-All or Tricks Battle, our 6 versus 6 team competition. So, here's how it works. Performing big tricks on the modules will turn them from red to blue, and every trick that you stomp will contribute to your team's overall score. You still with me? Okay. When your team has turned all the modules blue, you capture that district, which will help multiply your score into the big time. Progress, progress, progress. To unlock more content, you gotta earn those stars. So, if you want to be the boss of your own career, the world's most famous competitions are waiting for you. Now, some might say the best parts of the Republic can be found in the city playground. We've got modules that you can slay for days. Maybe you're all about living on the edge. Either way, to progress, you gotta earn those stars. Having the right rig is important too. And we've all got our preferences. All right, I get it. Sometimes you just want to explore and bathe in nature. That's right. Everything you do counts. Getting those stars means more rad to be had, and the Republic will abide. There's always something awesome to do as you reach new milestones and unlock more challenges. It's the Red Bull Joyride, people. It's infamous. It's spectacular. It's the biggest stop biking. And guess what? Your friends. There is so much more. More stunts. More sports. More events. Just more, okay? And a natural outdoor playground for you and your friends to enjoy any way that you want. When we say fun with everyone, we mean it. Look at all these riders. Does this speak to you? Then don't miss out on mass races. Woo! The Republic awaits you, rider. See you soon.
Don't keep the mountains waiting. Riders Republic is coming September 2nd, and you can pre-order now and claim your right to rip.
Okay, so we've seen some of our favorite Rainbow Six operators battling alien parasites, but how's their day job going?
You know, ever since Crimson Heist, we're still trying to clear all those pesky Flores drones off the maps.
Year 6 is off to a blazing start, with Siege passing 200,000 concurrent players a few weeks ago. If you haven't joined in yet, 2021 is the perfect time to drop in.
Year into our journey with Siege, we are humbled and grateful for the enthusiastic community that has supported this growth. So today is all about sharing quality of life developments that will dramatically improve player experience.
With the community growing every day, we've been hard at work finding ways to improve your ability to play with your friends and meet new players. On June 30th, we are unifying our PC and cloud-based platforms with crossplay and cross-progression. That means that any player on Amazon Luna, Stadia, or PC will be able to queue into games together while having a unified account progression.
And for console players, in early 2022, crossplay will be available between PlayStation and Xbox platform, and the cross-progression will be available between all platforms. For these updates, we needed a bit more time in order to prepare and make sure they have a smooth launch.
Bringing these player bases together benefits everyone. It will finally allow you to play with your friends across different platforms. It also means that your progression will now follow you, anytime and anywhere you play.
We know crossplay is a feature a lot of you has been anticipating, and we are thrilled to see the enthusiasm its announcement has inspired. From your amazing fan art to the awesome cosplays, the Rainbow Six community is the lifeblood that keeps this game moving forward.
We cannot thank you enough for your support. It is because of you that Siege keeps evolving and growing.
To wrap up, here's a brand new animated trailer starring Thunderbird, the new Defender joining Team Rainbow. Check this out.
Ready? 6 years ago, I met a pilot. She saved my life. That symbol, what does it mean?
This jacket was my father's.
Un autre jeu visiblement là. Donc là ils ont beaucoup parlé de Rainbow Six Siege, de cross-platform, etc. On a eu de magnifiques accents français. Maintenant on enchaîne.
You try to get some rest.
Yo, the boss. What's happening?
Wait, that's it? What happened next?
Why don't you ask her yourself?
New projects aren't the only things to be excited about this year. Take a look at the incredible updates coming to our live games in 2021.
From the release of the Ghost experience to the latest teammate update, Ghost Recon Breakpoint keeps evolving thanks to your feedback. But that's not all. As 2021 marks the 20th anniversary of the Ghost Recon franchise, we are happy to announce that there are still many more surprises to come. Stay tuned, Ghosts.
Just Dance has always been about connecting with friends and family. When you're in good company, there are no bad dancers. So move the coffee table, alert the local homeowners association, and let's get loud.
Hello, my name is Todd Rickall, and I'm a singer, dancer, actor, director, and choreographer. I am super excited to announce that my song, Nell's Hair Hips Heels, is going to be a part of Just Dance 2022. Legs, face, eyes, thin, waist, thick, thighs, you, me, you, wish, new phone, who, this. But that's not all. Oh no, for the first time ever, the Just Dance team and I are collaborating to give you an exclusive version of my song for Just Dance 2022. Girl, I don't dance, I work. I don't play, I slay. I don't walk, I To me, Just Dance allows people to express themselves through dance and to celebrate who they are and their individuality in such a fun way. Just Dance has transformed millions of lives, and I hope that this song brings you all so much joy, whether you're dancing alone or with a group, to work out, or just to have fun. It's going to be a great time, and I can assure you, you will not just play, you will absolutely slay. The new lyrics were handcrafted specifically for Just Dance, and let me tell you something, they're full of sass because, you know, they were written by yours truly, but I guarantee they are going to give people so much confidence. That's the reason why I wrote Nails, Hair, Hips, Heels, and now it's been Just Danceified. I don't think they're ready for this jelly. I hope you all have just as much fun dancing to this track as I had making it. Oh, and one last thing. You will have the opportunity to be a part of the making of my new video, which will be released alongside the new Just Dance track. For more information on how to participate, darling, just check the link below. We got you. I cannot wait to see you all living your best life and being the most fabulous you have ever been. I will see you all in Just Dance 2022.
Girl, I don't dance, I work. I don't play, I slay. I don't walk, I strut, and then sashay. But I don't work for free. That's not the tea, hunty. So make it rain on me, and I might let you see. Okay, dolls, y'all know what time it is. Come on, everybody on the floor. I want to see you work. Come on, nails, hair, that's all.
It's time to get our Viking on. It was a big year for the new chief of the Raven clan, but your journey with Eivor is far from over.
In November 2020, we released Assassin's Creed Valhalla. To our delight, it was the biggest launch for any Assassin's Creed game to date, and we have you to thank for that. Becoming Eivor, a Viking leader going on a quest to fight for a new home, is an adventure that resonated closely with many of you. I certainly had fun exploring England with Eivor and stumbling across unique world events that left me with memorable side stories.
Thank you, Eivor.
We're amazed to see how you dedicated yourselves to the Viking lifestyle. You've led more than 300 million raids in total, and built more than 100 million buildings in your settlements. Congrats. Eivor still has a long journey ahead, and we've been continuing to offer free updates for all players to enjoy post-launch. These updates include time-limited festivals, new quests, and even whole new game modes, such as the River Raids update and the Mastery Challenge. We add in community-requested tweaks and features too. For instance, we'll be adding one-handed swords in the coming weeks. The team is also working hard at tackling issues and improving the game experience for everyone. We've been tracking various known issues on our forums, and also shared our complex bug-fixing process in a recent dev blog. We love seeing your continual feedback, and we thank you for your patience and support for the game. On top of regular free updates, we're also building on Eivor's story and the world of Assassin's Creed Valhalla through game expansions. Wrath of the Druids released a few weeks ago, allowing players to explore Ireland and battle a mysterious cult, the Children of Danu. In our second upcoming expansion, you'll get to relive the Siege of Paris. This is the most ambitious battle in Viking history, taking place in war-torn Francia. You'll have to do everything in your power to uncover enemy secrets and form strategic alliances in order to safeguard your clan's future. Players may be excited to learn that black box infiltration missions are returning. This means you're given a goal for a mission, but how you'll achieve it is up to you. Expect new abilities, weapons, gear, and of course, new enemies. Watch out for the Siege of Paris coming this summer. Assassin's Creed has long focused on the exploration of history, and we are happy to announce that the new Discovery Tour will be released this fall. It will be free to all who own Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Explore the world and take a deeper dive into the history of the Viking Age. The team has crafted a new experience where you'll get to play as people during the time of Vikings and follow them in their endeavors, big and small, while collecting exclusive rewards. Whether you're an Assassin's Creed fan with a heart for history or a student looking to supplement your knowledge, the Discovery Tour Viking Age will have you covered. Assassin's Creed Valhalla doesn't stop here. For the first time on an Assassin's Creed title, we'll be supporting the game well into its second year. While this year will be a very active year for the game, we're already working on more expansions for next year. Something tells me that Eivor is not done with Odin yet.
So you've seen some great games from us, but we also have news about the movies and TV series we've been working on.
Our Ubisoft Film and Television team has some exclusive content to share. Up first is Mythic Quest, the workplace comedy set in a game development studio that's streaming on Apple TV+. If you haven't watched the second season yet, here's a look at what you've been missing before the upcoming season finale.
Why do you have goosebumps?
This is an involuntary reaction to
Being inspired?
I was emotionally manipulated.
What's the difference? That's it. Except make it about me and not the world.
I feel really seen and heard.
I don't want to see you or hear you.
She played us to get what she wanted.
She inspired us.
She emotionally manipulated us.
What's the difference?
Up next is an exclusive look at a new trailer for our feature-length movie, Werewolves Within. It's a whodunit with teeth that'll be coming to theaters June 25th and on demand July 2nd.
Hello, everyone. I am Josh Rubin, the director of Werewolves Within.
And I'm Sam Richardson, the star of Werewolves Within.
Werewolves Within was based off a Ubisoft game, and we're so excited to bring you an exclusive look just for you.
Check it out. Dr. Ellis?
I told you, she's probably tanked.
Touch this door again, I'll shoot. Again.
Dr. Ellis? Not getting lost, please. We need answers.
It didn't disappear.
What did you say? Shh.
What?
It's not Emerson Flint. It's one of you.
What the hell is that supposed to mean? Okay, well, what did her eyeball say? Look, we don't understand. Could you just please come out?
I'm afraid I can't do that, Ranger Wheeler. You could be one of them.
What is she? One of what?
A lycanthrope.
A what?
A werewolf.
The roads are effed. Something's wrong with the generator. Also, there's a dead body under your porch.
Yes!
I'm gonna go get a croissant.
Out of curiosity, who is packing? We having a good old-fashioned sleepover.
With guns, though.
With guns, yes.
Everybody's going, how the heck?
Not littering, I'm just excited.
Not judging, just watching it. Follow Mythic Quest on Apple TV+, and be sure to catch Werewolves Within this summer, in theaters or on your on-demand platforms.
No hero story is complete without a great rival to match them. After all, even the most vile tyrant is a star of their own narrative.
When it comes to memorable villains, no one does it better than Far Cry.
have to get on that boat.
Abuela, what the hell I'm gonna do with baseball cards?
Do you have any idea what these are worth? Let us through.
Quiet. Marco, always making new friends.
Danny, you're late. Where's Alejo?
He gave up his ticket. For his family.
Bullshit. Alejo is an orphan.
Alejo's not going anywhere anymore. Come on, Marco. Let them on.
Vamos.
Good man.
Gracias.
Boxing cow.
Gracias.
Don't worry about it, chamaco.
Here. It's all I've got.
This isn't right, Danny. We should be fighting, not running to the Yankees.
Alejo gave you a fucking gift, Lira. We survive. Same as the orphanage, same as the academy.
What's that?
Please, no, this is a fishing boat. Dios mío, no!
Before he was El Presidente, mi papa loved to fish. We would go out on a boat, just like this, and we would catch the fish and then release them. He would say, it's not always about your stomach, mijo. It's about the challenge. Except when he caught a big, fat, juicy marlin, he was too proud to let that fish go.
Si, Tirano! You have poison, Yara! You have poisoned your sword!
I have caught a very big fish today. Haven't I, Diego? Diego!
No way.
I have caught you, mijo. Now it's time to bring you home.
I don't want this anymore, Papa.
We have no choice.
Let them go. They can work. Make Viviro.
Truth or lies?
Truth.
They could be good workers. They could help rebuild paradise. But if you wanted them to live, you would have never set foot on this fucking boat. 13 years old. And Diego has such compassion for his people. These fish, we will catch and release.
Voilà un petit peu ce que ça va donner donc pour le prochain
You've
Far Cry.
just seen another disturbing lesson from Anton Castillo, passed down to his son Diego as he grooms him to become the future ruler of Yara. The most important part of crafting a Far Cry villain isn't the fact that they're evil or shocking. It's that there's someone that could sit across from you at the dinner table and charm you into thinking that everything they believe, no matter how twisted or horrifying, could be absolutely true. That's the secret to Anton's power, and we couldn't be prouder to have him join the Far Cry family. Now, when creating Anton, we had quite a lot to live up to. Because when you think Far Cry, you think about its rich legacy of villains. Which makes today a very special day for Far Cry fans. Not only did we get to see into the mind of Anton Castillo, we finally get to unveil some of our post-launch plans. Our dream was to honor the Far Cry villain's tradition and introduce a brand new experience. It is time to see the other side. Go further down the rabbit hole, and it's up to you to find a way out.
What is going on? Who's watching who?
My, what a happy family. RJ, tell your mother and sister to...
You are alive. That is all that matters.
What the fuck?
Peekaboo, motherfucker.
Where the fuck am I?
I too am a king who isn't afraid to slaughter to get what he wants. In my way!
Is this a test? A dream? An opportunity? Then I will not waste it. You are beyond salvation. Did I ever tell you the definition of insanity?
Far Cry 3 Blue Dragon, ça. Avec le Season Pass. Stylé.
We're so excited for you all to check out this next game.
Oof, Neelam, I can't wait to get my hands on this one.
We are now approaching our destination.
Alors ça c'est un leak de Nintendo tout à l'heure, mais qui est présenté au moment de l'Ubisoft Forward.
Vast energy anomaly detected.
The whole team is super proud of this new game, and I can't wait for you to experience it.
It's fair to say that we did something quite surprising with the concept of Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle. And for this project, we didn't want to stop there.
Hi everyone, Mario and the Rabbids are back. And I'm so excited to be back as well today to unveil our new project, Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope. We are diving back into this unique crossover with even bigger ambition, expanding our universe on a major scale. This time it's not just the Mushroom Kingdom, there is an entire galaxy to save. To do so, you will lead a brave yet reckless team of unique heroes, including some fresh faces like Rabbids Rosalina and other surprises. On their quest to repel evil across the galaxy, their spaceship will bring them from planet to planet. They will be facing a powerful villain, Cursor, an enemy unlike anything our heroes encountered before. But they won't be alone. By their side, they will have their new allies, the Sparks. These surprising creatures, born from the merge of Rabbids and Lumas, will lend their wild powers to our heroes. Their natures and origin are at the core of our story. But let's keep some surprises for later.
After the tremendous success of Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle, the entire team was moved by the amazing reception from players across the world. We were stunned by the love we felt for this unexpected team-up. We know we've been off the radar for a while now, as we wanted to take the time needed to bring this crossover to the next level. It's not just a new story with new enemies, new heroes. Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope has big ambitions. It introduces new action elements into the mix that will push the boundaries of tactical games even further. That being said, we also wish to offer an easy-to-play experience for all players, yet hard to master for those of you that are willing to take the challenge. And you will be able to experience this cosmic adventure exclusively on the Nintendo Switch. We can't wait to tell you more about the game soon.
There is an entire galaxy to save, and we cannot wait for you to experience it.
So we're not done yet. Let's check in with our CEO, Yves Guillemot.
Hi everyone. As you have seen, we have a fantastic and diverse lineup of games coming soon. And this is just the beginning. Thanks to all the teams at Ubisoft for what they achieved. and for always striving to deliver the best possible game experiences. I'm humbled by their resilience, energy, and collaboration, especially during what has been a challenging year. I'm also proud of our industry's ability to bring together millions of players from around the world to share memorable experiences and moments of joy. This is one of the real powers of video games, and it is what motivates everyone at Ubisoft to do our best. Finally, my sincere thanks to you, the players. We appreciate the trust you place in us. Your involvement in our games communities keeps them growing and vibrant. We want to create original, enriching, long-lasting game worlds, and your contributions, feedback, and support make it possible. We also are proud that some of the biggest names in entertainment trust our creative teams to develop games within their universes. For example, you just saw Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope, developed in collaboration with Nintendo, where everyone's favorite Mario and Rabbids characters return for an all-new adventure. And speaking of great partnerships, there is one more exciting thing we would like to show you today. It is a glimpse of the amazing journey that awaits you in one of the most beautiful but dangerous places of all, brought to life by the latest version of our Snowdrop engine. I'm excited to share this first look with you now. Enjoy!
Donc là, ils vont présenter, je crois, un nouveau moteur graphique. C'est bien évidemment le PDG, je crois, d'Ubisoft à Paris. Et d'Ubisoft en général. Voilà, que des bonnes surprises. Voilà, pour terminer sur cette fin de l'Ubisoft Forward. Hein, oui, oui, les 22h, c'est la fin de l'Ubisoft Forward. Qu'est-ce qu'on va avoir après que je regarde. Ah, on va avoir du coup l'après Ubisoft Forward. Ça va commencer maintenant. Et à 23h, on aura le Gearbox E3 Showcase pendant 45 minutes. Après, le Games Beat Session clôturera la soirée avec le War Up à 1h du matin. Ça va être, voilà, ça va être décrescendo. C'était, on va dire qu'aujourd'hui, c'était un peu la seule conférence, à vrai dire. Grosse. Et puis, on va aussi avoir... donc, du coup, on a eu un Just Dance 2022 avec 40 nouvelles chansons qui sort le 4 novembre 2021 sur PC, PS4, PS5, Xbox Series, Switch, Stadia, quasiment partout. Le nouveau Rainbow Six, le logiciel Rocksmith, Rider Republic, voilà, tout est montré là. Le nouveau, voilà, les mises à jour pour le nouveau Assassin's Creed et voilà, les images du Far Cry 6 et le Mario Lapin Crétin. Donc voilà, on a encore quelques surprises apparemment, mais voilà. Tac. Bon, il y a eu apparemment, enfin il va y avoir un petit peu de DMCA de droite à gauche, du coup bah malheureusement ça va être côté direct. Hein. Ça malheureusement ce sont des imprévus auxquels on ne peut pas faire attention. Ce que je voulais voir moi aussi.
Potential to bust down all those negative stereotypes about even Indigenous women, Indigenous people.
If there's anything that can help target an audience to become more interested in Nakota community, it's probably
je dépublie directement la VOD pour être sûr de ne pas avoir de soucis, mais alors je suis obligé là, j'ai déjà entendu quelque chose d'IMCA, donc on va faire attention. Voilà, Twitch ont recommandé de dépublier pour avoir, pour ne pas risquer un ban. On va le faire. On le serait con.
Thunderbird was born in the Nakota Territory.
Là, du coup, on part en pause pendant 50 minutes. On revient dans environ 50 minutes pour le Xbox Forward les couilles. Non, pardon, pour le Gearbox, pardon. Pour le Gearbox, hâte de voir ce qu'il a proposé, du coup. Du coup, pause, on part en pause, voilà. Et puis, on met un petit chrono, qui marche le chrono, il est affiché où le chrono? Eh ben, il n'est pas affiché en plus. Countdown. Ah oui, non mais je sais pourquoi. Oui mais non. Propriété. Chrono down. Non. Countdown. Voilà, c'est ok maintenant. Et donc du coup on se retrouve dans cinquantaine de minutes. Non, du coup 40 minutes.
However, it can also heal your opponents. So Kona quite literally is a friend to everyone.
C'était très beau d'ailleurs cette petite truc. Alors en fait entre temps je suis passé sur la version YouTube parce qu'il y avait des sous-titres en FR. Donc c'était plus simple. Chrono down.
Out there and find and do research
Perfect.
on of who the Nakota are, what are the Nakota, am I a Nakota, what's my language, what's my culture, what does this symbol mean?
Thunderbird would not have existed without the input of Tarina, Jessica, and Shayna. They honestly created this character from the ground up.
We never really knew each other, and we were so excited to talk about this character. And we talked about water, we talked about her name, and we talked about all of these things that, you know, that's going to represent a strong woman warrior. She's going to be representing, she's going to be carrying, and you know, that was really what was cool about working with Ubisoft on this character.
Je considère qu'aujourd'hui, quand on travaille dans ces secteurs-là, dans ces médiums-là, c'est notre devoir d'offrir un maximum de représentation, de donner la possibilité à un maximum de personnes de pouvoir s'identifier, de pouvoir rêver, de pouvoir se projeter au travers de notre contenu. Et c'est pour ça qu'on va repousser de plus en plus les limites de la diversité sur notre projet. On va aller voir un maximum de communautés et de minorités et faire en sorte que n'importe qui a envie de se projeter, qui a envie d'interagir avec Siege, puisse avoir une forme de porte d'entrée au travers d'un personnage qui lui ressemble.
She's really bringing such an ancient, historic people into the present. I hope that honors her and all Indigenous women and all Indigenous people.
I feel that us consultants worked very carefully and respectfully to develop a character that would make Nakota people proud.
This is something that's going to really impact with kids that are Nakota. I might just, you know, purchase a game console and try it out myself.
Hey everyone, thanks for joining us. We've got a great show lined up for you today. We've got a bunch of amazing folks from dev team members, members of the community, and our community team who are going to take you through a bunch of great topics related to the upcoming season of Siege. Coming hot on the heels of that making of video of Thunderbird, we'd like to take you behind the scenes of her design. In order to help you with that, we have Alex Karpazis from the dev team. Thanks for joining us today.
Absolutely. Pleasure to be here.
So before we dive into Thunderbird specifically, I'd love to hear about the process of making an operator. What goes into this and what steps are involved in deciding what to base a character around?
Starting an operator starts with a lot of exploration. On the gameplay side, there's a bunch of gadgets we want to try out, things that are interesting for abilities. On a universe side, there's interesting bios that we want to explore, different kind of people we want to introduce to the cast of characters of Siege. And on the character concept side, we want to play with different forms and silhouettes, something that you haven't really seen before in Siege.
In terms of Thunderbird as a character, where did that conception begin?
Thunderbird was really interesting. The entire team knew that we wanted to feature somebody from the First Nations in North America. This is our backyard. We wanted to represent somebody from that huge community, but we didn't know where to start. And we eventually found that it all really started from the casting. We wanted to find somebody who could speak their native language, bring an incredible performance to the character, and really do justice to who the character we want to build is. So this all began with our star, who is Sarah Lise MacArthur, and she really was the driving force behind Thunderbird. She knows how to speak Nakotan, she has an incredible voice, and that's really what honed in on the idea of a Nakotan operator in Rainbow Six Siege.
In addition to working closely on the casting side of things, I also understand that you worked really closely, as we saw in the making of video, with consultants. I know you've mentioned that the symbolism was a really important part of where the consultants came into play. Was there anything in particular with the iconography that they helped with?
The consultants were immensely helpful and so supportive of what we were trying to do with Thunderbird. Once we knew that we wanted to feature a Nakotan operator, that's when we found 3 amazing consultants, one of them being an artist, to start working on the background of the operator and the visuals. And so when you take a look at Thunderbird, there's actually a lot of emblems and iconography that has a lot of emotion and meaning behind them.
Are there any that you'd be able to dig into specifically right now?
Every single badge on Thunderbird has a meaning. If you take a look at the back of her jacket, for instance, the six-pointed star, which is a huge, huge symbol for the Nakota Nation. It represents so many things, most of all balance. Balance between life and death, between masculine and feminine. That was a really important thing we needed to nail, and we worked really closely with the consultants to make sure that that emblem was meaningful and respectful of everything we wanted to represent Thunderbird.
That's amazing. And I feel like one of the other things that's really, really identifiable on Thunderbird's jacket is the word Wagia. What does that mean to Thunderbird?
So Wagia is Thunderbird in Nakotan. And also we wanted to make sure that that language was visible on the character, just like it's something that you can hear Thunderbird speak in the animated short that we released. Making sure that the language was a part of the character was very important, and that's why you see it on the back of the jacket too.
So working with Sarah Lise MacArthur on the animated trailer, were there any big takeaways on your side?
I think the biggest takeaway was we learned so much from our consultants, from Sarah Lise MacArthur, and the hope is too that many, many more people can learn about the Nakota people, their language, their art, and really open up opportunities for people to investigate and learn more about these amazing people.
Thanks for taking the time to bring us through the design of Thunderbird. In the meantime, we're going to jump into the animated trailer that we mentioned before, but if there's anyone you'd like to thank, Alex, you have the floor.
I just want to thank the team for being so incredible. Thunderbird was an immense amount of work, and I know everybody's so extremely proud of her. And I also know that they're already hard at work on the next couple of operators that are already being worked on. So thank you so much. It means a lot to so many people to share these operators with the world.
Ready?
6 years ago, I met a pilot. She saved my life.
Damn.
That symbol, what does it mean?
This jacket was my father's. Dagu Wankan, Wichachpi. The creator's star has many meanings. Love, wisdom, bravery.
Suits you.
Listen, I need to get this bird in the air. You try to get some rest.
You're the boss. What's happening?
Shh. Wait, that's it? What happened next?
Why don't you ask her yourself?
Hey everyone, my name is Josh. I am one of the CRs for Rainbow Six Siege, and you may also know me as UbiYubble on the Ubisoft forums, Steam, and Reddit. With the release of North Star, we figured this would be a good opportunity to discuss some of the top issues that we have gone over the past year. Without further ado, let's dive right into it. Up first, let's talk about smoke propagation and Smoke's toxic babes. We're excited to announce that with the release of North Star, Smoke's toxic canisters will no longer clip through ceilings, floors, or walls. Up next, bullet hole peeking. We know that for players, it can be frustrating to get killed through a bullet hole and not necessarily know where that bullet hole came from. With North Star, we're excited to announce that bullet holes in soft surfaces will no longer leave small holes that will give an unfair advantage to peekers. Players will need to fire multiple bullets to create larger rotations, and it's worth mentioning that thin materials like window glass, barricades, and the inner core of props will not be affected by this change. Next, let's dive into some of the gameplay-focused issues that are affecting our community. We are improving the way the game detects flashes so that you can be more confident knowing how it will affect your opponent. To solve this, we are simulating the way light bounces off objects in the environment and evaluating the strengths of flashes to make sure that they are balanced. We're happy with the results so far and are now testing it to make sure it meets the standards in the heat of a match, and we are currently aiming for a Year 6 Season 3 launch for this. Up next, let's talk about certain skins that are difficult to see. We know that when you're peeking down a corridor, you want to make sure that you're actually seeing your opponent where they are. And we know that there are certain skins that make this a little bit difficult for our players. To combat this, we are introducing rim lighting, that way all cosmetics have a similar visibility across the board. We are currently aiming for a Year 6 Season 3 release for this, so be sure to stay tuned to our social media for updates. Next, we'd like to talk about some issues that tie into your wider player experience with Siege. When it comes to cheating and toxicity, we know these topics are important for our community just as much as they are for us. In our last anti-cheat dev blog, we mentioned that we are working on building new cheat detections based on statistics to uncover our most disruptive cheat users. While this process was originally manual to stress test and help validate its accuracy, we are excited to announce that this process is now automatic. This means that sanctions for cheaters identified through data-based means will come quicker and reduce their impact on our community. Implementing an automatic process also allows us to work in parallel and strengthen our collaboration with BattleEye. We are also taking the time to further evolve the MMR rollback system by improving its reactivity and minimizing its negative impact on our players. The goal of MMR rollback was to help players when they are in an unfair match. That being said, we know that when you win against a team with a cheater and you are rolled back for that, it can be very frustrating, so we are working to address that. We will continue to tweak the design as we work towards a clear and fair system. We are not able to share an exact timeline at this moment, but we are working towards and aiming for a Season 3 release for this, so be sure to look out for more updates. We have also increased sanction penalties for abandon-related offenses, and this will be for ranked and unranked, and you will see this at the beginning of North Star. Paired with the recent improvements to the match cancellation, we expect this to help discourage this form of griefing while limiting the impact on our committed players. Now, this is only just a snapshot of what we're working on. Later on this week, we will share a top issues article that will recap these and some of our other top related issues. On top of this, we are also hard at work on focused updates for specific top issues, like an update to our anti-cheat dev blog, so stay tuned for more.
All right, and now we're here to talk about something very near and dear to my heart. That's the 6th Guardian program. The program launched Year 5, Season 4, and it was a way for us to focus the efforts of the Siege community on a good cause. And at the time, that first crack at it was with our friends over at Able Gamers. Throughout the course of that season, we were able to raise over $170,000 for Able Gamers charity. So it was a great success. We thank everybody who contributed, bought the cool skin that we made with them. All the proceeds from those purchases go to the charity, by the way. And we're not stopping the program there. In fact, we're here today to reveal our next iteration on the program, starting in Year 6, Season 2, North Star. And we are joined by a representative, and in fact, the CEO of our next charity right here. His name is Steve Machuga from Stack Up. Steve, how are you doing?
I'm doing good, Eric. Thanks for having me on.
My pleasure. We go back a long way. We're always been looking for cool ways to work together, and I think this is probably the coolest one we found.
pretty damn cool. Thanks.
What is Stack Up? Why don't you walk us through what your organization does?
So Stack Up is a military charity. We provide support to U.S. and allied veterans through our 4 main programs. We have our supply crate program where we send Xboxes and PlayStations to units deployed forward. We have our Air Assault program where we fly disabled or deserving veterans to various gaming events like Comic-Con, E3, PAX, or to studio tours to check out their favorite games, how they get made. Our Stacks program, where we have little fire teams of volunteers that get out and do good things in their neighborhood, volunteer where they can. And then finally, last but not least, we have our Overwatch program, which is our 24/7 suicide prevention team for veterans online through our Discord channel. If you're having a tough time, you need someone to talk to, our volunteers are there and ready to go.
And if it's okay to say, you yourself served overseas, didn't you?
8 years in the Army, 4 years infantry, 4 years intel.
And is that sort of what gave you a bit of inspiration on the downtime?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, gaming was definitely something that I used both overseas and when I came back home to reacclimatize myself to being back home. It's definitely a strange reality, stepping off the plane and just going down the street to get a chili dog. It's like, where did I just come from again? Oh my, what in the world? It's a very rough transition. So having something to kind of walk me back into reality playing video games was that. And a lot of our guys and gals use gaming to kind of fill up that tough time in their lives where they need a little bit of help, whether it's staying in touch with other veterans or people that they're no longer in contact with. They can play games together across the country from one another. Gaming works out as a wonderful way to keep veterans motivated, their morale high, and generally part of the conversation.
Now, one thing that was interesting that you mentioned in there right at the top is it's not just a U.S.-only charity. You're serving military organizations outside of the U.S., is that right?
One of the things that we try to impress upon people is just because we're based in the United States, we are not just a U.S.-based charity. We help U.S. and allied veterans, which means if you put on a uniform and you're one of our allies through NATO or ANZAC, Australia, New Zealand, any of our allies out there, we will work with you.
And that fits in perfectly with the theme of what Rainbow Six is, right?
Exactly. It's very strange. Like, I was actually reading the original Rainbow Six book while I was in Ranger School. So it was a very weird reality of, this multinational anti-terrorism unit. And, being it was so crazy that here we are now, almost 20 years later. And it's amazing how far we've come as an organization.
So how do you feel about partnering with Siege and our community on this?
Oh, it's super exciting. I mean, you guys over at Ubisoft sure know how to run games as a service. It's amazing, and we're happy to be a part of it.
It's a wild ride working on Siege, and I don't think any of us would ever change it. So without further ado, we've talked a lot, but I'm sure people want to actually see what this bundle looks like. So we're going to pull up some images here of the bundle, and we'll reveal that it's a skin, in fact, for Valkyrie. So let's have a look there. Steve, how do you feel about this bundle?
Big fan. I was a Valk main for a long time, primarily because of my potato aim. And just being able to throw cameras around and watch avenues of approach as people trying to come in, I get the intel over to the guys who can actually make the shots. So that's where I liked playing primarily as a support class. So Valk's the perfect choice.
The Valk 6 Guardian Stack Up Bundle will be available as soon as Year 6 Season 2 North Star launches this week. And it's going to run for the entire season. So you have a whole season's worth of time to buy that bundle. And the proceeds from your purchase go directly to Stack Up and its great cause. So please consider it. Steve, thank you so much for joining us today. And before I let you go, I thought I'd give you a chance to let the people know how they can contribute, how they can help out, or get involved with Stack Up apart from buying this bundle.
If you're interested in learning more about Stack Up and how we support veterans and mental health for veterans, head on over to stackup.org. We're on the website, our Discord channels, discord.gg/stackup.org. Head on over there, and some of our volunteers will be right there with you. If you know someone who could use our help, that's a great place to put in a request form as well. So yeah, please head on over, and we're happy to help out wherever we can.
Hey
Hey everyone, I'm here with Guillaume to talk about crossplay and cross progression coming to Rainbow Six Siege. Some amazing announcements today in our show, and we'd like to spend a little time talking about these. First, let's talk about Stadia. So, how and when will this rollout happen?
Stadia, we're very excited about it. It's going to be out and released on June 30th for everybody. So on June 30th, you'll be able to play on Stadia, and you will also be able to play with PC player, and your progression will also follow you whenever you play on Stadia or on PC.
That's amazing. I know everyone's very excited about cross progression and crossplay. Speaking of that, question on people's mind is, will PC and console have crossplay between them?
No, not for now. We're going to have separate matchmaking pools and crossplay pools. PC will be on a side with cloud-based platforms, and console in the future will be together.
Got it. So, and to be clear, when we talk about console crossplay, which generations are we talking about?
We're going to talk about every generation, PS4, PS5, Xbox One, Xbox One X.
Perfect. Now, it's something that is a highly anticipated community feature. So let's talk a little bit about the console crossplay coming. What steps do we need to take now to make this thing happen?
We are going to need to be very careful on how we do it because, as you know, Siege is a live game, so it's like changing the wheels of the car while we are riding on the highway, right? So we're going to have a lot of work to do on the UI to make sure that all the invite flows are working properly, and we'll also have a lot of work to do on the tech side to be sure that all the different and separate environment that we have right now are merged into one so that they can support crossplay and cross progression.
This is going to be a community question that pops up with crossplay, cross progression. Does this mean when console crossplay happens that we will be supporting mouse and keyboard on consoles?
So this is indeed a very good question. We are working on looking what we're going to do it and how we're going to handle it. That's for sure. It's something that is on our roadmap, but it's a very complicated topic. And again, the idea is to make sure that we do it properly. So yes, input spoofing, and how we manage them in the matchmaking is on our top priority list. Yes, for that feature.
Yeah, that makes sense. So if console crossplay is coming in 2022, what can we expect between now and then?
First step will be the release of the Stadia version in June 30th. And after that, we're going to be hard at work making sure that everything is ready for the console launch early next year.
Amazing. Well, I think that's awesome. I think I speak for everyone when we say we're very excited for this to happen. In the meantime, everyone keep an eye out on channels throughout the year, and we'll keep you updated on the progress as we bring crossplay to Rainbow Six Siege. Thank you.
Hey everyone, Rainbow Six Siege is an extremely dedicated and talented creative community, and we've been working on quite some time on finding ways how to get designs created by our fan artists into the game. In March 2021, we launched the Community Artist Bundle program together with Prime Gaming and the very first community-created bundle by Source Siege for the operator Cavera. The response of the community has been absolutely fantastic, so big shout out to Source Siege for creating this fabulous set. Today, we're extremely excited to announce the Year 6 Season 2 Fan Artist Bundle, designed by the one and only Sunstark. Sunstark has been a pillar in our community with her amazing fan art for Siege, and she has a very unique story to share, because while we were creating her bundle, she was actually hired by Ubisoft to work on Siege full-time. She's here on the show with us today, so welcome Sunstark, and why don't you tell us a little bit more about yourself and your story?
Hi, I'm Sunshine Kim. You know me more as Sunstark. I'm a character concept artist working in the video game industry since 2015. I started drawing Rainbow Six Siege fan art since Velvet Shell Season 9. I'm a big fan of military shooting games, so the general aesthetics of this game, character designs and character lore, and those all things really appealed to me at the time. So for me, it was a good stress relief to draw Siege fan art after a long day at work. And here I am in 2021. I officially work for Rainbow Six Siege now.
So you were a fan artist when we reached out to you about creating your bundle. And can you tell us how your journey was from being a fan artist to actually being an employee and working on Siege?
Let's say that it was like double lottery wins. It was already a big honor for me to be invited to this amazing program that to be immortalized in the game. And during the production, during the production of this bundle, I actually got approached by the art team of Rainbow Six Siege that if I would be interested in applying for the role on the team. So I did. I applied, and I got hired. It all happened in 2 months, and it was crazy. Yeah.
Absolutely incredible. So, what is your position within Siege exactly?
I'm a character concept artist working on Rainbow Six Siege team. So that includes battle pass skins or like elite skins or new operators.
Now, let's have a very first look at the bundle you've created. So, you chose to create this bundle for Lion. Why did you choose this character in particular?
Yes, Lion is indeed my favorite operator. If you follow my social medias, 90% of my contents include Lion, so it's not a secret. I I just found the character really the lore is really interesting to me. It's quite dramatic. It's not for everybody, but he's just unique personality. Not good, but unique. His unique personality uh, causing trouble with other operators, and his really really dark past, and his relationship with his son and everything. It just made the character super rich, and I enjoyed adding my interpretation to every fan art I did for him.
What inspired you to create this bundle?
There's one time that I did a fan skin for Lion, which was firefighter theme. And to be honest, I went in super lightheartedly. I just enjoyed aesthetic. I just enjoyed mashing up firefighter uniform and then all the tactical gears together. It was just fun, creative process. When I posted it up, I got several messages from actual firefighters in our community, and they were all thanking me. All I did was just drawing a fan art of my favorite character, but they were thanking me for representing them in my art. So when Ubisoft approached to me and presented this idea, of course I'm going to take it. I immediately thought I gotta make that fan skin to be real. So yeah, there was no other option. It was going to be firefighter since the beginning, and yeah, this is my tribute to first responders in our community.
You had that idea in your mind of creating a firefighter skin for Lion, and now we'll have it soon in the game. Can you tell us a little bit about that process from getting the idea in your head into the game?
Yeah, absolutely. I really enjoyed working with the C's team, and remember this was before I joined the team, so I was just a fan artist. I was just a fan. They treated me like I was on-site artist, so it was a really good. It was a good taste for me to what it's like to work with the C's team, and the 3D artist that I worked with was just amazing, amazingly talented artist that I'm really happy with the outcome. I'm glad that I got to taste that process before I joined the team.
Thank you so much for being here on the show with us today, telling us more about yourself and your bundle. And we're incredibly excited until the release. We can't wait to see it in game.
Thank you for having me here. I can't wait to see Bundle either, and I can't wait for you to finally see my son.
We're sure you all want to know how you can get your hands on the Lion bundle and when. So the bundle will be available shortly after the release of Year 6 Season 2 next week, and it will be available via Prime Gaming, which means it will be free for all Prime members. So make sure that your Amazon Ubisoft accounts are linked, and keep an eye out on our social channels and our website for any more information about this.
Hi everyone and welcome. I'm here to share some exciting news about upcoming Charms releases, including a first-time reveal of Season 2 Charms. But before we dive into that, I'd like to introduce my guest, Rob Walker, founder of the Cyber Athlete Championship Series, an independent competitive series. Welcome, Rob.
Hi, thanks so much for inviting me.
I know that you and the streamers had a chance to work with devs on some of the upcoming charms, but first, let's talk about your work with CCS. First and foremost, tell me a little bit about what you're doing with CCS and what it is.
We started CCS as a tournament organizer, and we've kind of grown into handling productions for different events too, or one off needs that someone may want when it comes to putting on a esports event.
That's great. With that said, who all can participate in being involved in CCS?
At the time, if you wish to play in a CCS event, you have to be 16 years old or older. The operational and production side, if you're worried that you have no experience, but you don't want to necessarily play in esports, you maybe want to get into commentary, you may want to get into running a broadcast, or you may even want to get into admin and community management work. I really look forward to people reaching out to me because I want to use CCS as a platform that you can get some experience and then maybe move on to bigger companies, bigger projects, really just find a sense of fulfillment in esports.
What can you share with me about any upcoming CCS events and a little bit of maybe about the number of seasons that have taken place so far, a little bit of the history there?
We've had 5 seasons, and then we've also had one season that was focusing on women in esports, and there's also one that's coming up. I think over the course of us starting in 2017, we've had around 20 or so events, whether it's qualifiers, leagues, tournaments, charity events.
Because of the incredible work you've contributed to the Rainbow Six community, it made sense that you would become involved in working with the dev team on a charm. As you know, each season, new charms are added, and you were asked to help design a charm that we are going to get a first look at today. Can you tell me about what that was like?
It's still pretty surreal. And when I was asked at first, I didn't reply right away just because I was shocked. I didn't think that the siege charms would apply for us as CCS as an option. To be recognized like this is wild. I still can't get over it. I'm just really happy for people even wanting to play in CCS or to speak to us about events, not necessarily any tangible benefits or any recognition that you guys have been so gracious about. So they brought me through the design process, showing like all the different things that you could add if you wanted it to have a little bit more depth, if you wanted to have any like distinguishing features of it. They were really cool and guiding me along the entire process.
It's awesome. The charm turned out great. So, congratulations on that. We also have a first reveal of two additional charms. One that Yo Boy Roy has done, which you are seeing right now, and additionally one from Magnet. They both helped design these charms with our dev team, and I'm sure we're all very excited to see them in game soon. Thanks so much for joining me today, Rob, and thanks to all of you for tuning in. We'll see you on Monday for the launch of Year 6 Season 2 North Star.
If you'd like to see more of this in the future, please let us know. You can hit us up on Twitter, Instagram, Reddit, Discord. We're everywhere. So let us know what you thought of the show and what you'd like to see in future episodes. So from everyone here on the Rainbow Six Siege team, thank you so much for watching. Hope you enjoy North Star launching this week, and we'll catch you next time.
Ok. Alors. Tac. Je viens de manger, j'en pouvais plus, j'avais trop faim. On retourne sur Twitch. Tac.
So much spectacle, the kind of which I really want to see on the big screen because I've been missing that. So many movies that have come out. I'm very grateful we've been able to watch them at home, but it can't replicate the sheer thrill of seeing it with other people on a screen the size of several times my apartment. So I'm like very thrilled to see that. And also, I'm putting my trust in Ryan Reynolds here because this is not his first video game movie rodeo. He did Pokemon Detective Pikachu as well. He takes a very active role in his project, so I'm hopeful that they can have a good time and really lampoon some of the stuff that we like to make fun of with video games and those tropes and things like that, but on this sort of blank slate. Plus, you have other people like Jodie Comer, Taika Waititi. It's a really stacked cast as well.
It's a good point. I'm hopeful. All right, let's see what we can
Devolver,
do. Get out there, watch it in the theaters like we were talking about. But for right now, keep watching your small device as you watch E3 with us. Friends, what a great start to things. Golden Boy, Jackie, what did you guys think?
Reprioritize your life.
So much quality.
Let it consume your very being. Turn real money into pretend money and spend it. Collect your favorite characters that you've never even heard of.
Pick up your phone, it's tumble time. Pick up your phone, it's tumble time.
And he's played by Ryan Reynolds, and I just feel like
Devolver Tumble Time is the future of physics-based puzzle gameplay, elegant monetization, and strategic brand integration. Choose characters from a loaded roster of Devolver digital faves and rack up major, huge, big-time game points by matching and clearing them, possibly adorable heads on the tumble. We mentioned that it's free, right? Because it's free. Except for the ads part, where there are ads, because of course there are ads, because nothing is ever really free. Get hyped and unleash each character's special move and clear chunks by creating and activating chaotic chain reactions.
I told you we were going to be crazy, Jackie. I told you we were going to be crazy. That's why we have you and people like Dan.
Yeah.
Premium purchase.
Incroyable.
Do you love video games? I'm a grown man. What are you doing in my bathroom? Do you love video games?
Ce plan est incroyable. Une société de jeux vidéo Devolver, bienvenue à leur conférence. Ensuite là on va enchaîner avec Gearbox à 23h. À 23h on enchaîne avec Gearbox. Voilà. Gearbox.
Reprioritize your life.
Gearbox.
Let it consume your very being.
Voilà, donc là on a Devolver depuis 22h30. Très grosse annonce apparemment.
Collect your favorite characters that you've never even heard of.
Pick up your phone, it's tumble time. Pick up your phone, it's tumble time.
Devolver Tumble Time is the future of physics-based puzzle gameplay, elegant monetization, and strategic brand integration. Choose characters from a loaded roster of your Devolver digital faves and rack up major, huge, big-time game points by matching and clearing them, possibly adorable heads on the tumble. We mentioned that it's free, right? Because it's free. Except for the ads part, where there are ads, because of course there are ads, because nothing is ever really free. Get hype and unleash each character's special move and clear chunks by creating and activating chaotic chain reactions. Pre-register for Devolver Tumble Time on the App Store and Google Play by visiting devolvertumbletime.com. Woo! Hey! Nina!
let's talk about subscriptions for a moment. The subscription service is an instrument of monetization from days gone, when your grandparents wanted to try a new cheese each month and your uncle wanted to look at photos of naked ladies from the comfort of his own tool shed. A relic. An unwieldy, physical beast that we have haphazardly let slip into the digital realm, leaving us with nothing but ones and zeros to stand in for our stinky dairy product and perfect knockers. Devolver, though, aims to return subscription-based addiction back to its more tangible roots with a premium purchase title available only in this, the physical plane of actual, real existence.
Is that?
Goddamn right it is. Introducing Demon Throttle by developer Doinksoft, the creators of Gato Roboto. It is coming to the Nintendo Switch as a physical box set, and only a physical box set through our good friends at Special Reserve Games. Oh, you heard me right. Demon Throttle will not, I repeat, will not be available in any digital format and is only available for you to purchase as a retail product and put on your shelf and to never play or to sell at ridiculous scalper prices to anyone who missed out on its initial offering starting today. Check a look.
Donc, si j'ai bien compris, c'est un jeu qui est disponible uniquement en physique et pas en dématérialisé. C'est ce que j'en ai compris en tout cas. C'est ce que j'en ai compris en tout cas de la chose.
Demon Throttle.
Huh? I mean, huh? Right?
I love it. It's good. Really good. Great work, Stilts.
Well, it wasn't all
Who'da thunk? Big moves by a guy from... Where are you from?
Technically, I'm not supposed to be here.
That's great,
I'm
buddy.
filming.
Okay, now bring it home. Hit me with the big move. What's the punch?
There isn't one. He does not have...
Videotapes. Nina!
Well, tape.
What she said.
What's this now?
Well, we put the entire thing on a tape and then sell it. Hey, like this, right? Right here. Videotapes. The trick, though, is that there is one and only one, and we sell it to one buyer. We put only the entire thing just the one. on a tape.
Just the one?
Just the one. Sell it. Okay, and since there's only one and the buyer keeps it, and we broke the little tab on the inside so you can't copy it, it is non-fuckwithable. Here. A non-fuckwithable tape, right? NFT for short. It's gonna be a thing.
Can we do this? Can this be done?
It's actually already been done. Okay, the one copy of this entire presentation on tape, the one in this player right here, is available online. For the first Devolver Max Pass Plus Triple Platinum Elite Gold Star Magnum Double XL tier subscriber to go to devolvermaxpassplus.com and buy it. Okay, it is totally non-fuckwithable. It does no damage to the environment, to the energy grid, or the global technology supply chain, because it's just this old tape, right? That Caleb found in a box marked Nancy's Fancies, okay, in the back of an old filing cabinet in the birthing wing, and it's also a tape.
Fucking brilliant.
Yes. Yeah. Zane, Nina, Margaret, Caleb. This is such wonderful... What the fuck?
A savage view, another me, snapping back to reality. Another you,
Eh bien, en soi, c'était ma foi enfin, c'était sympa. Ouais. Je sais pas trop quoi dire d'autre, mais bon, en soi, voilà, ça a duré une demi-heure, voilà. C'est vrai que c'était assez drôle, assez funny, pas de grosses annonces. Lol. Bon, il est passé discretos celui-là. Hein? Non, c'est pas ça que je veux. Non, en vrai, force est de constater que le Hotline Miami 3, c'est le plus attendu, bien évidemment. Bon, maintenant, on va retourner sur le 3. J'aimerais savoir où se trouve la prochaine conf. Notre prochaine conf. Tac. Nous y voilà.
Hey Eli, can I grab you for a second? Yes. This is Eli Roth, our director.
Hey everybody.
This is our E3. These
What's
are
up,
our
guys?
gamers. And you got
Donc là, on va avoir Gearbox.
He doesn't exist in the game, but he exists in the movie and in real life. It's Edgar Ramirez.
Well, Edgar Ramirez's character Atlas exists hypothetically in the game. We've never met him before in the game or in real life. We're meeting Atlas for the first time in this movie story. I'm so stoked that you're here doing this.
Thank you, man.
This is
I'm
gonna
very,
be,
very happy.
This is going to be a blast.
Congratulations.
Oh, thanks. You know, look, I feel like we're just getting started. The whole point is to entertain people, and this movie that Eli's making, it's unreal.
On voit un petit Borderlands.
I don't want to say what we're filming, but it's lots of blood, lots of guts. It's totally
Je le vois.
It's also very
Il a été vu, le petit Borderlands. Je passe en full screen.
How to twirl a Vlad off.
You know what? I think we should. Let me show this.
Yeah, we can show that.
This is.
J'aimerais bien avoir un petit récapitulatif par contre ce soir de tout ce qui a été annoncé. Parce que là, je suis un peu paumé parce qu'il y a eu des leaks, il y a eu d'autres choses en tout genre. Donc, voilà. Déjà sur Steam, quand on va maintenant sur le magasin Steam, il y a tout simplement ceci, voilà, qui est montré, voilà, E3 2021, avec très peu de jeux, mais des jeux montrés, des jeux surtout disponibles, des jeux disponibles en démo, comme on peut le voir ici. À voir, mais ça pourrait être sympa s'il y en avait un plus. C'est vrai que 2 jeux ça fait trop. Donc, PC Gaming Show qui aura lieu demain. Puis voilà, vous voyez, on a beaucoup prochainement. Dans ma liste de choix, je vais ajouter quelques jeux. Voilà, We Are OFK, qui m'a trouvé très sympa. Musical Story, que je trouvais très sympa. Et puis sûrement rajouter BPM, vous voyez, Road 96, voilà, qui a été montré. BPM, est-ce qu'il est déjà en waitlist? BPM.
The thing is, the great thing about the game is there's so much to it that you're telling 80 hours of story every time. I mean, people can live in the world, so we have to create a different experience. And the experience has to be thrilling in a different way and exciting.
Voilà, c'est ça. Je vais l'ajouter à ma liste de souhaits. Je ne connaissais vraiment pas de tout le jeu, mais il est déjà sorti. Donc voilà, on verra. Mais moi j'attends le The Wolf Among Us. Pour l'instant, moi c'est le jeu que j'attends. Et j'espère qu'il y sera. Il n'a pas été annulé. Enfin, du moins, son annonce n'a pas été réfutée pour l'instant par Telltale. Je vais quand même aller checker sur leur Twitter. Telltale Games. Voilà, là je suis sur le Twitter de Telltale.
You're probably familiar with the Arads from Marvel, right? Because Avi Arad was the founder and the CEO of Marvel Studios, and they created a movie
Attendez,
called
j'avais pas vu, il y a un vieux tweet de 10 décembre, du 10 décembre 2020.
And then the X-Men, and then the Avengers, and you know, I think it's gone from there.
Il y a un an, nous avons surpris avec une nouvelle que nous avions commencé la pré-production d'une nouvelle saison de The Wolf Among Us. Depuis, la team travaille dur et continue ses missions. Nous savons que vous êtes excité à propos de The Wolf Among Us 2 et nous regardons, enfin, en gros ils ont besoin de plus de temps. Pourquoi, alors attends. Quoi que nous disions, le jeu sera développé toutes ces saisons et sortira directement toutes ces saisons quand il sera prêt. C'est pas encore le moment. Ok, non, le jeu... Pour l'instant, le jeu n'est pas annulé. C'est juste que voilà, ils ont dû recevoir quelques pressions en disant on aimerait bien avoir des nouveautés du jeu et tout. Et finalement, ils en ont pas eu. Du coup, ils attendent un petit peu. Ils sont assez actifs. Le dernier tweet date du 9 juin, donc il y a vraiment pas longtemps. Mais pas d'indice pouvant dire si oui ou non ils seront à l'E3.
It's pretty amazing.
Je crois que je ne vois aucune société qui travaille sur The Wolf Among Us dans l'E3. Mais j'ai espoir dans le futur Gaming Show, le PC Game Show, qui soit là. Donc ouais, pour l'instant on va voir ce qui nous sera proposé. E3.
We can't show. Yes. I don't want to. Okay. So guys, it's going to be an amazing E3. Borderlands the film is going to be absolutely incredible. We've got some cool stuff to show you. I know some of you are interested in seeing more about the new game that we have announced and learning more from Gearbox Publishing. So you're going to get all that.
Ouais, ce jeu, je l'attends tellement, mais
we're going to do it this way. Thank you guys, and I'll catch you later. Cheers.
Among the many innovative courses offered by Gearbox University, make sure you check out Borderlands Science. By solving the puzzles, you can contribute to real-world research studying the human gut microbiome. For you freshmen in the audience, here's our leading scientist, Mayim Bialik.
On verra, seul l'avenir nous le dira, mais c'est vrai que le premier date de 2013, donc il va avoir bientôt 10 ans ce jeu, et pourtant il n'a pas pris une ride, c'est ça qui est magnifique. En fait il a une patte graphique qui fait en sorte que c'est impossible qu'il puisse vieillir ce jeu. Il est genre immortel, franchement, pour moi ce jeu est immortel. Il a été adapté sur tous les supports je crois, Nintendo Switch, même sur les iPhones, iPad et tout. Bon, je le recommande pas. J'ai testé vite fait la démo, parce qu'il y a l'épisode 1 qui est gratuit sur iPad et iPhone. Je recommande pas, franchement, de jouer sur des petits téléphones, surtout à ce genre de jeu. Où moi, je trouve que c'est mieux d'être vraiment sur un grand écran, pris dans l'histoire. C'est limite des films, en fait, mais avec une patte qui est incroyable. Et j'aimerais vraiment voir des séries animées avec cette patte graphique-là. Ça pourrait vachement me plaire, mais c'est vrai que jouer c'est aussi complètement différent. Et ce jeu il a une ambiance qui est incroyable, il fait partie pour moi avec avec Life is Strange, il fait partie pour moi des jeux qui ont une ambiance qui est incroyable. Et c'est parti. La Gearbox commence tout de suite. On est parti du coup. Voilà, de près de 100 000 personnes.
It soars on the wind. It rises from the grave. It stalks the ocean floor. You cannot hide from fate. But you can make your own.
Bon, ça par contre c'est déjà une annonce qu'on a vue hier je crois.
We're not talking about yet, right?
That is correct.
It's my favorite. Hi, I'm Kayla Belmore and I'm senior producer on Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. So what's really unique about Wonderlands is it's a looter shooter, which is, pretty classic for Gearbox software, but for the first time ever, we're setting it in a brand new fantasy environment. Even though it's inspired by some of the content we've made before with Assault on Dragon's Keep, a fan favorite.
Roll for initiative, suckers!
It's a completely standalone plot, new set of characters with some nods to the past, but if you've never played a Borderlands game before, you can absolutely jump right in and enjoy it just as much. So we're absolutely excited to talk about all of our new enemy types. So that is one of our wyvern enemies. You will absolutely be fighting them. They're not your average wyvern. So of course we've got goblins. We definitely can't have a fantasy game without goblins, but again, we like to make them our own. Thank you so much everybody. I hope that you are as stoked as we are about Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. Follow us on our social channels to find out the latest and greatest news. Enjoy the rest of the show.
This franchise has been around for so long. Here we are years later, and we keep looking at Homeworld 3, this has to happen.
The giants have come to Midgard, and you have been chosen by the gods to protect this realm. But your first task is to find some new clothes that aren't as drafty. Your tribe's journey starts in the wilderness. Hunt down pets, gather rare resources, and explore the untamed world. Once you've plundered all you can carry, return to your village and use those resources to forge Viking-worthy gear. You must protect the seed of Yggdrasil at all costs, or this world and everything in it will be destroyed forever. So take heed. The Heltlings rise when the sun sets. Destroy these dark spirits before they destroy the seed. Each victorious knight makes way for a new day, to venture into new lands, build to greater heights, and face fiercer creatures. And with great risk comes great rewards. But be careful, you're of little use to Midgard squashed by a troll. Craft legendary weapons, build deadly defenses, and grow the strength of your tribe, because those giants are on their way. And it's time for us to end their path of destruction. Let's show them our might is greater than their height. as the saying goes. Valhalla! Can't wait!
Hello everyone, my name is Juan Maroda. I'm the creative director at Northville. We're just under 2 months away from finally launching our upcoming 10-player co-op action RPG, Tribes of Midgard, and deliver it to you on July 27th on PS5, PS4, and Steam. In Tribes of Midgard, you play as an Einarjar, a glorious Viking hero that's been returned to Midgard in order to protect the seed of Yggdrasil, the World Tree. Every time you start a new run, you would want to go out and explore this new world, gather some resources, fight enemies, and return to your village in order to craft better equipment and tools to help you survive. You can also upgrade and fortify your village, because each night, creatures from hell will emerge from the depth to attack your tree. Make it through the night to go back out to raid enemy camps, dwell in caves, take part in events, go on quests, build anywhere, and of course, loot countless items to gain experience and level up your Viking. We now have 8 classes in the game, each with their own abilities, specificities, and playstyle. As you gain experience, you level up to unlock even more skills, which you can then combine with dozens of runes for over-the-top results. But those nightly creatures aren't even your biggest threat. You must get ready and prepare for your biggest challenge, and I mean biggest challenge to date. Every couple of days, a giant will emerge and walk towards your village with the intent of destroying the seed of Yggdrasil. You must stop it and take it down, whatever the cost, otherwise it's game over. You can of course play Tribes of Midgard completely on your own, but we highly recommend that you bring along 9 friends to thrive together. We cannot wait to share more information about this ever-growing epic saga in the weeks to come. In the meantime, you can already pre-order the game right now to earn exclusive items and be among the first to defend Midgard against Ragnarok. Because as they say, Valhalla can wait. Thanks for watching. Sail.
At Gearbox University, it's not all textbooks and calculators. Sometimes we like to kick back and have a little fun. A good sense of humor is of vital importance if you want to succeed in these halls. Here's a list of sensible wisecracks you might hear when you're exploring our campus. Why did the tribe of Midgard cross the road? To get to the Thor side. Knock knock. Who is there? The commando. The commando who? I don't know. What are you axing me for? Welcome to the Homeworld Diner. Our special today is the dessert of Carrick. Help! I've God fallen, and I can't get up. Claptrap, Tiny Tina, and Mad Moxie walk into a bar. Wait, I think Moxie owns the bar, so why would she be walking in? She'd already be there. And is Tiny Tina old enough to drink? Maybe it doesn't matter in space. Also, what's the punchline? And how is Claptrap walking in? I want to say he counts as a unicycle. Okay, we'll work on this before we submit to E3. Gearbox University. Our comedy school is a 2-year degree.
Macros thinks the war is over. But our fight has just begun. Our duty is to carry the burden of war.
Or just savor the victory.
What fun is death, when death is the end of our fun?
The darkness has breached reality. It is time, my champion.
know how this is going to end.
Time for your madness to end, brother.
I was never just your brother. I am your god.
And after all your promises, you've ripped it too.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Dick Hain, and I'm the Senior Technical Producer at Counterplay Games. First and foremost, on behalf of everyone at CPG and Gearbox alike, I want to thank you for being part of Godfall's journey up until this point. It's crazy to think that Godfall just launched in November of last year. Our developers have been hard at work ever since. In fact, this past February, we launched the massive Primal update, which included new content such as additional rooms in Tower of Trials, Primal gear, Ascension levels, and much, much more. But I'm excited to announce today that on August 10th, we will be launching Godfall on the PlayStation 4. Not only that, but owning Godfall on the PS4 entitles you to a free PS5 upgrade, and we will support cross-gen play so PS4 and PS5 users can seamlessly co-op together. And if you've been struggling in the Ascended Tower of Trials, don't worry, we're adding matchmaking. But really, matchmaking and the PS4 edition are just the tip of the iceberg because we are so excited to launch our first ever expansion, which we've entitled Fire and Darkness. Fire and Darkness will take players into the Fire Realm for the first time ever, where they'll be met with new challenges, enemies, bosses, trophies, cosmetics, and so much more. But alongside Fire and Darkness, we're also releasing a free content update, which we're calling the Lightbringer update. The main component of the Lightbringer update is a new endgame loop, which we're calling Lightbringer. In Lightbringer, players will fight off the darkness that threatens Aperion and be rewarded with a new loot type, Cursed Loot. Cursed Loot will challenge the player to complete particular objectives in order to lift the curse and awaken them. Basically, if you thought Primal gear was tough, you ain't seen nothing yet. And then, of course, we want to make fashion the forefront of Godfall, so we have added a huge library of cosmetics to both the Lightbringer update and the expansion alike, all of which can be unlocked by simply completing objectives in the game. Thank you so much for your time today. It is an honor to be speaking here, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your E3.
There's a really unique tone and vibe and feel to Homeworld that hasn't been emulated since. It's not a prequel, it's not a remaster, it is Homeworld 3. It is the next Homeworld.
We're glad you've chosen Gearbox University for your higher education endeavors. As you engage in your academic pursuits, don't forget to try out our extracurricular activities. Show off your Shutterbug talents in the photography club. Make lasting connections in our chapter houses. Or if you're a boring person, you can always try out for the debate team. We also have sporting events, but try not to party too hard at the homecoming game, or you'll end up looking like this. Be sure to follow us on social media, where you'll occasionally find free shift codes, as well as news and announcements about our latest scholastic offerings. Gearbox University, we can shape your future, because thinking for yourself is hard. Now, go buy all our games.
We're back. I hope you guys had an awesome presentation from all the Gearbox games in development and Gearbox publishing products coming. Listen, I'm standing outside Kevin Hart's trailer door. I'm just gonna. You guys want to meet him? I think he wants to meet you guys. Let's see if he opens. Hey Kevin, you got a minute? Borderlands fans, meet Kevin Hart.
How you guys doing, man? Pretty pumped up right now to meet you guys. Randy, you should tell them actually how big I am in person. It's a great opportunity.
I'm 6'3", and
yeah, they can get a good grasp of how much height I put on for this role right now.
Dude, you are freaking awesome. Like, you don't understand. Like, you're a freaking action hero.
Thank you, man.
This is amazing watching you work.
You know
you're
what?
blowing my mind.
I'm going to say I'll one-up you. I'll say it's amazing for me to have the opportunity to portray the character of Roland, of course, who you're very familiar with, because this is your creation. I think the biggest and best thing is the surprise that you guys are going to be in for. Because you got no idea what I'm doing or how I'm doing or why I'm doing it. You got no idea the level that I came in at. You got no idea how much preparation I decided to put into this particular character in this role. You got no idea. You got no idea. You don't even know what's under this jacket.
OMG! It's metal!
You got no idea. My job is to come in, not only be prepared, but to shock. And I think right now this is what we're doing.
We are doing it. I've seen some pretty, like,
it's intense.
No one's ever seen you like this before.
No, I can honestly say, man, Eli is doing such a phenomenal job.
He's doing
directing.
It's also fun to work with him. Like, he's working his ass off. Well, everyone's working their ass off.
Absolutely. You got an amazing cast. Kate, Jamie, Ariana, myself, Flo, our director, Eli, Jack Black. You put an amazing group of people together. So shouts out to you, your team at Gearbox. Shouts out to Lionsgate, for seeing that this is something that could be phenomenal. Shouts out to the world of Pandora knowers. Okay, you guys that know and love this world, I promise you, you're going to be in complete awe when you see how real we have made it become from a place of visual. You're going to believe that you're in this place with us. So
wow, you're making me cry, man.
It's dope,
My eyes are welling up.
No,
hey, thank you, man. Hey, I appreciate you taking a minute to introduce yourself to our fans.
No problem. I'm going back in here in the weight room.
I'll see you later.
I got a weight room in here. Just Roland lifts weights in between takes. You'll know why later. Take it easy, man.
Take it easy, Kevin. Thanks, man. Holy crap, you guys. I can't wait for you to see this movie. It won't be long, but we still got a lot of work to do. We're a little bit more than halfway done with production. And but you know what? Back at home at Gearbox, all the great people that created this universe that I'm here representing on behalf of all the talent at Gearbox, we're hard at work making new stuff. So check this out, and I'll see you guys soon. Cheers, everybody.
For those of you who've never seen the greatest the world has ever revered, I'd like to introduce myself. Let's go! I'm out here making them mad, cause I got it. Too good at being too bad, cause I got it. Stop reaching and being sad, cause I got it. I just got it, yeah. I just got it. Let the blood sport begin! I'm out here making them mad, cause I got it. Too good at being too bad, cause I got it. Stop reaching and being sad, cause I got it. I just got it, yeah. I just got it.
Jesus H. Reindeer games, my dude!
I'm the one that got the swag, I'm the one that got him sad. I don't do this here to brag, I just got it. I'm the reason why you mad, I'm the reason why they glad. I ain't even trying to brag, I just got it. I said please don't call my phone, you should just leave me alone. I did this here all alone, I just got it. I can show them how to act, put my shoulder on the back. Keep it feeling as a bag, I just got it.
Ok, pardon, ça sature, je sais, ça sature le ouf, wouh. Merde, j'étais en ventilo. Ah merde, j'étais en capture d'écran depuis tout à l'heure. Attends, mauvaise chose, j'aime pas.
What a tease! What a tease! Come on!
Sur quoi je voulais rebondir, moi? Oui, voilà, je suis placé d'une manière très spéciale. C'était pas une conférence énorme, on va être honnête, c'était pas une conférence énorme. Je pense qu'on peut pas faire pire. Non mais je vais être honnête, là c'est pas une conférence qui était incroyable et qui m'a beaucoup... c'était mou en fait, il y avait beaucoup de scénarios, mais ils étaient là pour ne rien dire, et c'était une conférence déjà qui devait durer 45 minutes, et là déjà elle s'est coupée en une demi-heure. Enfin, c'est ce que j'avais compris en tout cas, donc il y a 15 minutes qui est sauté, ce qui est énorme en vrai en 15 minutes. Donc un peu dommage. En ce moment là, voilà, il y a des votes juste là du quel est le jeu Gearbox que vous attendez le plus et votre favori, enfin votre favori, voilà. Et pour l'instant c'est le Tina's Wonderland, c'est le premier jeu qui a été montré, voilà, qui explose tous les autres jeux. Et Borderlands Movie, alors ça c'est incroyable par contre, mais on était déjà au courant, on le savait déjà, ça me fait un peu peur en vrai. C'est un débat intéressant, je trouve ça un peu chaud. Il y a des films adaptés de jeux qui vont sortir de partout. Il va y avoir un film Portal. Je sais que je suis en mode dans la critique, mais je sais que je vais être aussi l'un des premiers à regarder. Parce que premièrement, je suis con. Et que deuxièmement, ça m'attire tellement en fait. Ça m'attire tellement et ils ont tout compris en vrai. Netflix, HBO, je crois que c'est comme ça que ça se dit. Et puis les autres marques, les autres entreprises qui font les jeux, les films. Donc ils ont le bon filon. Maintenant, il n'y a plus besoin de se péter le cul à créer des films. On est passé d'une époque où dans les années 80-90 et même 2000, les jeux, il y avait quelques jeux qui venaient de films. Même beaucoup en fait, c'était la majorité surtout. Enfin, pas dans le monde du jeu vidéo en général, mais avant ça marchait plus comme ça. Et maintenant on a une tendance qui s'inverse un peu où maintenant il y a des films qui s'adaptent de scénarios de jeux vidéo, séries aussi. On a aussi quoi d'autre, on a eu aussi quand même quelques exemples à l'époque déjà avec les Tomb Raider qui étaient en film, les Resident Evil qui étaient en film. Il y avait déjà eu quelques petites choses comme ça, mais là franchement je veux juste voir ce que ça rend, voir si c'est surtout dans une question de faire de la thune uniquement, même si c'est le but, mais voilà, je suis très curieux. Il est 23h34, j'ai toujours pas ma petite tourtelle. Je sais pas si je la prends ce soir. Pour l'instant, j'en ai pas envie. Je vais me la garder, je pense. J'en ai plusieurs, hein, mais je vais me les garder. Voilà, je pense. Pour demain. Demain, je m'enfilerai 2 tourtelles. Allez, 2 tourtelles pour rattraper celle d'aujourd'hui que je n'ai pas prise. Voilà, demain en plus il y a les grosses conférences qui nous attendent, surtout 2 grosses conférences. Je récapitule encore une fois. Donc là nous allons avoir le Games Beast Session dans 10 minutes. Ensuite demain ça reprend à 17h45. C'est le pré-show de l'E3. À 18h30 on a le 24 Entertainment Naraka Blade Point. Je sais pas du tout en quoi ça consiste, ça va durer une demi-heure jusqu'à 19h avec la grosse conférence où il y a moyen qu'il y ait des bons gros jeux Xbox et Bethesda Game Showcase, et surtout ensuite une conférence à 21h15 de Square Enix. Alors est-ce que la conférence Xbox et Bethesda, du coup ça veut dire qu'elle va durer de 19h à 21h15, donc ça fait 2h15 de conférence qui est énorme, et je pense que ça va être le cas. Et je pense vraiment qu'on va avoir du lourd. Et ensuite Square Enix, encore une fois 2h15 jusqu'à 23h. On poursuivra avec Warner Bros. Donc franchement, curieux. Voilà, à mon avis, ils ont de grosses annonces à faire. J'espère qu'au Square Enix, par contre, ils vont parler de Life is Strange, mais pas que. Parce que 2h15 où ils vont parler que de Life is Strange, je pense pas quand même, mais je sais pas en fait si ça dure 2h15, je sais juste que à 21h15 il y a la conf Square Enix et qu'à 23h il y a la conf Warner Bros. Mais ça veut dire qu'entre les deux il y a une sorte de trou où il y a rien. Donc on verra, mais moi franchement c'est Square Enix que j'attends le plus. Donc ils vont parler, il va sûrement y avoir des premières mondiales. Mais ils vont également parler de Babylon's Fall, Life is Strange True Colors, Marvel Avengers. Voilà, ça se passera le 13 juin à 21h15. Et ils vont sûrement parler d'autres jeux d'une durée de 40 minutes. La conférence Square présente spéciale été aura tout d'abord été l'occasion de découvrir un nouveau jeu. Vous pourrez également apprendre... Apparemment, ça va durer que 40... bon, on verra tout ça demain. On va pas se mettre à spéculer. Je suis dans l'attente. Personnellement, pour l'instant, je suis dans le full attente de voir. Mais voilà, demain, il va y avoir les grosses conférences avec ensuite le PC Gaming Show et le Future Game Show. L'année dernière, ils avaient été à la fois ennuyants et ça allait. Mais c'est demain les plus les grosses bêtes. On va dire là aujourd'hui c'est un peu l'échauffement, etc. avec quelques trucs qui sont montrés. Voilà, là il parle de Borderlands du film Borderlands qui est en production. Mais ça en fait on le savait déjà, donc c'est pas une énorme surprise et une grosse annonce. Enfin je crois qu'on le savait déjà. Donc bon, on verra. Qu'est-ce qu'on a d'autre? Du coup, oula, oui, il faut que je mette à jour Gearbox et ensuite là, qu'est-ce qu'on va voir? Gearbox et là, on va enchaîner du coup avec Game Beats Station. Du coup, je peux supprimer tout le titre en fait que j'ai pas mis à jour depuis un moment et le modifier. Voilà, avec le Game Beast Station. Je connais pas trop toutes ces conférences, je vais être honnête, hein, je vais pas me la jouer comme... Il y a des jeux qui sont montrés, que je n'ai jamais joué, Rainbow Six, etc. C'est des jeux qui ne m'attirent pas, faut savoir que je suis assez dur. Niveau jeu, je suis pas... j'aime beaucoup les jeux vidéo en général, mais j'achète pas tout et n'importe quoi. C'est-à-dire que des jeux qui sont ultra hypés en ce moment, personnellement, la plupart du temps, en fait, ils m'intéressent pas. Fortnite, j'y ai jamais joué. Pokémon, j'y ai jamais joué. Et je pourrais faire un exemple énorme hein, de plein de jeux qui ont connu un succès immense. Fall Guys, j'y ai jamais joué. Fallout, j'ai joué aux anciens. FIFA, jamais joué. Destiny, jamais joué. Battlefield, j'en ai jamais joué un seul. Donc voilà. Donc voilà. Donc là, on a déjà les premiers sur Steam, on a déjà quelques mises à jour. Voilà, on a Two Point Campus. Je sais pas si j'achèterai. Faut savoir que j'ai été un peu déçu de Two Point Hospital. Je vais être honnête, il m'a pas plu des masses. Donc, faut peut-être que je retente, peut-être que j'étais pas dans un bon mood. Aussi, moi, les jeux, faut que je sois dans un bon mood. Pour les faire, pour moi, il y a des jeux, je les associe à une période. Il y a des jeux que je vais les associer plutôt à la période été, et d'autres jeux que je vais plutôt faire en hiver. Ça peut paraître con, mais je suis comme ça. Par exemple, les Life is Strange, j'aime bien les garder plus vers mars. Voilà, vers mars, etc. Au moment où il va commencer à faire chaud, ça va sortir la petite tourtelle, on va être bien, ça va être cool. Ensuite, Black Sad par exemple, j'aurais bien aimé le faire, malheureusement, graphiquement parlant, mon PC est HS, et là, même hors streaming, en fait, il est complètement largué, mon PC. Et pareil pour Batman Arkham Knight, c'est con, je les avais bien enchaînés tous, là, Asylum, City, Origins. Il manquait plus que le Night, mais le Night malheureusement, mais mon PC complètement KO, même hors stream, même sans OBS, hein, là c'est pas une question d'encodage. C'est un peu con, j'aimerais tellement le faire, je l'attends du point. Malheureusement, il faut que je change de carte graphique, il n'y a pas d'autre solution. Pénurie en ce moment, hein, si je vais sur le moindre site pour chercher une carte graphique, Matériel.net va me dire d'aller me faire enculer, je suppose. Voilà, carte graphique Nvidia. Voilà. Ils ont ressorti même des vieilles GTX 1050 Ti pour vous dire, qui sont elles-mêmes en rupture en fait, tout simplement. Donc c'est ça qui est faux, mais ils ont ressorti des GTX 1050 Ti, c'est honteux, à 229 €. Oh la vache, l'arnaque de ouf. Par contre, je suis désolé, 229 € pour une GTX 1050 Ti, c'est bien trop cher. Faut arrêter, pitié. Faut arrêter. Aïe aïe aïe. Mais malheureusement, moi je vise la 3060 Ti, je vise dans cette gamme-là, on va dire. Donc là, j'ai choisi la GTX la RTX 3070, 60 Ti, 60, 70 Ti. Et il n'y en a aucune. Mais aucune de chez aucune. Et c'est ça que je trouve incroyable. Oh putain, s'il y en a une à 1149 €, let's go. Une Gigabyte Aorus RTX 3070. Il y en a une. Il y en a qu'une. Tout le reste, il n'y a plus rien. Je trouve ça ouf et j'espère franchement qu'on va y sortir bientôt de cette merde. Parce que ça m'emmerde beaucoup. Ça commence. Je crois que ça commence. Non, c'est pas ça. C'est autre chose. C'est autre chose. Ah là là. Est-ce que j'ai le lien pour le Game Beat Station? Je crois que c'est sur le site de l'E3.
篝火营地是中国领先的游戏媒体，创立于2018年，致力于为全世界的中文游戏玩家提供专业、精准、迅速的资讯情报。篝火营地立足于中国，与多家国际一流游戏媒体同行达成正式业务合作关系，源源不断地将最新鲜的游戏资讯第一时间带给全球中文游戏玩家。自成立以来，篝火营地在全网的内容浏览量已经超过5亿，服务了数百万的读者和玩家。我们的愿景是做游戏文化传播者。您可以在全球各大手机应用市场下载篝火营地 APP， 或者访问3w.gamebonfire.com 来加入游戏传播者的行列。
Merde, comment j'ai raté le truc?
Also die Future Game Show kann ich wahrscheinlich nicht mehr schauen. Ja gut, die Future Game Show ist halt auch um 1 Uhr morgens, ne?
Non, j'ai pas le lien.
Wer da noch mit reinschaut.
Non, c'est pas du tout ça que je voulais faire. Non, j'ai pas le lien. J'arrive pas à le choper, je crois. Non, j'arrive pas à choper le lien, je crois, du Game Beast Station. Non, j'ai pas le lien, malheureusement.
Énorme.
Bienvenue, Benji 199. Installe-toi bien confortablement en tout cas. Mais non, j'ai pas le lien. Gearbox. Non, j'ai pas Gearbox. Attendez. GamesBeat. Il y a ce soir ou pas? Je commence à être un peu paumé. Je commence à être tellement paumé. Mais je pense que je me fais chier pour rien et que c'est tout simplement sur le truc de l'E3 en fait.
Dead games journalist heart.
Et bah voilà.
Memories of E3. You ready to just take me through it right now? I'm happy to do so.
C'est juste là en fait. Tout simplement. Tac, je mets ça sur le côté.
E3 love, yes, and I'm going to roll it over you. Of E3, of gamer Christmases past, future, and present. Yes.
Well, not future. Those are sad.
Okay, that's right. Yes,
analogy.
Yes, right.
You
okay.
illiterate scum. But yeah, this will be great.
All right, Mike. What is this? Should we set it up, or should we just start playing it?
No, this is when Sony announced the Final Fantasy VII remake at E3. This is from somebody in one of the front rows. So we're gonna hear how excited and happy all those people are, Jeff.
What? Listen, it's just a commercial. How excited can it be?
Oh, boo.
Oh, it's just like so. This is like from the audience. Okay, this is
right,
exciting.
This is a reaction trailer. So people didn't know what this was at the time, and everybody wanted them to make this because, like, what PlayStation 4 had like a tech demo that was basically the intro of Final Fantasy VII, like redone, right?
Yep.
And everyone was like, "Oh, so that's like a game?" And they're like, "No, it's not." so everyone was disappointed. But then we got this.
So you see that. Yeah, you can hear people. You see the big sword, and people are starting to realize what it is. That's
right.
That's fun.
Even that playground there, like if you know Final Fantasy VII, you're gonna recognize that. So yeah, it's kind of very slowly dawning throughout the audience. I think most of them who really like Final Fantasy VII knows what it is, and they're recognizing the names.
Kojima, yeah.
That's a great reveal, right? They don't start with Cloud. You start with Barret.
No.
Yeah, this is when everybody really knows what's up, even if you weren't aware yet. All right.
Right. Yes. Even if you were like a very casual fan, someone who never played Final Fantasy before. Yeah. Okay. I've got a slight chills, Mike. Slight chills.
And I know you're not a weeb like I am, but come on.
What is this, Mike?
What?
It says Super Smash Brothers Mega Man trailer.
Oh, this is the most excited I have ever been from E3. I love Smash Brothers, but Mega Man is my favorite video game character. And this was back when there were very few third-party characters. Like this point right here, like I knew who it was from that.
Yes.
I lost it, Jeff. I was so you can ask my brother because I was watching with him. I absolutely flipped out. Like I play a ton of Smash Brothers. Mega Man is literally the character I would have won in that game the most. And at this point, there was no indication that was going to happen. We had only gotten Snake and Sonic as third-party characters at this point ever in the series. And look at he's doing all his great moves. This incredible remixed version of Mega Man 2 music. The beautiful CG art. This is still the best Mega Man has ever looked, by the way. Is this like Smash Brothers version of him? The kind of like it like captures the proportions of the 8-bit sprite. Like he's kind of staunchy.
Mike, I'm sick of hearing about things that you love. If you're not going to bring anything that I oh, okay, wait, what's this? Okay, all right, maybe this might do it for me. This might be my favorite moment from any E3 ever. I've been a long-time Legend of Zelda fan. And
hey, Lightstorm!
It's always been like one of my most important franchises, but I also agreed with the assessment that they needed to change things up. And when they said they were going to change things up and they delayed Breath of the Wild, because they're like, we found a new way of doing things, we're going to try to change it. I didn't really believe it. And then they released this trailer, and I was just all in. It might be the best trailer for anything ever, period. I don't know. Honestly, it's almost just like good filmmaking. This trailer, like
it is insane.
They know, like,
here we go.
Yeah.
He's gonna laugh. The bird's gonna laugh. I love it for some reason.
It's good.
I don't know what. It's really good. Here it comes. I think about that all the time. I don't know. Just the way they frame that in that song, it gets me pumped up. Like, yeah, here it comes indeed. That's great. That is so good.
Oh, this is a big boy, Mike.
This is a pretty short clip here. I think everyone's gonna know what it is from E3 2004. But see, it's not just about video games, Jeff, and trailers and demos. Sometimes it's just about personalities, and this was like the emergence of the Reginator from 2004.
I'm gonna hit play. I'm very excited.
My name is Reggie. I'm about kicking ass. I'm about taking names, and we're about making games.
That's all we need to know.
For those who don't know, Reggie invented the Bigfoot pizza, I think. So, of course,
I like how that's what you brought up. For those of you who don't know, I thought you were going to talk about how, like, important Reggie was for video games Nintendo. He invented the Bigfoot.
I think it was the Bigfoot, and I don't think he invented it, but whatever. Yeah, his name's on the patent.
No, he was in his basement, staying up all night. Yep. He's like, I got it. I cracked it. All right, before people get mad, we better do something from Microsoft now. If ever there was a sequel that was anticipated, it was Halo 2. After Halo 1 came out, it was a very big deal.
This is the game that made me get an Xbox. I got an Xbox for Halo 2. Absolutely.
Everyone's very excited. The only thing people didn't like about Halo 2 is the ending, right? Which,
yeah. Cliffhanger stuff, yeah. Spoiler warning.
Spoiler warning.
2021.
And I think, especially at this point, this kind of long, uninterrupted gameplay demo was maybe a little bit more unusual, right? I think this is what popularized that. Like even up till like 2015 with Sony, they have a pretty long Uncharted 4 demo. That's basically the same kind of format, right? You just play a long level from the game.
Take it away,
this is
Jason.
E3 2007, and it's kind of hard to believe now, but this was the E3 where Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare was the belle of the ball.
Yes.
Like, like Call of Duty is the biggest thing in the world right now, and it still is, and people are excited about it, but it maybe isn't like a showpiece for the show anymore, because a lot of those people are, again, they're hoping for something more surprising than here's the next Call of Duty. At this point, this was really Call of Duty hitting its stride. Like that moment right there, people freaked out about. People talked about that all show. You did not see that guy in the tall grass till he got up, and that absolutely destroyed people's brains in 2007. But Jeff, it's not just about gameplay demos and executives. Sometimes celebrities could even make their way into your heart.
Man, this really was a moment, wasn't it?
It was. I mean, everyone loves Keanu Reeves. I'm not one to gaga and go over celebrities, but this is pretty neat.
And remember crowds? He seems to be very interested in the game that he was making. So that's kind of all you can ask for from a celebrity, right? Just come, don't talk down, seem like you're enjoying yourself, maybe even actually enjoy yourself, and people will respond to that. And also, kind of be Keanu Reeves. That helps a lot.
You think they're going to bring him out this year to have him apologize? Yeah, that's pretty great. Why don't we go back again, though, pretty far back to E3 2000 to see what was, gosh, I was pretty young at this point, but I remember thinking this is the most excited I think I've ever seen people be for a video game. Like, this seemed like it was by far the biggest deal in the world at the time, and it's Metal Gear Solid 2.
And Metal Gear Solid was such a big deal. It was, probably the best PlayStation game. Getting the sequel on PlayStation 2, seeing all this stuff, and it just looked so good, so cinematic. Yeah.
So you have to understand, like, at this point, the fact that we're seeing raindrops like bouncing off of objects, and we're seeing this like these light bloom effects, like this was all pretty nuts at this time. This
Games just didn't look like this before this point, and it was this perfect storm of the best artists in the world working with the best technologists in the world to make a video game.
All right, Jeff, you want to close this out with maybe the first E3 moment?
I do.
Back in 1995, again, the first E3, and this was Sony's big moment. It was following Sega's little show about the Saturn, and their surprise that it's out now, which just confused everybody. And this is how Sony responded as they were getting ready to launch the original PlayStation.
I want to ask Sony Computer Entertainment President of America, Steve Reyes, join me for
this guy right here had just given a long, boring presentation, and he did that on purpose to really emphasize what's about to happen right here, where Steve Reyes is going to come out and say one thing.
$299.
Got chills there a little bit because that's it right there. This is them understanding immediately. This is PlayStation, not out yet. Sony, not really in video games yet, especially not as a hardware company. But they already understand how to do this E3 show, come up and make a huge impact. It's kind of unbelievable. And it was the rest is history, right? Like Saturn had to bow out because the Saturn was too expensive. Sony knew that. They undercut the price by $100. And then every time Sega would respond, PlayStation would lower the price until Sega just couldn't keep in the business anymore. And they tried a few other systems after that, but it was the writing was on the wall at that point, and it all happened right there with PlayStation understanding how to play this E3 game.
See, there's all sorts of fun. I didn't even talk about giant enemy crabs and weird Elder Scrolls 6 announcements years before we'll ever see it. But there's all sorts of fun stuff, Jeff. Imagine all the fun stuff that's happening right now and what will happen in the future. So just admit it, Jeff. Admit that you love E3.
All right, I'm a fan. I admit it. I'm not just a games journalist. I like games too. Don't tell anybody.
No, we're telling everyone.
Okay.
We're telling your mom, telling your wife.
All right, that's going to do it for us, everybody. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the rest of the show. I hope we didn't keep you too long. And if you tuned back and you're just getting here right now and you're confused, good.
Yeah. We don't deserve us.
I hope your favorite game gets announced next. I'm sorry. All right, everybody.
Je me disais bien que le son était très très faible.
Bye.
Hi, I'm Mana Ikeda, and I currently work for a Japanese video game company called Artplay as the current art director. And previously, I worked on Bloodstained Ritual of the Night as the communications manager, and I also drew the box art. So that's just kind of a summarized version of myself. I always thought I was gonna be an illustrator, like just a freelance illustrator from start to the end. Art was my passion, and it still is. But I always wanted to try something new all the time. Anything that I was interested in, like comics, video games, just anything in general. For me, art directing is something that improves the overall gameplay, and and also the game designer will know, like, oh, there was these kinds of ideas, because when I started to do this job, like, they didn't really have an idea of what they really wanted to do visually. So it's basically like, oh, I want to make this kind of game, but I don't know what it looks like. And for me, that's where I come in and kind of help them kind of fill that in. I started as a fan, and I really wanted to, my artwork was very inspired by the games that they've created in the past. So at that point, I knew what I wanted as a fan. And with Bloodstained Ritual of the Night, it was a game that's based on gothic horror, and the past, and the people that were working on the past Castlevania games were working on. And for me, I was a huge fan of Castlevania and the gothic feeling of that entire series. And I haven't seen a lot of games that were like that, and it was very unique. And since my artwork was inspired by that kind of game, I drew a lot of those kind of dark horror game kind of style. I was someone who knew from a very young age that I wanted to be an artist and do this specific type of work. And even though I didn't really know, or I had one specific goal, I still struggled to do so. And I'm sure a lot of people can relate to that, because they wanted to be something like a specific job they want, and they can't achieve it, even though they tried really hard. And for me, I think that's totally fine, and they should try something else that's new, because if I didn't take this chance of becoming a communications manager and also the translator for the company, I wouldn't have been in this art director position at all. I would have been like, I would be like, no, I want to do art as a career. I'm not going to take this translation job. And I still, to this day, be a freelance artist taking on these mundane work that, that I had no art direction whatsoever in. And so I feel like for those who are struggling and, thinking of quitting their passion job, because it's, like, if you're working on something that you're very passionate about, you get very emotional about it. And I'm sure a lot of people feel very down when things don't go right, or things that they're worried about, doesn't get resolved doing the same kind of work over and over again. So I feel like for those people, like, in a very similar situation as when I was struggling as an artist, I feel like they should try something else that's new. So for me, video game was like my second passion, and I really wanted to be involved in some way. So I decided to take on that job and be a translator. But in the end, people, when you're very passionate about something, people recognize that. And I was both passionate about video game and art. So in the end, I became an art director that I never thought I would be able to do. So I feel like for those people, take the chance, even if it might not be something that you really want to do as an end goal. You should take the chance if it does change your career.
Great stuff there. Of course, remember, video games are so much more than just making them and having that kind of thing. You could do anything and be involved in video games. And so if you have the passion, the drive, the determination, you can make your dreams come true and have some kind of job in the video game industry. Also, of course, before that, there was a Jeff Grubb Games Beat thing. I was told behind the scenes that it didn't play, that it was a joke. Jeff Grubb is not a terrible person. He's just extremely old and shouldn't be listened to. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you, don't forget to check out e3expo.com/shop for limited edition E3 apparel like this. Because you might be saying, I'm having a great time watching you do this, Greg. Man, if only I could commemorate it in a way that I could wear all the time when I go to the old baseball games or the sock hops. Because you're going to walk in there and old Toby's going to be behind the bar cleaning the glass. I'm painting a picture. And he's going to say, man, what is that shirt you're, well, I guess what's the hat you're wearing, this shirt you got? If I know there's Vegas bets if I'll take my shirt off during E3, but they mic me up too well. I can't do it. But maybe get a bomber jacket, you know? Look, doesn't that Tom Cruise, he's got another movie coming out where he's flying around. Don't you want to look like him, but a guy version of Tom Cruise who went to E3? And I guess he didn't go, technically. COVID and everything else. Ladies and gentlemen, there's so much more happening here. Don't worry about that. There's no way I can get the script back on track, is there? Because I'm talking about the E3 shop that you should go do too, right? Let me just go for it, all right? With more of our gaming and movies theme today, let's talk about the lines between gaming and cinema continuing to blur. Oh, Jordan Vogt Roberts, the man behind the lens directing upcoming projects Metal Gear and Gundam, sat down with the folks at Entertainment Weekly to talk about the future of these film and these IPs and these shirts that you can get and wear to the sock hops.
Hello, E3. This is Nick Romano with Entertainment Weekly magazine. Thank you so much for joining us today for a panel discussion with filmmaker Jordan Vogt Roberts. Jordan, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me. I'm excited to talk about all things video games and E3.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot to talk about. I mean, I think it's safe to say people mostly know you for making films like Kong Skull Island and The Kings of Summer, but you're also a major gamer. Can you talk a little bit about just your history in the gaming industry? What was sort of your big introduction?
I mean, I was just one of those kids who at a very young age, video games rewired my brain. You know, I'm the type of guy who if I walk into a room and there's a box, my first instinct is, in what combination do I need to move this box to unlock a door? Or, God forbid, if I ever walked in a room and there was like a triangular eye on the wall, I would think, I definitely need a bow right now to shoot that eye and unlock something.
We know that you're working on a movie adaptation of Metal Gear Solid. You're working on a live-action Gundam. I mean, is it safe to say that your filmmaking moving forward is sort of more inspired by video games?
You know, ironically, Metal Gear is something I've been trying to, Sisyphus push up the hill for 7+ years. That game and Kojima-san's world means the world to me. And that's something that I'm very proud of what we're doing. And I think that it is very sort of Kojima punk rock, twisty. And then Gundam likewise is, the godfather of like otaku culture in a lot of ways, without exaggeration. It is the grandfather to modern anime and thus most Japanese things that we love. It really is wild what Gundam was doing on television in an animated format in the 70s, and the complexity and the weight of the stories they were telling. And so, I have a lot of things that I want to do in my career, but those are only the kind of nerd properties that I'm attached to that are even announced. There's other game things and other IPs that I'm working on. But yeah, a big part of my driving force is to be a part of these things and to help rewrite the narrative of how people perceive these franchises and how they properly get translated, and how you take a filmmaker who understands the core of what these were as you go through the process of translating the active experience of playing a game, in which you can tell a story a different way because you are the protagonist, versus the passive experience of watching a film. And so those aren't one-to-one translations. And so I think you really need to understand when playing a game, what it elicits from you, why it makes you feel certain ways, what the tone that it evokes is, what those real idiosyncrasies that kind of make up each game is, and how you then translate those things to the passive experience of watching a film. And so it's just something I've been obsessed with for a long time, and I feel very fortunate to be able to be a part of these projects.
In terms of Metal Gear Solid, I've documented all of your tweets about the long process of adapting this movie. I mean, what do you think it was about the original games that had such an impact on you and kept you motivated to keep this project alive?
That game came out same year, same month, basically, as Ocarina of Time. And so on a PlayStation and Nintendo level, you have, I think, two of the most seminal works in all of gaming that are going to set the groundwork moving forward for the template of how we transition into not just 2D to 3D, but then how we evolve each of these things. So yes, it's very easy to look at Metal Gear and say, oh, look how cinematic this is. But you're dealing with these characters that are walking, talking ideologies. And they all represent different slivers and ideas of, I think, this like basic question of how do we make the world whole again? And they're all trapped in the cycle of pain. And, to me, the most memorable and touching thing that still sticks with me, yes, you're transported and suddenly you're playing this movie and people are talking in acronyms and code and you're just thrust into it. And you have this incredible rogues gallery of kind of over the top, like iconic, Marvel iconic level characters. But the feeling when you kill Sniper Wolf, or when you kill a lot of bosses in that game, that up until that point in gaming, killing a boss was always viewed as a victory. And that was like, hell yeah, I'm past it. And instead, you're met with this moment of somberness and regret and incredibly meaningful, and hit me at that exact moment in my life where like there can never be another release of a game or something that hit me at that those teenage years when I was just fully ready to just be consumed by it and transported.
So now, sort of in the timeline for you, are you moving towards the live-action Gundam movie now, or are you doing Metal Gear Solid first?
I'm waiting for the next thing to be greenlit, and whichever one that is, like I don't control when the studios choose which movie they're making when, and so I love both these things to death. I have other movies and other things that aren't IP based that I also can't wait to go and make sort of a smaller $30 million thing where I'm just going buck wild. But yeah, call up the studio and ask which green light's going to happen first.
Sounds like a plan. And I know a lot of the details, like, for both of these projects are kind of under lock and key. I was curious if there is anything you can sort of tease about your approach to Gundam, especially because the mythology is so vast. And it feels like you could kind of drop a pin anywhere and kind of start there.
I mean, Gundam is such a fascinating thing. Similar and dissimilar from the challenge of Metal Gear, because Gundam also is a story that they've been telling for 42 years in the Universal Century timeline. Then in addition to that, they have several other alternate timelines with other series, some that go on multiple series and movies, some that are just one-offs. And so my goal is for all of the people who might say, I don't know where to start, I want to be able to create this film and give them an access point where you can say, this is where you start. This is your entry point where Gundam fans say, hell yeah, that is my Gundam. And yeah, it might be an amalgamation of like several of these different things, different timelines and whatnot, but this is true to what Gundam is, and this captured everything I love about Gundam. And then outsiders have this feeling of, and I feel this way about Metal Gear too, but having this sentiment of, oh, this is something that I just didn't know I wanted to be obsessed with.
Well, Jordan, with our final few minutes, I wanted to ask, because obviously it's been a crazy year for a lot of people. What does it mean for you to be back at E3, even virtually, talking about gaming again, talking about all the projects that you're working on?
You know, E3, beyond me loving games, E3 when I was in college, me and my buddies, one of them actually kind of ran like a tech company, but we basically like not fabricated, not forged, but like we didn't really have any right being there, but we were able to like finesse the system and get badges. And from Chicago, we all flew out to experience our first E3. Because as a kid growing up, it's just sort of this mecca, you know, it's this like fantastical place. It was like my first leap of like, I'm gonna make a documentary. And I was like really fascinated by several aspects and sort of like cultural tiers within E3 and how it's presented. And I never completed the documentary, but that's actually where I met a lot of these people that I still consider friends today. It literally was the year the PS3 was announced. There's just this giant banner. The slogan then was just welcome change, and the E and the change was backwards, so it was a 3. E3 actually was this really pivotal changing moment in my life where I was in Chicago making shorts. And I came out to LA, and I remember being at LAX, and I remember being at the convention center and just thinking, oh, I'm moving to LA. I feel opportunity here. This is where I'm supposed to be. You know, you walk in the cacophony of the massive wall of sound that is like the, you know, West Hall, where you're just bombarded left to right. It really is a cacophony. it's a barrage. It's like carnal sound. But it was amazing. And so it really, E3 changed me. It's the reason that I ended up moving to LA. Like something about that trip made it, I never thought I'd move to LA. Something about that trip changed something in me where I said, this is where I'm supposed to be right now. And that wasn't even about video games. It just was about, here I am taking some of my first steps as a filmmaker in college, trying to make this documentary, and something just felt right. And so I've gone to so many E3 since then. My friendships and relationships, as I said, I'm fortunate for them to have only grown in the game world and to be collaborating not only with developers on commercial campaigns, but also with their IPs. And so to be able to be back in even this small way, you know, I think we're all struggling with how we reintegrate into the world right now, and what that means. We've all gone from being like, this is great, we're at home, we're all homebodies and recluses, to being like, oh my God, how do we interact with people? And so, yeah, being able to be there in just the slightest, and just for it to be a thing, it means a lot to me because E3 really did change my life.
Well, we're so happy and honored that you could make the time today. Jordan, thank you so much. This has been a treat.
Thank you so much. Yeah, absolutely.
Let's go! La France représente. Webedia Group, bien évidemment. Jeuxvideo.com, le stream.
As a part of Play for All, GameSpot will be bringing you the latest gaming news and announcements, interviews with developers, the biggest press conferences, and lots more. Play for All is our yearly online event that combines the excitement and announcements of E3 with charity live streams the following week with lots of special guests who are going to help us raise money for able gamers. So join us in June for E3 and Play for All on GameSpot.com, YouTube.com/GameSpot, Twitch.tv/GameSpot, and as a part of the E3's official broadcast. See you then.
篝火营地是中国领先的游戏媒体，创立于2018年，致力于为全世界的中文游戏玩家提供专业、精准、迅速的资讯情报。篝火营地立足于中国，与多家国际一流游戏媒体同行达成正式内容合作关系，源源不断地将最新鲜的游戏资讯第一时间带给全球中文游戏玩家。自成立以来，篝火营地在全网的内容浏览量已经超过5亿，服务了数百万的读者和玩家。我们的愿景是做游戏文化传播者。您可以在全球各大手机应用市场下载篝火营地 APP， 或者访问3w.gamebonfire.com 来加入游戏传播者的行列。
Hi, everyone. My name is Christian Holub. I'm a writer at Entertainment Weekly, and I am here to host a panel for this year's E3 about real-world game worlds, the differences and the ways they intersect. With me here are our panelists, Gary Whitta, screenwriter, Daniel Erickson, former creative director at BioWare, Juan Vega, narrative designer at Netflix, and Rihanna Pratchett, writer and narrative designer. Thank you guys so much for joining. Interesting fuel for this convo, and I just wanted to start out with a big basic question, which is like, how important would you say is it for video games to reflect real world events and movements? A lot has happened in the real world over the past year. I think we can all agree. My sense is that, it was all about escapism, but yeah, how would you guys kind of generally talk about the importance of making games that reflect aspects of the real world, especially as our real world is changing so much?
I think that's a very difficult question to answer in kind of a holistic way. It really depends largely on what kind of game you're setting out to make. You're right, games have always been and remain in large part escapism. They're an escape from the real world. One of the reasons why Animal Crossing was such a hugely popular game during this pandemic year was it was like, hey, the world sucks right now, but forget about all that. Here is a very bucolic, idyllic place you can go to where everyone is your friend, and the worst thing that can happen to you is maybe you get stung by a wasp. People really responded to that offer of escapism because the world really did suck. At the same time, in the last couple of decades, we've seen video games really emerge as a legitimate art form and a legitimate platform for political and social commentary. You generally tend to see that stuff in smaller budget indie movies, and for the same reason in smaller budget indie games. If we were to do an exercise right now and think about like what are the games that that deliver really kind of make you think political and social thematics, they're going to be at the lower end of the budget scale. Whether or not video games will ever really dare to kind of tackle political and social real world kind of issues at higher budget levels is that maybe that's a question for us to talk about. But I think most of the interesting work in terms of games as an art form right now is being done at the indie level, and again for kind of monetary capitalist reasons that really aren't that difficult to figure out.
On that note, I think it's interesting that when I think about the diversity front, I don't think that everything has to have diversity as sort of a core piece for it, but what's exciting to me is it always feels like the diversity that is inherent in the artists is something that needs to come forward, and we're getting a lot more space to do that. So the grand exception to some of the concepts that Gary was talking about was working for BioWare. So BioWare had LGBTQ content all the way from the beginning, because primarily Dave Gator, who is the lead writer for Baldur's Gate, was queer. And he, right from the beginning, pushed this as, hey, I'm going to have representation in the game. We're going to have space here. We're going to have, and this was interestingly not controversial and then super controversial, and then came to the point where I just saw today that BioWare changed its logo for Gay Pride, right, for Pride Month. And there were a bunch of comments. It was like, oh, way to pander, big corporate folks. And then all the old school folks jumped in and was like, you do not know who you're talking about, right? This is a historical place. And to Gary's point, why it comes up through the indie movement mostly is because it's easier for smaller voices to come up there, is the more diverse the artists in our industry get, the more naturally we're going to get diverse representation, and we're going to get diverse stories from a more pure perspective than, hey, let's put in a bunch of diverse storylines. Now, in where I tend to work now, which is largely multiplayer, we talk a lot about representation and inclusion, which I think is subtly a different aspect, which is if I'm playing a multiplayer game, I want to be able to come and be me, whoever I am. But I think that's a different space than artistically representing the experience of a diverse group of people.
I also think from a writer's perspective, from a creative perspective, we're drawn to diversity in all forms because we want to explore the path less traveled. We don't want to tell the same stories over and again. We want to find the new experiences. We want to take audiences on new and different journeys. So I think writers and other narrative people are often push for that because it's it's just more interesting to get your teeth into.
I think, once the stories reflect what's actually happening in the real world, people will see themselves like through their favorite medium. And I think that's what really builds a connection and what gets people like really involved and interested and, hooked. It doesn't necessarily have to be in their stories. It can be in, diverse stories. It can be in like, like Rihanna said, like new things to them. But I think it's actually, I personally think it's important to, advocate for who tells the story, and when you have a diverse pool of candidates telling stories, you're going to have diverse stories, that have a lot of coverage, and it doesn't feel like it's being shoehorned in.
Do you think that kind of stuff is changing for the better in terms of people of diverse backgrounds and stuff kind of able to get to the point where they're making games, not just kind of the types of small indie games that Gary was talking about, but getting positions at bigger companies and hopefully not feeling alienated or pushed out?
I think we definitely see a movement. I think, there's definitely a lot of talent that's allowing people to tell their own stories, right? Make their own Twine games or make their own indie games or demos or vertical slices that gives them that visibility to then, jumpstart and, onto their next platform and their next bigger thing. And then we also connect and we try to uplift each other. I know that there are things like Latinx in Gaming, which is a nonprofit that I helped co-found specifically for that reason, as well as partnering with other places like Game Devs of Color and looking into other initiatives to really support everyone else that's trying to break into this field and tell their stories.
Yeah, I just want to add something to that. I think this whole conversation, we've been talking about different aspects here, but they're all really part of the same conversation. We're talking about, do games or can games accurately reflect the real world? And we're also talking about, do video game developers and publishers have diverse and inclusive staffs actually making those games? You can't have one without the other. Let's say that the next Assassin's Creed game took place during the American Civil War and you played a slave on a plantation in the deep American South. That might be a fascinating area to explore in terms of all the political and social themes that we're talking about here. But Ubisoft can never make that game until they have a team capable of making it and speaking to those issues in a way that is authentic. Like there's no way that I could tell a story like that because I haven't lived that experience. I'm not obviously talking about the historical experience, but I've never experienced racism. The only way that I could write a character like that would be mimicking what I've seen done before in other media, which inherently means I don't have anything new to bring to the conversation. It's going to feel kind of warmed over because that's what it would be.
Absolutely. I mean, I think it's all about that intersectionality of like where we as humans like connect and how we evolve and work together, and where the strife comes from the drama that's inherently us being ourselves and dealing with our emotions. I think, it's super important that, we do have people in the room that are, capable and ready to tell, those stories from a personal place of authenticity. And even having them in the room doesn't necessarily always translate to that note will get hit.
Déjà, dans un premier temps, faisons les choses dans l'ordre. Il est minuit 25. À 1h du matin, on a le War Up. Je sais pas si on va se le mater. Là, en attendant, c'est du blablabla un peu inutile. Le Games Beat Session, c'est fini. Voilà. Mais on va avoir le War Up à 1h du matin, si je ne me trompe pas. Faut faire un abonnement pour être numéro 1. J'en ai pas moi-même, donc bon. Non, du coup, fin, entre guillemets, là on est à la fin de la première journée de l'E3. Qu'est-ce qu'on peut en conclure de cette journée? Quelles annonces on a eu déjà? On a eu du coup un film Metal Gear. Un film Metal Gear qui se montre. Alors attendez, merde, je voulais pas faire ça. Oh non, c'est la catastrophe. Ça, c'est la poulette diplomatique. Planning E3. Tac. Je vais en mettre ici.
sameness as opposed to, oh no, we've been telling a certain story for a long time. Now let's go get all the rest of the stories, but that doesn't exclude the other stories that we've been telling for a long time either.
I also think we've had a bit of a problem in the industry in all drawing from the same well sources. When I started out in the industry, I had interviews where I could just talk about aliens or
Tac.
Terminator, and everyone would be,
Oh, j'en peux plus, bordel. J'ai chaud, j'ai très très chaud, mais je peux pas mettre le ventilo sinon le micro le capte, c'est dégueulasse. Non, en vrai c'était une super conférence, putain, 7h30. 7h30 de stream, je bats tous les records, bordel. Tous mes records, en tout cas en durée de stream, j'ai jamais fait aussi longtemps. 7 heures c'est énorme. Oui, on va faire les choses dans l'ordre comme je disais. Il est minuit 28 et bien évidemment on va fêter une bonne fête à tous les Antoine de Padoue, comme c'est écrit là-bas. Bonne fête à tous les Antoine de Padoue. Il doit y en avoir 3, mais bonne fête à eux, c'est important de leur souhaiter. Dans un deuxième temps, du coup, qu'est-ce qu'on a eu? À vrai dire, je me souviens plus trop, il y a eu tellement de trucs. Donc, Ubisoft, ils ont parlé de Rainbow Six Extraction. Je pense que demain, je vais prendre des notes. J'ai été con, je l'ai pas fait. Mais demain, je vais prendre des notes en fait. Je vais prendre des notes pour pouvoir faire après de bons résumés, de bons petits résumés. Parce que, ouais. Ouais, je l'ai pas pris de notes et du coup, c'est con là, parce que c'est un peu éparpillé dans mon cerveau. Donc malheureusement, pour ce récapitulatif, ça va être un peu long, mais parce qu'on a eu beaucoup de choses. Donc on a eu Rainbow Six, on a eu la présentation de Far Cry, on a aussi la présentation de Mario X Lapin Crétin. On a eu quoi d'autre? On a eu... qu'est-ce qu'on a eu d'autre déjà? Putain, j'ai oublié. Just Dance 2022. On a eu aussi l'annonce d'un film Far Cry, enfin d'une série animée Far Cry sur le Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon, un season de pass avec, on pourra contrôler, si j'ai bien compris, les antagonistes des Far Cry. Ils mettent vraiment un point dessus sur les antagonistes des Far Cry. On a aussi eu quoi d'autre? Trackmania aussi. Du Trackmania avec un truc spécialité, spécial Summer Edition, avec pour pouvoir faire des maps entre guillemets aquatiques avec des nouvelles des nouveaux un nouveau moteur, comment on dit déjà, physique, voilà, avec une nouvelle physique. Tina's Wonderland, bien évidemment aussi, un jeu plutôt attendu apparemment. For Honor, Watch Dogs, enfin Watch Dogs vite fait lors de du pré-show d'Ubisoft où ils en ont pas mal parlé, avec une saison de passe où on pourra incarner Aiden Pierce. Qu'est-ce qu'on a eu d'autre? Qu'est-ce qu'on a eu d'autre aussi? Brolala, on aura les Tortues Ninja si je me trompe pas, c'est bien ça que j'ai compris aussi. Ça fait déjà beaucoup en une journée, mais c'est des toutes petites annonces qui voilà, bon, personnellement pour l'instant ne me font pas frétiller. J'attends, on va encore attendre. Parce qu'on a le temps. On a aussi un logiciel de musique, je crois, à un moment. Comment il s'appelle déjà? Rocksmith. Voilà, un truc PC, on peut faire de la musique. Et puis. Je crois que c'est tout en vrai. Très franchement, c'est tout. Et mes cheveux font n'importe quoi. Vivement que j'aille chez le coiffeur bientôt. Mercredi, je crois. Et que je me rase aussi. Ça, c'est peut-être demain, ça. Dans quel état elle est? Et je crois que c'est tout. Il y a eu quelques petits jeux indés en vrai qui m'ont pas mal plu. Que j'ai mis en whitelist. On peut se les récapituler vite fait aussi. Donc on a eu Two Point Campus qui a déjà été présenté hier. On va avoir BPM aussi, un jeu qui avait été pas mal. C'est un roguelike sur le rythme. Je vais tout simplement lire le résumé. En fait, il est déjà disponible sur PC. BPM est une sorte de FPS maître rythmé où il faut tirer, sauter, esquiver au rythme d'une bande-son de rock épique. Plongé dans un donjon généré au hasard où une note manquée peut entraîner votre mort. Obtenez des capacités qui changent la donne et récupérer des armes puissantes pour vaincre. Donc voilà, hein, c'est un jeu qui est pas mal en vrai. Qui est vraiment pas mal et qui me plaît pas mal. Et je vois que ça y est, je crois que c'est l'un des premiers jeux où je vois en recommander une RTX 2060. Ça y est, c'est révolu l'époque des GTX malheureusement. Hein, les pauvres GTX malheureusement sont à la ramasse. Pas toutes encore, hein, mais en tous les cas celles que j'ai, oui, elles commencent à être un peu à la ramasse. Ça se change soon, hein, dans un peu moins d'un an je pense. Je pense que oui, c'est le prochain achat pour mon PC. Que j'aimerais beaucoup améliorer. Ensuite, on a We Are OFK, The Musical Story, Route 96. Est-ce qu'il y a moyen qu'on se retape toutes ces annonces? Tiens, on va se remettre les annonces. On va se remettre les annonces parce que c'est ce qui me paraît important en vrai. Tac. On va se remettre les annonces. Ouais, si. On va se remettre les annonces. Tac. Voir si elles sont déjà dispo sur YouTube. Ça déjà c'est un point qu'il faut voir.
Anytime somebody wants to talk about mental health in games,
Là il marche plus.
I volunteer because I think it's a pretty important issue, and I think games can be really useful for improving mental health.
Tac. Donc Road 87. Voilà, on a déjà le trailer qui avait été montré au Game Awards. Voilà, je me disais bien, je l'avais déjà vu quelque part ce jeu. Et bien tout simplement, c'est parce qu'il est Game Awards. On se remate la bande-annonce de celui-ci tout de suite. Tac. Et puis, tac. Le voilà.
Honey, is it you? How far are you from the border? Be careful with the people that give you a ride. And don't travel with someone you don't know. We love you, honey.
Voilà, donc c'est un jeu fait par un studio français, je crois. Si je dis pas de conneries. J'arrive pas à voir qui l'a fait. Ensuite, qu'est-ce qu'on a d'autre? Donc voilà, c'est un jeu qui m'a pas mal intéressé en vrai. J'adore moi ces petits jeux indés de ce style-là. Des aventures interactives avec une patte graphique comme celle-ci. C'est pas réaliste, mais c'est beau en fait. Je saurais pas expliquer ce que ça me fait à chaque fois. Ensuite, qu'est-ce qu'on a d'autre? Donc déjà, Road 96, ça c'est fait. J'aimerais bien savoir quel studio le fait. Digixart Entertainment, voilà, c'est un studio situé à Montpellier. Voilà, Montpellier. Depuis 2015, voilà. Et donc du coup, leur prochain jeu sort en 2021. Très prochainement. Ensuite, on a Musical Story, Musical Story, qui là a été annoncé pareil il y a un petit moment, je crois. Non, je sais plus. Tac.
Hello everyone, I'm Charles Bardin, game designer and co-composer at the French video game company Glitchy Studio, and the game we're going to show you today is called A Musical Story.
Who am I? Am I dreaming? I can hear music. Yeah, I know this. This is my band. This is our music. This was our dream.
In a musical story, you play music to unlock memories. The game is set against a 70s backdrop with influences from Pink Floyd, Led Zeppelin or Jimi Hendrix, and tells the story of Gabriel, a young musician trying to come to terms with his situation through the connections to his musical memory. Gabriel and his friends decide to participate in the legendary Pinewood Festival. Gabriel will experience friendship, love, but also very hard times as he struggles with addiction. The entire story is told without using a single word. The gameplay is very different from any musical game you know, as there's no visual playhead on screen. Everything is based on your ability to listen to the music and understand it, making it a very organic and rewarding experience. We and our friends at Digerati have put hearts and souls searching for the best possible balance between fun gameplay mechanics and a meaningful and soulful story. We really hope you'll enjoy the game when it releases later this year on Nintendo Switch, PlayStation, Xbox, iOS and PC, and we are super excited to tell you that a free demo is available to download on Steam right now. Have a good day everyone.
Oh, alors ça je ne le savais pas. Une démo du jeu est déjà disponible sur Steam, ça je ne le savais pas, mais voilà encore un jeu indé qui a l'air mais tellement sympa en fait. Et par contre il y a une démo du coup. Télécharger au musical démo, d'accord. Bon, par contre, truc un peu chiant, c'est les jeux français, de studios français, mais le français n'est pas disponible. Il y a de l'anglais, bordel. Je mets le ventilo parce que j'en peux plus, je suis sur le point de crever. Je pense que je vais arrêter dans une vingtaine de minutes, moi. Je pense que pour ce soir, c'est terminé. Qu'est-ce que j'avais d'autre comme jeu? Oui, alors ensuite on est à We Are OFK. Je vais retourner sur YouTube en fait. Donc là pour l'instant c'était les deux jeux qu'on a vus, c'était des jeux d'origine française. We Are OFK. Voilà. Voilà. Donc pareil, ça c'est beaucoup de jeux là qu'on avait déjà vu au Game Awards. Mais qu'on revoit maintenant. Mais c'est des jeux qui sont super sympas. Est-ce qu'il y a des sous-titres anglais? Bon, tant pis. Je me fais enculer.
3, 2, 1, 0. Okay, here we go. Hi, I'm Itsumi. I play piano when I can get someone to actually pay me.
Itsu, this house has lawn games. Did you see?
Luca! Hey, it's my friend Luca. Luca is the planet Saturn because he's far away, and Carter is a shooting star because they have long sweaters and do wishes.
Exactly. Thank you, Itsu. This is Jay. Jay is scary, but in a hot way, and is also a genius, but for your ears. Sorry for the follow, unfollow. What you doing?
Morning.
Everyone in Los Angeles is mourning something. Glad to have you with us.
I don't really know what I even want to say with music. You gotta have something to say.
If anything, you're honest. And when you're honest, saying anything is something special.
Voilà. Donc ça, par contre, pour l'instant, il n'y a pas de démo, il n'y a rien du tout là-dessus. C'est pour l'instant du pur... Pour l'instant, c'est en travaux. Il n'y a pas de date de sortie non plus. Il n'y a pas de jour 2021 ou autre. Non, j'ai pas l'impression. Qu'est-ce qu'on a d'autre? Je crois que ce sera le dernier. Donc on a BPM, mais celui-là on l'a déjà vu. Bah non, du coup, BPM on l'a déjà vu. Donc c'est tout. On peut peut-être se le remater, mais... Mais en fait, ce jeu-là est déjà sorti. Voilà, ce jeu-là est déjà sorti. Voilà, avec des... Incroyable. Il y en a vraiment qui se sont amusés à faire tout le jeu. L'enfer. Putain, attends, on a du gameplay? Je veux voir un peu de gameplay de jeu. Ça m'intéresse de ouf. On va pas aller plus loin, on a compris l'essentiel des trucs, mais en vrai c'est stylé, c'est stylé. C'est vraiment très stylé, moi j'aime beaucoup. En fait, je sais pas si ce soir il y a encore un truc. C'est ça qui m'emmerde. C'est ça qui m'emmerde beaucoup là pour l'instant. Je sais pas s'il y a quelque chose ou pas. En tout cas, en fait, on a eu déjà de superbes annonces en soi. Là n'est pas le problème. Mais c'est vrai que demain, j'en attends beaucoup de la journée de demain parce que, en fait, pour moi, c'est demain ou jamais. Ça, c'est le truc. Je vois pas le truc autrement. Surtout, j'aimerais tellement qu'il y ait The Wolf Among Us, mais déjà, l'éditeur n'est pas là. Aucun des éditeurs de The Wolf Among Us est là. Mais je mise quand même sur le PC Gaming Show et le Future Game Show. Probabilité assez faible, mais why not? Et même Xbox d'ailleurs, Xbox et Bethesda Games, mais j'en sais rien. J'en sais rien. J'en sais rien, on va voir. On va voir. Rien n'est... perdu. Donc voilà. D'une durée de 40 minutes, la conférence SP, ça va tout d'abord. Donc elle va durer 40 minutes, la conférence Square Enix. 21h15, heure Paris. Donc d'accord. On verra. C'est la conférence qu'on attend demain. En tout cas. Pour ce soir, it's over. Malheureusement, pour ce soir, it's over. Je mets le ventilo parce que là, j'en peux plus. Il va être 1h du matin. C'est la mort. C'est la muerta. Non, mais il y a eu là. En plus, je suis sûr. Je sais pas si on entend beaucoup de ventilo. Je vais essayer de le cacher. Là, il y a un truc dont je suis sûr et certain. C'est qu'il y a plein de jeux que j'ai loupés, mais on les redécouvrira en temps et en heure au moment de leur sortie, je pense. Mais moi j'aime beaucoup les jeux indés. Si on me demande de choisir entre jeux indés et comment on dit déjà, je sais plus, et gros jeux quoi, moi je choisis bien évidemment jeux indés. Parce que les jeux indés, ils offrent des possibilités et je les trouve parfois en fait même plus révolutionnaires dans le monde du jeu vidéo, avec des technologies, des trucs qui ne se font pas, etc. Qui après du coup en font des gros jeux, c'est pas impossible. Mais voilà. Voilà, là on a le planning de ce qui se passera demain. Hein, mais là malheureusement c'est pas avec les bonnes heures. Mais voilà ce qui se passera demain, c'est le planning de demain.
Bethesda Game Showcase 12/15 Square Enix. Yes, everybody, I've seen the new Black Panther image they put up today. Don't worry. 2 p.m. Warner Brothers Games is here with Back for Blood. 2:30 it's the PC gaming show, and then at 4:10 it is Future Games. That is just tomorrow. That is the next day. That's what's going on. Ladies and gentlemen, there's so much more to watch tomorrow. It's going to be amazing. Jackie, what are you most excited for?
Tac. Donc voilà un peu ce qu'on attend demain, ce qu'on aura demain, c'est le planning. Alors là c'est en heure Los Angeles, mais pour rappeler une dernière fois les horaires. Alors what are you most exciting for tomorrow? Ils vont sûrement demander de faire des votes. Personnellement c'est la conférence Square Enix que j'attends le plus. Donc voilà. Donc oui, petit rappel des horaires pour demain. Donc 17h45 le pré-show de l'E3, 18h30 le 24 Entertainment Naraka Blade Point qui durera une demi-heure je pense. À 19h la grosse conférence Xbox et Bethesda Games Showcase. 21h15 Square Enix pendant 40 minutes apparemment. À 23h Warner Bros Games pour présenter leur jeu Black 4 Blood. Et à 23h30 le PC Gaming Show. Ensuite ce sera du coup le lundi, on aura le Future Game Show. Puis à 17h, ça reprendra à 17h. Donc 16h plus tard, on aura un nouveau pré-show de l'E3. Des conférences en veux-tu en voilà, Verizon, Intellivision, Tech2. C'est celle que j'attends à mon avis lundi. Mythical Games, Indie, etc. Freedom Showcase, Capcom, Razer, Vane. Capcom aussi, c'est celle que j'attends. Et ensuite, mardi, Nintendo, Bandai Namco. Et ensuite, l'E3 se clôturera sur l'officiel E3 2021 Awards Show. Voilà, je pense que là, voilà, il donne le clap de fin, tout comme moi. Voilà, je souhaite une agréable nuit. Ben merci. Merci, ça fait très plaisir. Voilà. Bon, c'est la fin de cette soirée. Moi aussi, je m'en vais, je pense, pour le moment. Pour l'instant. J'ai bien aimé aussi, par contre, le petit truc assez animé pour Rainbow Six. Le sorte de truc animé, là. Donc à voir. Let's go. Voilà. Je suis éclaté. On est presque à 8 heures. 8 heures de stream. Bonsoir. Et demain, ça risque d'être encore plus long. Du coup, si je commence dès 17h jusqu'à putain, plus d'une heure du matin. Donc demain, oui, on fait les 8 heures de stream. Plus de 8 heures de stream, je pense. Si j'interromps pas entre temps, bien évidemment. Là, parce que là, j'ai fait du non-stop. Hein, donc voilà. Fin du 3e jour, entre guillemets, de l'E3, mais du premier officiel. Demain, on se retrouve donc pour le jour 4 et 2 de l'E3. Je suis lessivé et pourtant ça vient tout juste de commencer. Donc on verra ce qu'on aura demain. Mais aujourd'hui, voilà, on a eu plein de super jeux, plein de super trucs. Mes chers concitoyens, passez une bonne nuit, comme ils viennent de le souhaiter, parce que moi aussi, je me casse, je m'en vais manger et boire, c'est très important. Ciao, bye bye. Je me trompe de scène, c'est incroyable. Ah oui, et puis au fait, j'allais oublier, mais bien évidemment, pour moi aussi, l'une des grosses annonces aujourd'hui, ça a été le Hotline Miami 3 par Devolver. Devolver, en vrai, je les attendais pas tellement, mais finalement, je dirais que c'est eux qui m'ont le plus fourni là. Ils ont aussi annoncé à d'autres jeux, etc. Donc en vrai, non, ils ok. Par rapport à ce que j'ai dit tout à l'heure, en vrai, j'ai dit un peu de la merde. Je crois que c'était sur le coup. Je n'avais pas tout bien capté de leur conférence. Ils ok. Bien évidemment. Voilà. Bonne nuit.